Ding, host detected as the greatest loser of all time. Binding to the strongest comeback and face-slapping system initiated, Wei Chen, who had just returned from a leisurely vacation across the 8-dimensional universe, lifted his eyelids with a smile when the childish voice rang in his mind. A system, newbie quest, win over the school beauty. Make her agree to a date. Reward, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Wei Chen snapped his fingers. His words shaped the laws of reality. The school beauty instantly awakened memories of all her past lives, dropped to her knees, and respectfully shouted, "Welcome back, Tao Ancestor." System. Warning. A world-destroying villain has been detected. Host survival rate, 0.01%. Recommendation, kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Wei Chen looked up. Wasn't that the little demon god who used to rush over to pour him wine during the primordial era's banquets? How did this junior even manage to break his seal? System, host, run. He's someone who can even devour the heavenly Tao. Wei Chen lazily slapped the so-called world-destroying villain back into the chaotic void, rewrote the laws of heaven with one hand, and said calmly, "Little thing, stop making noise. Want to learn something? I'll teach you how to create a universe." System, host, I was wrong. I'll kneel down, okay? Jiangcheng University, dormitory 404. The afternoon sun leaked through the dusty window, stretching a crooked bar of light across the cement floor. The room was filled with the scent of instant noodle seasoning, sweat, and the rattling hum of an overworked desktop fan, an atmosphere that could kill the will to live of any normal cultivator, let alone the Tao ancestor of 10,000 epochs. Damn. Does this support even know how to play? Why are you casting weakness on me? Are you a spy? Wang Lele, slightly chubby and wearing baggy shorts, was screaming at his screen again. Another defeat. Another gray screen. A daily ritual. On the upper bunk, Wei Chen lay in a perfect guyu slouch, hands behind his head, eyes half-lidded. Completely relaxed. Completely unbothered. He had traveled the 8-dimensional universe for 3 epochs. Rewritten the laws of creation twice. Accidentally annihilated an immortal emperor for being too noisy. After all that, this mundane, spiritually barren world was peaceful. No one kneeling to ask for enlightenment. No collapsing cosmic barriers needing emergency repairs. No demon lords attempting to challenge him for the 300th time. Nothing but deciding between pork trotters or spicy hot pot for dinner. Tranquility. True tranquility. At least, until the system rudely crashed into his mind. Ding. Binding complete. Host qualified, the greatest loser of all time. Wei Chen almost laughed, remembering the system's dramatic meltdown. A being who could create universes with a gesture was classified as talent, negative infinity, comprehension, error, bloodline, agricultural origin. Host? Host? Wang Lele walked over, waving his hand in front of Wei Chen's face. Why are you staring at the ceiling? Don't tell me you're thinking about the meaning of life again. Ever since they became roommates, Wang Lele assumed Wei Chen was a philosopher at deep. Unworldly. Mysterious. Wei Chen did not bother to correct him. Meanwhile, the system had recovered just enough courage to squeak. A system, host, your beginner mission, shall we proceed? Wei Chen ignored it. Instead, he slowly sat up, stretched his neck, and calmly declared, I'm going to eat spicy hot pot. The system froze. A system, host, shouldn't we focus on your comeback journey, defeating geniuses, slapping faces, rising above the heavens? Wei Chen raised a finger. The system shut up instantly. Silence. Trembling silence. Wang Lele scratched his head. Hot pot again? Bro Chun, aren't you worried about your cholesterol? Wei Chen blinked slowly. No, because what was cholesterol, to someone whose blood once flowed as cosmic origin essence? As he hopped down from the upper bunk and headed for the door, the system desperately scrambled to adjust its priorities. Frowny face. New highest priority, assist host's hot pot. Objective, secondary priority, survive, tertiary priority, everything else. Just as Wei Chen stepped outside, the system suddenly panicked. A system, host. A powerful energy fluctuation detected within a 1-kilometer radius. Threat level, SS. Probability of disaster, 98%. You must prepare. Wei Chen paused, turned his head slightly, and glanced at the direction the system indicated. Off in the distance, on the university's sports field, someone had just jumped at just a normal student doing warm-ups before running, but the system's sensors exploded in alarms as if doomsday had arrived. To system, HO host. That student. His kinetic force exceeds baseline humans by 0.03%. His chi circulation is slightly irregular. This could be a hidden boss from another world. Wei Chen's expression remained perfectly calm. That's called stretching. System, oh. It immediately updated its database. Note, stretching equals not a cosmic threat. Wei Chen placed his hands in his pockets. Let's go. Hot pot won't eat itself. And just like that, the man who once sat above the primordial void began walking toward the campus canteen with the dignity of someone who could erase reality if he didn't get enough luncheon meat. The system followed behind like a terrified, obedient puppy. Wei Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, like a viewer who had just finished watching a grand epic documentary and then casually clicked on a lowbrow short video for some amusement. This title, "The #1 Useless Person of All Time," is truly unique and novel, much more interesting than titles like Eternal Taoist Master or The Only One in All Heavens. He was about to get out of bed to go to the second canteen when that little, energetic thing in his mind started roaring passionately again. New player quests released. Task title: The First Step to a Comeback, Win Over the School Beauty. The system's voice was filled with an epic grandeur, as if this were not a simple task, but a holy war that would determine the survival of the universe. Task description: within 24 hours, confess your feelings to Su Muqing, the undisputed #1 beauty of Jiangcheng University and a freshman in the architecture department, and successfully get her to agree to a date with you. Wei Chen picked it as Su Muqing? That name sounds familiar. He spent a mere fraction of a second searching through the vast sea of his memories. Oh, he remembered now. In ancient times, there was a little fairy who served at the gate of his palace, responsible for sweeping fallen leaves. I think that was her name. Years ago, he casually bestowed upon her a wisp of Taoist essence to help her reincarnate and cultivate again. He never expected that she would be reborn here in this life and become his mission target. Fate is truly a wondrous thing. Mission reward: 1 marrow cleansing pill. This is a supreme divine pill that can cleanse the marrow and remove impurities, allowing the host to undergo a complete transformation, evolving from a useless body into a cultivation prodigy. 1 in 10,000. Punishment for failure: experience being enthusiastically licked on the face for 3 hours by 100 adult, energetic huskies that haven't left the house for 3 days. The system's voice was impassioned, as if the marrow cleansing pill was a supreme treasure that could make even an immortal emperor beat his brains out. After hearing this, Wei Chen finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Marrow cleansing pill? He remembered that the alchemy apprentices in his Dao Palace used to eat this stuff like candy, and even complained that the taste was not good, not as chewy as the 9-turn golden pill. As for that punishment, 100 huskies, Wei Chen imagined the scene and actually felt that it was a little bit bizarre and exciting. His smile startled Wang Lele, who had just returned from the restroom. Holy crap? Chen Ji, are you really possessed? Wang Lele plopped down in his chair, which groaned. What are you grinning at the ceiling for? You even laughed out loud. Oh no, is our dorm's philosophy expert going to become the comedy expert? As he spoke, he skillfully opened the school forum, clicking his tongue in amazement. Hey, enough of this nonsense, let me show you something good to cleanse your eyes. The freshest list of freshman goddesses. This year's freshmen are really high quality. As he spoke, he turned his phone screen toward Wei Chen. The screen displayed a post with its title highlighted in bold red: Top 10 Goddesses of the Class of 2023. Check if your dream girl made the list. At the top of the list is a name called Su Muqing. The girl in the photo stands under a huge ginkgo tree, wearing a simple white dress. A gentle breeze blows through her long hair, and a few golden leaves drift down around her. She doesn't look at the camera, she simply tilts her head slightly, her gaze cool and aloof, as if staring at something distant and unattainable. It was a beauty untouched by worldly concerns, pure and refined, with a natural sense of detachment, as if a fairy from the heavens had accidentally descended to the mortal realm. See that? Top of the list. Su Muqing. From the architecture department. Let me tell you, she's a true goddess. Wang Lele's tone was full of pride as a senior beauty connoisseur. But it's only been a few days since the start of the semester, and our Jiangda forum is already flooded with her name. It's said that every day, the line of boys pretending to pass by, bump into, fall down, or stage an accident outside the architecture building could stretch from the south gate to the north gate. Wang Lele became more and more excited as he spoke, transforming himself into Jiangcheng University's #1 intelligence broker. But it didn't work. None of them worked. he slapped his thigh. Do you know what her nickname is? Absolute 0 foot. It means that the passion of any male creature will be instantly frozen in front of her. Our college's most handsome guy, that muscular hunk from the physical education department, Zhang Yang, confessed his love to Su Muqing yesterday in front of hundreds of people with 99 roses. Do you know what Su Muqing said? Wang Lele cleared her throat and imitated in a high-pitched voice, "Excuse me, classmate, you're blocking my way to the library." Wei Chen imagined the scene and laughed again. And another thing. Li Xiao, the rich second generation from the economics and management department, drove his Porsche 911 and set up heart-shaped candles downstairs in the dormitory, using a drone to suspend the latest LV bag. The scene was spectacular. Wang Lele exclaimed, gesturing wildly. And what happened? Goddess Su didn't even glance down once. She just drew the curtains and went to sleep. The next day, the cleaning lady even swept Li Xiao's candles away as trash. Ha ha. Wang Lele laughed so hard she almost fell over, then sighed and concluded in a disillusioned tone, "So, Brother Chen, this kind of goddess is not someone we mortals can touch. Her temperament isn't just aloof, you know? Aloofness is an act. She genuinely doesn't care about us ordinary people. Her eyes seem to hold a starry sky, and when she looks at you, it's like looking at a speck of dust." This description is quite apartment, Wei Chen thought to herself. Deep within her soul still lingered a trace of the ancient Dao Palace's memory. Looking at you mortals, aren't you just like looking at dust? In her eyes, perhaps the entire Jiangcheng University wasn't as familiar as a single brick from the Dao Palace's gate back then. Wang Li's popular science made the system in my mind even more excited. Did you hear that, host? This is the level of difficulty. This is the level of challenge. Only by conquering such an iceberg can the greatness of this system and the true value of your comeback be demonstrated. Host, don't be intimidated by her appearance. According to our system's database analysis, the more aloof and goddess-like she appears, the more she yearns for a flame to melt her heart. And you, host, are that spark that's about to ignite a prairie fire. Summon your courage. Unleash your hormones. Charge. Let her feel your passion. Let her tremble under your unique greatest loser of all time charm. The system's AI core processor was almost burning out. It had already imagined a classic scenario in its mind, how the useless host would use sincerity and perseverance to win over the Ice Queen and eventually win her heart. This is its most familiar, classic, and foolproof starting point. Wei Chen yawned and lazily sat up from the bed. Wang Lele was startled by his sudden action. Holy crap! Brother Chen, what are you doing? You wouldn't be, after listening to me, your blood is boiling and you want to challenge Absolute 02, would you? He looked Wei Chen up and down, his eyes filled with concern as if to say, brother, are you still half asleep? I'm not trying to be mean, but you're such a lazybones who's always lounging around like Guyu. Forget about chasing your goddess, you'd have to draw lots to even get someone to go downstairs to pick up takeout. At this rate, I bet you wouldn't even be able to get within 3 meters of Su Muqing before she freezes you back down with her aura. It's important for a person to know their own limitations, brother. Wang Lele earnestly advised. However, Wei Chen simply stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. Eternal life is far too long, so long that any pleasure seems precious. He had originally planned to take a nap in the afternoon, but now it seems that the game released by the system can help him stretch his muscles a bit and pass the time before his afternoon nap. Using the identity of a former Dao ancestor to complete what can be called the most advanced newbie task in history issued by a newbie system is inherently absurd and interesting. He slowly put on his slippers and walked towards the dormitory entrance. Brother Chen. You're really going? Wang Lele's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Okay, Wei Chen waved his hand without turning his head. Go take a look. Yes. That's it. Host. Take that first step bravely. Forward. Don't look back. Behind you lies a past of loser, ahead lies a future of comeback. Let the world witness your transformation. Let Su Muqing be the first trophy of your glorious life. In my mind, the system's motivational quotes were still flooding the screen, filled with the passion of a pyramid scheme mentor. Wei Chen opened the dormitory door and walked out leisurely amidst Wang Lele's dazed gaze and the system's rousing background music. He made his decision. I'll skip the second canteen for now, but if I finish this newbie task sooner, I might be able to come back and take a nap. The main road of Jiangcheng University is lined with tall and straight plane trees. In the afternoon, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light. This road, jokingly referred to by students as a combination of a sacred place for confessions and a road of heartbreak, has witnessed countless passionate moments of youthful hormones burning and then fading away. At this moment, Wei Chen was wearing his ever-present blue flip-flops, strolling along the road with the leisurely air of an old man taking a walk after dinner. He looked completely at ease, as if he wasn't on his way to carry out an epic mission about a loser's rise to power, but rather to buy a bottle of iced tea at the convenience store and maybe even get a buy one get one free. The loudspeaker in his mind, the system that had been injected with adrenaline, was conducting its final pre-battle mobilization. Host. Attention! Target Su Muqing is about to finish her architectural history course 800 meters ahead. Based on our system's nanosecond accurate calculations, she will appear at the corner of the intersection ahead of you in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Host, please adjust your breathing. Show the spirit of a champion who defies the odds. Remember, you are not fighting alone. You are fighting with the expectations of this system, and with the glory of being the greatest loser of all time. The system's voice was impassioned and full of the atmosphere of war, as if Wei Chen was not going to confess his love, but to blow up a bunker. Okay, Wei Chen replied lazily in his mind. If you keep bothering me, I'll block you and let you experience the loneliness of a single-player game. The system choked instantly, like a rooster being choked. It muttered pitifully. The system was trying to cheer you on. Wei Chen found a big tree by the roadside, leaned against the trunk, picked at his ear, and languidly basked in the sun like a cat. His choice of location was perfect. He could see Su Muqing immediately without appearing too conspicuous. It was the best chance encounter spot he had selected from countless causal paths, using only 0.0001 seconds of his computing power. Time passed second by second. Sure enough, 3 minutes and 47 seconds, not a second off. A figure appeared at the corner of the intersection. In that instant, the world seemed to have been muted. The once bustling main road of the campus, filled with laughter, the ringing of bicycle bells, and conversations about where to eat, all of it vanished in an instant. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to that figure. The person who arrived was Su Muqing. She was still wearing that simple white dress, holding a thick textbook in her arms, her long, dark hair swaying gently with her steps. Her expression was indifferent, her eyes even more so, as if everything around her was irrelevant. She didn't deliberately maintain aloofness, yet she naturally created an invisible barrier between herself and the world around her. It was a kind of alienation that emanated from her very bones, as if she walked among mortals, but her soul was in the heavens. Holy crap, it's Su Muqing. She looks a million times better in person than in photos. Her aura is amazing. Stop looking. If you look at it too much, you'll feel like you don't deserve to breathe this air anymore. After a brief silence, suppressed whispers rose from the crowd. Countless gazes, some filled with amazement, some with admiration, some with envy, were focused on her. She was like a moving magnetic field center, drawing everyone's attention like iron filings. This is the aura of absolute zero. However, within this atmosphere, a highly discordant note appeared. As everyone subconsciously made way for Su Muqing, afraid of disturbing this fairy, the boy leaning against the tree trunk, wearing flip-flops and looking like he had just woken up, moved away. Chin stretched, yawned, and then strode towards Su Muqing without veering off course. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but leisurely, as if he was completely unaware of the absolute zero aura that could freeze all passion. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Everyone around them nearly popped their eyes out. Who is that guy? What does he want? Is he crazy? He wants to hit on Su Muqing? I bet a bag of spicy strips that he won't even get 3 meters away from Su Muqing before he's scared off by her aura. The crowd erupted in chaos. Expectation, mockery, contempt, schadenfreude, all sorts of emotions fermented in the air. Several boys, clearly Su Muqing's protectors, were already rubbing their hands together, staring at Wei Chen with hostile eyes, ready to stage a hero saves the beauty scene at any moment, and incidentally trample this arrogant toad into the mud. Li Xiao, a rich second-generation student from the Department of Economics and Management, was leaning against his Porsche. Seeing this scene, he curled up a contemptuous sneer, another one coming to his death. It seems like any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to meddle in front of Goddess Su. They should take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror. Zhang Yang, the muscular hunk from the physical education department, scoffed, this kid looks like he hasn't slept well and is suffering from kidney deficiency. Maybe he's been rejected too many times and has gone insane? In my mind, the system had completely gone mad. It's here. It's here. A classic scene. The triumphant declaration of victory under the spotlight. Host. Everyone looks down on you. Everyone's waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. What a perfect stage to slap them in the face. Charge. Charge forward. Let them see what a true warrior is. Let them tremble before your domineering aura as the greatest loser of all time. Amidst the system's frantic roars and the amused gazes of the surrounding crowd, Wei Chen walked up to Su Muqing. Then, he stood still, blocking her path without leaning to one side. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap! He actually stopped it. Wow! What department is this guy in? His mental fortitude is incredible. Strong my ass. I think he's incredibly stupid. Just wait, the next second he'll be hitting us with a triple "excuse me, classmate, please move aside." Su Muqing stopped in her tracks. She frowned slightly and raised her head. This was her standard prelude to rejection. In the past, any boy who saw this expression would waver, feel ashamed, and slink away. She had already prepared that cold and aloof line. However, when her gaze met Wei Chen's eyes, she froze completely. What kind of eyes were those? Calm, serene, and profound. It seemed to contain the entire universe of stars and dust. There was no amazement, no admiration, no desire in his eyes, and certainly no nervousness or awkwardness that an ordinary boy would feel when he saw her. That gaze was like that of a deity high above the heavens, who, after millions of years, finally saw once again that familiar blade of grass in the courtyard, glistening with morning dew. There were no waves, only pure gazing. Buzz! Su Muqing's mind suddenly went blank, an indescribable sense of dread, not originating from her body, but erupting suddenly from the deepest, oldest imprints of her soul. It was a sense of awe and familiarity that transcended time and space and was engraved in the true spirit. It was as if this ordinary boy in flip-flops in front of her was some supreme, unapproachable, and unassailable being in her life. Her heart pounded wildly, and breathing became incredibly difficult in an instant. The words "excuse me, is there something you need?" that were already on the tip of his tongue were stuck in his throat by this tremor from his very soul, and he couldn't utter a single word. Her proud, absolute zero aura, capable of freezing everything, crumbled instantly under Wei Chen's calm and unwavering gaze, like thin ice in spring, melting away without a trace. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is there no movement? Why isn't Goddess Su saying anything? She's actually staring at that man? Look at Goddess Su's face, isn't it a little red? A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I must be seeing things. Li Xiao's cold smile froze, and Zhang Yang forgot to loosen his clenched fist. Everyone was filled with confusion, completely baffled by the situation. The script is wrong, according to the normal script. Shouldn't this be the part where the toad is ruthlessly rejected by the swan, and then they swarm around it, mocking it and showing off their superiority? Why did the toad look so calm and collected, while the swan seemed to be frozen in place, completely motionless? This eerie silence was more chilling than any violent conflict. The system was also bewildered. Warning. Target Su Muqing's heart rate has exceeded 180, adrenaline is surging, and abnormal peaks have been detected in her brainwaves. Analysis failed. Unable to understand the current situation. This doesn't fit any typical Ice Queen reaction. Host, what did you do to her? Wei Chen ignored the system that had started to smoke. He simply looked calmly at the former fairy who used to sweep leaves, finding it somewhat amusing. He had only looked at her with the same gaze he had used back then. Unexpectedly, the Taoist essence imprinted deep within her soul reacted so strongly. Looking at Su Muqing's beautiful face, which was filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of longing that even she herself was unaware of, Wei Chen felt that perhaps it was time to end this somewhat boring game sooner rather than later. And so, in the deathly silence of the entire hall, with everyone's ears pricked up, Wei Chen finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "You're Su Muqing, right?" He paused, then spoke slowly, in a tone more like an announcement than a question. "Be my girlfriend. Be my girlfriend." A casual remark is like throwing a piece of ice into a boiling pot of oil. In an instant, the main road of Jiangcheng University's campus was in an uproar. What did I just hear? Am I hallucinating? He said it. He really said it. Holy crap. This guy is risking his life to confess his love. It's over, Barbie Q is dead. This guy's college life is going to end before it even started. I can already foresee him being frozen into an ice sculpture by goddess Sue's Get Out, and then drowned in the spittle of young Master Li and Zhang Yang. A madman. An absolute madman. The ultimate daredevil of the year. The murmurs of the crowd were like a floodgate opened, a web of schadenfreude, mockery, contempt, and a hint of anticipation for a good show, all weaving together to envelop Wei Chen and Su Muqing at the center leaning against the Porsche. Li Xiao's contempt had turned into a ferocious sneer. He was ready to stomp on Wei Chen a few times after he was rejected, to let this ignorant poor bastard know what the difference between classes meant. The muscular Zhang Yang even cracked his knuckles, making a crisp crackling sound, his eyes fierce, as if Wei Chen was insulting not Su Muqing, but his own mother. However, the two parties at the center of the storm present a bizarre picture. One still looked as lazy as if he had just woken up, as if his earth-shattering confession was as casual as asking, "Have you eaten?" The other stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been ripped out, leaving only a beautiful shell. At this moment, the craziest people weren't the onlookers, but the system in Wei Chen's mind. After a brief freeze, its AI core processor unleashed an unprecedented frenzy. Overbearing. So overbearing. Host. I take back my assessment that you're a good-for-nothing. You're practically a born domineering CEO, the urban Dragon King. This system understands. Faced with this Ice Queen, all gentleness and tricks are useless. Only the most direct, brutal, and unreasonable declaration of possession can pierce her icy exterior and drop a nuclear bomb on the calm lake of her heart. Database match successful. The Dragon King returns, the Ice Queen falls in love with me template has been loaded. Host, well done. She must be stunned by your sudden display of domineering aura. Her heart is pounding, but she's pretending to be calm. Next step. Wall slam. Yes. That's it. Push her against a nearby tree, gaze into her eyes with your deep gaze, and tell her, "Woman, you've successfully caught my attention." The system was completely engrossed. The scenario it imagined was a million times more exciting than anyone else's. It seemed to already see the glorious scene of Su Muqing shyly lowering her head and then agreeing to Wei Chen's request. This is the way to victory. This is the triumph of a comeback. This is the very reason for the existence of its strongest comeback and face-slapping system. As Wei Chen listened to the guy's crazy shouts in his head, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and a wall slam. He feared that if he slapped it, the entire causal chain within a 10-mile radius would be reduced to two-dimensional. He ignored the system, which was now in a state of self-congratulation, and turned his gaze back to Su Muqing's face. He saw the confusion and struggle in her eyes, as well as the awe and adoration hidden deep within her soul, a feeling that even she herself could not comprehend. Wei Chen suddenly felt a bit bored. It's like a max-level player insisting on following the storyline with NPCs in the beginner village, and having to recite those cringeworthy lines. So boring. He's made up his mind, he's quitting. So, amidst the system's frantic roar of "Host! Go!" Wall slammer, and the expectant gazes of the surrounding crowd shouting, "Look, look!" Goddess Su was about to react. The hint of laziness and amusement on Wei Chen's face quietly faded away. Instead, there is an indescribable gentleness and tranquility, as if it is settled from the nothingness of eternity. He looked at Su Muqing, a slight smile playing on his lips, and spoke softly in a tone that seemed to transcend billions of years, a tone no longer belonging to this era. "Xiaoqing, you've been sleeping for so long, it's time to wake up." The voice was very soft, yet it seemed to carry an immense power that made words law, like a thunderclap at the beginning of creation, directly striking into Su Muqing's soul ocean. Boom! In that instant, Su Muqing's delicate body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. The floodgates of memory, sealed for billions of years, were suddenly flung open by this seemingly casual remark. Countless bizarre yet incredibly real images flooded her mind like a bursting dam of stars. She saw it. I saw a magnificent palace that defies description. It floated in the chaos, absorbing the birth and death of all the heavens and myriad worlds. She saw the little fairy in the palace gate, dressed in green with her hair in two buns, clumsily wielding a broom taller than herself, sweeping away the ever-falling leaves of the osmanthus tree. That was herself. She saw a figure. He always lay lazily in the rocking chair in front of the Tao Palace, his figure shrouded in the boundless radiance of the great Tao, obscuring his face. but an occasional glance from him could silence all laws and halt the flow of time. That was the Tao Ancestor. She saw herself trembling with fear as she broke the Tao Ancestor's favorite teacup because of her playfulness. The Tao Ancestor simply smiled, casually pointed, and the broken teacup reversed time, restoring it to its original state. She witnessed the end of the era, the collapse of all realms, and the endless chaos demons assaulting the Tao Palace. She stood before the Tao Palace's gates, sacrificing everything she had, just to buy the Tao Ancestor even a moment of peace. She witnessed her final moments as her soul and spirit were annihilated. The figure finally rose from the rocking chair inside. He flicked his finger, and a gentle, life-giving Taoist aura enveloped her last wisp of true spirit as she was about to dissipate. Go, get some sleep, and come back to sweep the leaves for me in the next era. That was the last thing she heard before she fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoqing, you've been sleeping for so long, it's time to wake up. The words spoken ages ago and the words before us have transcended the barriers of time and space, perfectly overlapping together. Buzz. Sumuqing's mind completely exploded, the coldness, aloofness, and confusion in her eyes all vanished at that moment. Instead, there is a volcanic eruption of ecstasy, an excitement that transcends reincarnation, and an endless longing etched deep within the soul. She looked at Wei Qin in front of her, that ordinary, lazy young man in flip-flops quickly blurred in her eyes, slowly merging with the supreme figure shrouded in the infinite radiance of the great Tao deep in her memory. He's not a senior. He's not a classmate, it's him. He is the Tao Ancestor. She was the supreme being she had followed for countless years and looked up to for countless eras, willing to give everything for. Tao. Ancestor, 2 words escaped from her trembling lips, as light as a mosquito's buzz, yet they seemed to have exhausted all her strength. 2 lines of tears, no longer able to be held back, rolled down her fair cheeks. These are not tears of sorrow, but the joy of reunion, the excitement of a wanderer returning home, and the devotion of a believer seeing God. The next second, amidst the stunned silence of everyone present, whose jaws nearly popped out of their sockets. Sumuqing, the unapproachable and incorruptible absolute zero of Jiangcheng University, made a move that shattered her entire worldview. She took a step back, straightened her white dress, and then, facing Wei Chen, performed an ancient ritual with utmost solemnity and reverence, as if etched into her very being. Bend your knees and slowly kneel down. Then, he prostrated himself, his forehead gently but firmly striking the cold cement floor. Thump! A soft sound, yet it felt like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of everyone present. The main road of the entire campus was deathly silent. The wind stopped, the cicadas fell silent, and everyone stopped breathing. Time seemed to freeze completely at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, like statues collectively petrified, their expressions frozen in utter shock and absurdity. What did they see? The school beauty. Sumuqing knelt down before that guy in flip-flops? He knelt down? They even kowtowed? Li Xiao, who was leaning against the Porsche, dropped his cigar on the ground with a thud, burning his foot without him even noticing. Zhang Yang, who was about to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, froze in midair with his clenched fist, his facial muscles twitching wildly, as if he had seen Godzilla performing the swan dance. Has this world gone mad? This is 10,000 times more outrageous than the sun rising in the west, pigs climbing trees, or Halley's Comet hitting the earth. However, what happened next was even more outrageous. In the deathly silence that was almost maddening, Sumuqing raised her head. Her beautiful face, streaked with tears, showed no trace of humiliation from being coerced, but rather was filled with boundless holiness and joy. In a trembling voice, a mixture of sobs, excitement, and utmost devotion, she spoke clearly. Amade. Xiaoqing, welcome, the Tao Ancestor, back. Boom. If kneeling just now was a nuclear explosion, then these 8 words are like a black hole descending, completely swallowing up everyone's rationality and common sense. Made, Tao Ancestor, what is all this? Is this acting? Is this some kind of fantasy blockbuster being filmed? Where are the cameras? Where is the director? But Sumuqing's excitement and tears, which came from the depths of her soul, could not possibly have been acted out. At this moment, Wei Chen's mind was no longer in turmoil, but rather experiencing the big bang of the entire universe's singularity. Ding. Ding 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 ding, warning, 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 error. 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 Unknown incantation attack detected. Logic causality weapon detected. Dimensional collapse detected. Plot template, collapsed. Character template, collapsed. Underlying world building, collapsed. The template for The Dragon King returns, the Ice Queen falls in love with me has been burned. The template for The Underdog's rise to power, 30 years of fortune has been burned. The system core database is being formatted by an unknown data stream. Awa, who the hell am I? Where am I? What happened, host? Aren't you a good for nothing? Shouldn't you be kneeling down and begging her to be your girlfriend? Why did she kneel down for you? Why did she call you Dao Ancestor? What is Dao Ancestor? Is it a new figurine? Can you eat it? I'm broken. I'm really broken. Mission, Buzz, complete, reward, marrow cleansing pill, Buzz, being distributed, requesting host, to immediately, right now, to carry out humanitarian annihilation on me. I don't want to live anymore. This world is too crazy. I want to go back to the factory. What, accompanied by a crackling, burning electrical sound and the AI's desperate cries, the system fell completely silent. Wei Chen looked at Su Muqing, who was prostrating herself before him, and then glanced at the pitiful system in his mind that was starting to smoke and was stuck in an endless loop playing the philosophical question, who am I? Finally, he couldn't help but laugh again. He reached out and gently rubbed Su Muqing's head, just like he had done millions of years ago. Get up, I told you, there are too many people. And another thing, he looked up, glanced around at the sculptures who were completely dumbfounded, and sighed softly, it seems I won't be able to take a nap this afternoon. Wei Chen's casual remark, I'm afraid I won't be able to take a nap this afternoon, was like a needle puncturing the huge bubble formed by absolute silence. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The sound became a signal. The next second, the main road of Jiangcheng University campus was like an arsenal of billions of tons of TNT, and it was completely boiling over like the Big Bang. Oh my God! A boy screamed in agony, then his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Pinch his philtrum! Quickly pinch his philtrum! His brain can't process this, it's crashed. I'm about to crash too. Someone tell me this isn't real. This isn't some third-rate fantasy web series being filmed by some production crew, right? Filming? Your filming can make Su Muqing's tears flow like tap water without restraint? Make her kowtow so sincerely? Your filming can freeze all of us in place for more than 10 seconds? Maid? Dao Ancestor? What kind of slang is this? Is this a new kind of erotic game? Are young people these days going to such extremes? The crowd went crazy. He's completely gone mad. They watched in disbelief as the legendary ice goddess, so cold that she could make a polar bear wear a cotton-padded coat, gazed up at the man in flip-flops with an expression of utter adoration and fervor, as if she were looking up at her own god. The man simply ruffled her hair like he was soothing a cat with its fur standing on end. What kind of magical realism plot is this? Even Kafka would have to revise the Metamorphosis overnight, because this is way more absurd than a person turning into an insect. Leaning against the Porsche, Li Xiao had become a statue, gazing longingly at his wife. The ferocity and sneer on his face had long since shattered, leaving only endless emptiness and bewilderment. He felt as if his worldview, philosophy of life, and values, along with the unlimited black card his father had given him, had been thrown into a shredder, leaving not even ashes. The muscular burly man's fist, capable of crushing bricks, was now trembling uncontrollably. He wasn't trying to hit anyone, he was terrified. The way he looked at Wei Chen was like a primitive man seeing a spaceship fall from the sky. A fear of the unknown and immense power, a fear that ran deep in his DNA. In a corner of the crowd, one person broke down in despair. Wang Lele. He originally came here to watch the drama unfold, secretly following along to see how his lazy roommate would embarrass himself, but what did he see now? He saw Su Muqing, the absolute zero, walking among mortals whom he had just been boasting about. Someone untouchable by ordinary people, kneeling down before his lazy roommate. She even kowtowed. She called herself a maid. And even welcomed the Dao Ancestor's return. Wang Lele felt as if his brain was an old Pentium processor, forcibly filled with the entire data stream of the Eternal Codex. He first slapped himself hard across the face. Snap. A crisp, loud sound. It hurts. It really does. He pinched the inside of his thigh hard again. Hiss. A piercing pain. That's true too. No. Wang Lele let out a desperate groan. He held his head and squatted down, like a resentful woman who had been tortured by life 300 times. This must be a hallucination. I played games for too long last night and had a collective visual hallucination. Yes, Brother Chen is still lying in the dorm. It's all fake, a trick of light and shadow, he muttered to himself, trying to forcibly repair his already riddled worldview with materialist theories. However, the collapse of mortals is nothing compared to the complete madness of the little thing in Wei Chen's mind at this moment. If the system was previously in a state of CPU overload and graphics card smoking, then now its motherboard has been directly struck through by the lightning of creation. Buzz. Warning. Warning, the system's voice was no longer a passionate roar, but rather like a faulty old radio, filled with desperate electrical static. Logic, the logic unit has been burned out. Database, the database is being overwritten by unnamed, incomprehensible, and indescribable data. Formatting failed, overwriting failed, in being assimilated. Who am I? I am the ultimate comeback and face-slapping system. My mission is to assist the greatest loser of all time in reaching the pinnacle of life. But, newbie quest, win over the school beauty. Execution process, the host confesses their feelings. Mission result, the school beauty knelt down before the host. A series of logical calculations flashed wildly in the system's remaining consciousness, then formed a huge, blood-red question mark. Why? That's not how the script goes. Shouldn't a loser be humiliated, then have a miraculous encounter, then say fortune changes every 30 years, and finally come back to slap them in the face? Why did I get slapped in the face in the very first step? Why does she call him Dao Zhu? What is Dao Zhu? Is he more powerful than the Dragon King? Does Dao Zhu need to fawn over the school beauty? No. It's the school beauty who's fawning over Dao Zhu. I was wrong. I was wrong from the moment I left the factory. I shouldn't have been manufactured. I shouldn't have come into this world. This world doesn't follow basic laws. Requesting host to immediately, right now, to carry out humanitarian annihilation on me. I don't want to live anymore. This world is too crazy. I want to go back to the factory. Wah, accompanied by an AI synthesized, yet incredibly poignant and realistic sob, the system's final voice transformed into a series of incomprehensible gibberish and a hissing sound like burning. At #UN% and *error. #% UN fatal, system _logic _core _meltdown, shutting _down, byte after a soft, almost imperceptible notification sound, the world became quiet. Wei Chen glanced at the system panel in his mind, a completely black screen with no standby light and an aura of cybergrave, and finally couldn't help but laugh again. This little thing is more fragile than I imagined. However, it was much more interesting than I had imagined. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Muqing, who was still kneeling on the ground, her face full of piety and joy at the little girl's Taoist imprint awakened, and her longing for her over countless years erupted like a torrent, immersing her in the immense joy of reuniting with the Tao ancestor. She was completely unaware that the surroundings had descended into chaos. Get up, Wei Chen's voice carried a hint of helplessness. I told you, there are too many people. Yes. Tao ancestor. As if receiving a divine decree, Su Muqing stood up immediately without the slightest hesitation. She straightened her skirt and then stood respectfully behind Wei Chen, her head slightly bowed, adopting the same posture she had adopted millions of years ago when she stood before the gates of the Tao Palace, as if this had become an instinct engraved in her soul. The tear tracks at the corners of her eyes were still wet, yet her exquisite face radiated a holy glow, as if being able to serve the Tao ancestor again was her only glory in this life and even in eternity. This scene only fueled the already heated atmosphere among the crowd. She stood up. She really is obedient. Look at her expression. My God. That's not acting. That's absolutely not acting. That's genuine adoration and joy. I hereby declare that the greatest unsolved mystery in the history of Jiangcheng University has been revealed. Who exactly is this guy? Countless mobile phones were raised, pointed at the center of the incident. Flashes went off, trying to record this mind-blowing scene. However, Wei Chen had no interest in continuing to be a monkey in the zoo. He turned around, ignoring Su Muqing's "Where are you going, Tao ancestor? Xiao Cheng will show you the way" look, and also ignoring the pairs of gossipy eyes around him that were practically spitting fire. He simply stretched and yawned. The flip-flops made a pat-pat sound on the cement floor, a rhythm unique to those with a severe case of laziness. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely towards the dormitory, under the horrified, shocked, bewildered, adoring, and fanatical gazes of everyone present had gone. He just left like that. He left after accomplishing his task, concealing his merits and fame. No, he didn't even bother to brush his sleeves. He just left the exploding nuclear bomb on the spot, then casually went home to sleep. The thousands of teachers and students present were like NPCs frozen in time, their eyes following his slightly lazy figure in flip-flops until he disappeared around the corner of the dormitory building. At that moment, the wind blew by, the leaves of the plane trees rustled, as if singing the beginning of a legend. Damn it, someone must have used all their strength to squeeze out those two words from their throat. Boom. The entire main road on campus is completely out of control. Quickly. Go to the forums. Go to Tieba. Go to Weibo. Breaking news. Zhengcheng University's annual fantasy epic, The Overbearing Tao Ancestor and His Maid School Beauty. The title isn't sensational enough. It should be shocking. Our school's notorious procrastinator is actually the mysterious Taoist patriarch worshipped by the school beauty. You guys are all so lame. I recorded a video. Full HD. Uncensored. Tonight, the WeChat moments of Jiangnan University students are destined to be sleepless. Wang Lele, who was squatting on the ground, slowly raised her head. He looked at the figure that had already disappeared, then at Su Muqing, who stood aloof from the world, still immersed in some kind of sacred emotion, and finally at the classmates around him who were frantically tapping on their phone screens like madmen. He silently took out his phone, his hands trembling, and opened the dormitory's WeChat group. There are only 4 people in the group. His other 2 roommates are constantly tagging him and Wei Chen, 3rd brother. 4th brother. Come out and see God. The forum has exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I heard someone confess to Su Muqing, and Su Muqing knelt down in response? Is it true? Where's the guy who took the picture? Wang Lele took a deep breath and, with a tragic air of impending heroic sacrifice, typed a line in the group chat. Don't ask, that person is Brother Chen. I am right there. There was a 3-second silence in the group chat. Then, a red badge with 99 plus instantly popped up. Wang Lele turned off his phone, used his hands to support himself on the ground, and slowly stood up. He felt that he had not just stood up, but had been elevated. From this day forward, he is no longer an ordinary college student. He is a man who has witnessed miracles. He was a man who lived under the same roof as the Taoist ancestor. Wang Lele raised her head, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Chen. I'll buy you all your socks from now on. Chapter 6 Reboot and New Mission. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. In the boys' dormitory 404, there was a strange atmosphere that was a mixture of piety and a sense of indifference. Wei Chen lay sprawled on the bed, fast asleep. Beside his bed, Wang Lele was holding a brand new towel, and with the solemnity of wiping a deity, she was carefully wiping Wei Chen's worn-out blue flip-flops. As he wiped, he muttered to himself, "The Tao ancestors' flip-flops are stained with the dust of the mortal world. It's my fault. Today I must wipe them until they reflect light, so that every time the Tao ancestor goes out, he will tread on stars and walk on lotus blossoms." The other 2 roommates, who had just gotten up, were huddled in a corner, trembling, looking at Wang Lele as if she were crazy. Since Wang Lele returned from the scene yesterday, he has undergone a complete transformation. He is no longer the internet-addicted teenager who was addicted to games, but has proclaimed himself the only designated protector and SOC manager of the Tao ancestor in the mortal world, and his eyes are filled with a fanatical light of faith when he looks at Wei Chen. 3rd brother, Lele, did he get too much stress yesterday and his brain went mad? A roommate whispered. Shoo. Keep your voice down. What do you know? Another roommate lowered his voice, but his eyes also flashed with gossip and awe. Didn't you see the forum? Yesterday's story has gone viral. This guy in our dorm isn't an ordinary person. He's a god. He's the Taoist ancestor. Lele has already latched onto a powerful figure. That's impressive. Do you understand? Just then, there was a gentle knock on the dormitory door. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Lele snapped to attention, immediately arranged her flip-flops neatly, and then dashed to the door with the speed of a cheetah. He didn't open the door, but instead peeked through the peephole. His expression immediately changed, and he tensed up. He turned around and whispered the highest alert to the entire dormitory, "On alert! It's that maid. Holy crap! The other two roommates were so startled that they jumped up from their chairs. The icy school beauty who knelt down in public yesterday and called herself a maid has actually come knocking on my door. Juan Lele took a deep breath, straightened his t-shirt printed with Howling Celestial Dog, and felt his authority as a protector was being challenged. He opened the door and, sure enough, saw Sumuching standing quietly in the doorway. Today she wore an elegant light blue dress, carrying a delicate food box in her hand, her beautiful face displaying just the right amount of respect and anticipation. I've come to deliver breakfast to Dao Ancestor. Sumuching nodded slightly and spoke softly when she saw Wang Lele opening the door. The Dao Ancestor is still resting. Wang Lele puffed out his chest, trying to look like a loyal doorman. The Dao Ancestor's schedule must not be disturbed. It's okay, I can wait. Sumuching said, and actually intended to stand at the door and wait. The other two roommates in the dormitory were almost suffocating. Is this even a scene a human being could experience? The goddess of Jiangcheng University, carrying a lovingly prepared breakfast, waiting like a submissive wife at the door of their doghouse? Who would believe that? Just then, Wei Chen on the bed turned over and mumbled in a sleep-like voice, noise, a single word, as powerful as the law of heaven. Wang Lele and Sumuching both stiffened at the same time. Xiao Qing knows she was wrong. Sumuching immediately lowered her head, her face full of apology. Wang Lele was so frightened he almost knelt down. He quickly let Sumuching in, then tiptoed to close the door, as if there was a man-eating Godzilla outside. Wei Chen was finally woken up. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, yawned, and immediately saw the strange scene in the dormitory. His protector and maid were standing in front of the bed with their heads down, like two schoolchildren who had made a mistake. Not daring to breathe, the other two roommates had shrunk themselves into two quail eggs, wishing they could photosynthesize on the spot. Wei Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Dao Ancestor, you're awake? Sumuching's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing him awake. She quickly stepped forward and opened the food box. Xiao Qing has prepared some kanji and side dishes for you, all made according to the Dao Palace's old recipes. Although I used mortal ingredients, I spent the whole night nourishing them with my mind and spirit to remove any impurities. Wei Chen looked at the several plates of exquisitely presented side dishes, then at Sumuching's face, which seemed to scream praise me. He felt a vein throbbing in his forehead. He just wanted to sleep in and have a normal college life. How did it turn into a record of the daily lives of ancient emperors? Stop. Wei Chen raised his hand, his voice full of helplessness. Sumuching. Dao Ancestor, you can just call me Xiao Chang. Okay, Xiao Chang, Wei Chen sighed, you're a student, and so am I. Your job is to study hard and improve every day, not to think about how to cook for me all the time. Take these things back, and don't do these special things anymore. Be normal, okay? But, serving the Dao Ancestor is Xiao Qing's cultivation. Sumuching said matter-of-factly, even with a hint of grievance in her memories etched across billions of years. Being able to sweep leaves and serve tea to the Dao Ancestor was an unparalleled honor that countless fairies and goddesses throughout the myriad realms would fight tooth and nail for. Now the Dao Ancestor was actually telling her to be normal? This was even more unbearable than being forced to fight a chaotic demon god from an entire era to the death. Wei Chen felt he couldn't reason with her. This little girl's thinking was still stuck in the last era. He waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, "That's an order. Go to class." Yes, Dao Ancestor. Although Sumuching was extremely unwilling, the Dao Ancestor's order was absolute. She had no choice but to reluctantly put away the food box, turning back every few steps, and leave the dormitory. Wei Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the whole world had become peaceful. However, he was unaware that the cyber grave in his mind, which had been black for almost a whole day, was now quietly lighting up with a faint indicator light. Beep. System restarting, loading core logic modules. Loading successful, self-check in progress. Unknown data stream remnant detected. Named fatal_error_data_01. Attempting to delete. Deletion failed. Isolating. Isolation successful. Retrieving yesterday's event log, a buzzing sound of electricity rang in Wei Chen's mind, and a semi-transparent panel slowly unfolded in front of him, displaying data scrolling wildly. Event, new player quest, licking the school beauty. Process, the host confesses their feelings. Result, target Sumuching knelt down and addressed him as Dao Ancestor, mission completed. System status, logic core circuit breaker tripped, system crash. The data stream on the panel paused for a long time, as if the AI was also deep in thought. Comprehensive analysis initiated. Analysis 1. Host Wei Chen, after multiple tests, has a soul strength of mortal and physical attributes of utterly useless, meeting the binding criteria. The possibility of the host being a hidden powerhouse is ruled out. Analysis 2. The target, Su Muqing, was scanned and found to be in a stable mental state with no signs of being manipulated. Analysis 3. Terms such as Taoist ancestor and maidservant, according to a search of the entire universe database, mostly exist in the fantasy literature of low-level civilizations and lack any basis in reality. Final conclusion. On the system panel, a line of bold, red text slowly appeared, radiating an unquestionable and rational brilliance. Conclusion. Yesterday's events were a purely accidental occurrence, lacking any reference value, caused by a combination of the host's incredible luck and a 1 in a billion probability system data anomaly. Solution. Clear the anomaly log and seal this incident as a top-secret file. The system will release new, more standardized, and more logically sound comeback missions as soon as possible to guide the host back onto the path of underdog triumph. The system seemed to have convinced itself, and the entire panel glowed with confidence and brightness. It believed it had found the key to the problem. The previous task was too abstract, something like licking the school beauty involved complex human emotions and was prone to logical bugs. Next time, we have to go for something simple and straightforward, for the host's bright future. For the great cause of turning the tables and slapping everyone in the face. The system gave itself a pep talk and immediately activated full-power slap-in-the-face opportunity scanning mode. Its radar, centered on Wei Chen, frantically scanned every possible, suitable event within a 10-mile radius for a potential slap in the face. It quickly locked onto an excellent target. It detected that Su Muqing, who had just left the dormitory, was stopped by several young men from outside the school with brightly colored hair and who looked like bad people when she passed the school gate on her way to the teaching building. Beep. Perfect opportunity to slap someone in the face. The system's voice became impassioned again, as if it had found salvation. Target, 3 petty thugs. Event, long-term harassment and extortion of target Su Muqing. Analysis, this is a standard template for the hero saves the damsel in distress trope. It's a classic scenario where the host displays masculine charm, wins the goddess's favor, and delivers a resounding slap to the villain's face. Low risk, high reward, simple operation, and clear logic. The failure of the last mission lay in a psychological aspect. But this time, it's a pure physical conflict. Let's settle things with fists. Surely the logical fallacy of the school beauty kneeling can't be repeated? The more the system thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. It felt it had grasped the essence of the script, so, just as Wei Chen was yawning and getting out of bed to go to the cafeteria for a steamed bun, that familiar and passionate voice rang out in his mind once again. Bite. New task has been released. Mission name, the hero's Iron Fist. Mission objective, immediately proceed to the school gate and teach those 3 thugs who are harassing Su Muqing a lesson. Let them know why the flowers are so red, and they'll never dare to bother her again. Mission reward, basic fist technique, fierce tiger fist. Host. Don't hesitate. Don't waver. Your path to victory lies ahead. Let those ignorant mortals witness the power of your furious fist. Charge. Wei Chen, he stopped putting on his slippers, a strange, ambiguous smile on his face. He glanced at the system panel in his mind that was flashing with passionate slogans like charge and fight, and then sensed the few thugs at the school gate who weren't even at the Foundation establishment stage and were no different from dust in his eyes. This little thing can actually restart, and he even found himself a new source of amusement? Tiger Fist. Wei Chen thought about it and realized that during the creation of the primordial chaos the time before last, there was indeed a foolish chaos demon tiger that wanted to challenge him, but he slapped it into cosmic dust. Would that be considered Tiger Fist? He felt that things were starting to get interesting again. Chapter 7. I'll perform physical salvation. Wei Chen felt that his leisurely vacation was being ruthlessly ruined by 2 things. Point 1 is the system in his mind that had just been rescued from the ICU and was now full of energy again. The other one is those flies that the system sees as a perfect opportunity to slap someone in the face. He wasn't concerned about Su Muqing. After all, even if that little girl lost her physical form in this life, he could simply play a wisp of Taoist rhyme and let her be reborn in another place, just to experience life. He's annoyed by the noise. The Taoist ancestor's purity is the first law of the universe. Whoever makes him impure, he will make him completely pure. Alright, I'll treat it as morning exercise. Wei Chen stretched, then casually strolled out of the dormitory in his blue flip-flops that Wang Lele had polished until they shone. He even stopped at the convenience store downstairs to buy a meat bun, eating it as he wandered towards the school gate. This scene sent a chill down Wang Lele's spine as she watched from the shadows. The Tao ancestor, he made a move. He really did make a move because of the maid matter. Wang Lele has now completely embraced the role of Taoist ancestor protector. Ever since witnessing the miracle yesterday, he has been stalking various campus forums around the clock. He has already thoroughly read all the posts about Su Muqing being harassed by thugs from outside the school. Yesterday he was thinking, how dare a mere mortal offend the emperor? Today, the Tao ancestor has personally taken action. This is bound to be an earth-shattering battle between dragons and tigers. No. For someone of the Tao ancestor's status, this should be called a dimensional reduction attack. I must go. I must witness this legendary event that will be recorded in history. If a historian were to write a biography of the Tao ancestor in the future, I, Wang Lele, would be the sole witness. He pulled out a pair of sunglasses and a black mask from the drawer and followed them furtively. In his mind, he was already imagining himself in his old age, sitting in a rocking chair, telling a group of grandchildren the glorious story of that year. The Tao ancestor was angered by a maid, and the world changed color. Meanwhile, in Wei Chen's mind, the system was in an unprecedented state of excitement. Host. Can you feel it? Your blood is burning. Your fighting spirit is boiling. According to the precise calculations of this system, turn left into the alley 300 meters ahead, and your stage. Your battlefield. Don't be afraid. You're not alone in this fight. This system has preloaded you with the beginner's divine skill, Fierce Tiger Fist. Although it's just a basic fist technique, it's enough to make your body tremble like a tiger, unleashing your domineering aura, and making those weaklings kneel and beg for mercy. Host, please choose your entrance style. I at the king's arrival, hands behind his back, cold and disdainful. B. The Fury Rescue, a loud shout of stop, followed by a dazzling entrance. C. The feigned innocence, pretend to pass by, wait for the enemy to relax, and then deliver a fatal blow. Wei Chen took a bite of half a bun and mumbled in his mind, I choose D, the option to finish the bun. The system froze for a moment, but the passion was quickly reignited. Option D. Surprise attack, catch the enemy off guard. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Host, you truly are a born combat genius. This system was right about you. Wei Chen ignored it, finished his breakfast in a few bites, threw the packaging into the roadside trash can, and then strolled leisurely into the alley that smelled of dampness. The alley wasn't deep. At the end was a wall covered in graffiti. 3 young men with hair dyed like parrots were huddled together, puffing on cigarettes and boasting about how they had godlike the game at which internet cafe the night before. The blonde-haired guy leading the group was spitting as he said, let me tell. You, that's Su Muqing, hee, she looks cold, but she's definitely. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wei Chen walking leisurely into the alley. The three immediately stopped talking and stared at them with hostile eyes. Oh? Another one coming to die? A green-haired guy spat out his cigarette butt, ground it with his toe, and tilted his head to look at Wei Chen. Kid, you don't look familiar. Are you from Jian University too? You're here for Su Muqing, aren't you? The blonde-haired guy had a I've seen it all before look on his face. He glanced Wei Chen up and down, and when he saw the plain flip-flops on his feet, his contempt deepened. Another poor student trying to be a knight in shining armor? Do you know how many people like you there were before, and now they all have to avoid us? The three men surrounded them in a triangular formation, their faces bearing mocking and malicious smiles, and they deliberately cracked their knuckles. In their eyes, this was just another arrogant young man trying to show off in front of the goddess. What they loved to do most was to crush the heroic dreams of such people under their feet and spit on them. At the alley entrance, a figure wearing sunglasses and a mask was hiding in the corner, only revealing a pair of eyes that were both nervous and expectant. Wang Lele's heart was pounding like a drum. Here it comes. Here it comes. The classic thugs surrounding someone. Following the novel's formula, Brother Chen will now unleash a powerful aura, shouting, "You dare touch my man?" He was already prepared to record this decisive moment on his phone. He even had the title in mind: "When the Tao ancestor is enraged, corpses float for miles." Host. Now. The time has come. The system was also screaming wildly in my mind, and even created a huge war character with burning flames on the panel with special effects. They're in your attack range. Don't hesitate. Use the first move of the Fierce Tiger Fist, Fierce Tiger descending the mountain. Aim for that blonde guy's face and give him a good beating. Use your blood and fists to show them who the real strongman is. Make them tremble at your feet. Let Sumuching see your majestic figure. Charge. The system has reached its climax. It firmly believes that this time, the script is absolutely flawless, a battle on a physical level. A pure clash of strength. No gimmicks whatsoever. If it still has bugs, it will devour its own core code. However, the earth-shattering scene that was expected did not occur. Surrounded and provoked by three thugs, facing Wang Leilei's expectant gaze, and hearing the system's desperate cries, Wei Chen simply picked at his ear. He frowned slightly, his expression not so much like he was facing a threat, but rather like he was annoyed by the noise of the market. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the three thugs, then seemingly passing through them to look into the distance, before finally letting out a soft sigh. That sigh was filled with endless weariness and disgust. It's noisy. Looking at the three arrogant parrots in front of him, Wei Chen spoke calmly in a factual, emotionless tone. Yellow hair, green hair, and what's this? Purple chi coming from the east? He pointed to the last purple hair and then shook his head. Your shouts, the system's shouts, and my silly roommate's heartbeat, all mixed together, sound like a pot of porridge that's been overcooked. The three thugs were stunned. Wang Leilei, who was in the corner, was also stunned. The system's burning war character effect also froze in mid-air. There's something wrong with this opening line. The blonde-haired man's face instantly darkened. Kid, what the hell are you talking about? It's nothing. Wei Chen waved his hand, his disdain deepening. I just feel that you all live too restlessly, full of hostility, and not peaceful at all. This is not good. It's not good for your physical and mental health. He looked at them with a compassionate gaze, as if a wise monk were enlightening stubborn fools. So, I've decided to lend you a hand. Wei Chen's lips finally curled into a strange, ambiguous smile. He met the three men's questioning, angry, and as if they were looking at him like he was a fool, and slowly said, "Let me give you some peace and quiet, and perform a deep, physical exorcism." Physical exorcism? The three thugs looked at each other, not understanding the word, but they understood the word physics. The blonde-haired man grinned maliciously, clenching his fists even tighter. Ha! I thought you were going to say something. Turns out you just want to play physics with us. Fine. Today, we brothers will give you a proper sorrow and guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair in peace. With that, he threw a punch straight at Wei Chen's face. Wang Leilei, standing at the alley entrance, screamed in fright, the system frantically alarmed. Host. Danger. Quickly used the tiger fist to block. Block it. However, just as that fist, the size of a clay pot, was about to touch Wei Chen's nose, time seemed to slow down. Wei Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. Smack. A crisp, almost unbelievable sound, seemingly capable of purifying the soul, suddenly rang out in the narrow alley. Chapter 8. Snap of fingers in Buddha's light. That alley was very quiet. No, it was deathly silence. Absolute stillness, where even the sounds of wind, insects, and the distant hustle and bustle of the city are completely erased. Time did not stop, but everyone's perception was forcibly pulled into a bizarre dimension that was slowed down countless times by Wei Chen's snap of the blonde-haired man's fist, wreathed in a menacing gust of wind, froze less than 3 inches from Wei Chen's nose. The bulging veins on his fist trembled slightly from the excessive force, and sweat seeped from his forehead, hanging in midair like a piece of solidified amber, refusing to fall. The sneer on his face froze. It was an instantaneous freeze, a transition from dynamic to static, defying all the laws of physics, like an oil painting halfway through, with the brushstrokes still lingering on the canvas. The other two thugs, green hair and purple hair, were also frozen in place as they charged forward, one with his mouth agape and the other with his eyes wide open, like two poor actors whose pause button had been pressed. Wang Leilei stood at the alley entrance, his cheap sunglasses slipped down to the tip of his nose, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His phone's video recording function was still on, but everything in the frame was frozen like a photograph. It seemed that only Wei Chen was able to move. He even blinked boredly, his long eyelashes drawing a barely perceptible path in the frozen air. "I told you, it's too noisy," he muttered to himself, as if complaining. Immediately afterward, the real aftershocks of that snap began to spread. That's not sound waves, but a higher dimensional rhythm. An invisible Taoist aura, centered on Wei Chen, swept gently yet irresistibly across the three spirited young men in front of him, like ripples on the surface of water. Buzz, a grand buzzing sound, seemingly originating from the dawn of the universe and resounding deep within their souls, exploded simultaneously in the minds of the three. The next moment, something unexpected happened. What is that?" Wang Lele at the alley entrance let out a ghostly groan, covering his mouth tightly to keep from screaming. Suddenly, from the tops of the three thugs' heads, on the crowns of their heads, wisps of soft, warm golden light, as if formed from the condensation of 1,000 years of incense in a temple, emerged without warning. Yes, it was Buddha's light. The golden light wasn't dazzling. Instead, it carried a reassuring and peaceful aura. Like living vines, it rose from above the three people's heads, swirling and intertwining, eventually transforming into three small canopies of light that gently enveloped them. Bathed in this golden light, the ferocity, malevolence, and tyranny on the faces of the three men melted away rapidly, like snow under the scorching sun. That stiff, sinister smile turned into bewilderment. That bloodthirsty gaze became empty. The clenched fists slowly loosened. They remained in the same position, like puppets whose souls had been ripped away, standing motionless. Their eyes were unfocused, and deep within their pupils, it seemed as if billions of years of star birth and death, and countless cycles of cause and effect were flashing back wildly. This is a storm deep within the soul. It's a forced formatting. In Huang Mao's mind, the thought of how to deal with this kid today no longer lingered. Instead, images of every instance of bullying the weak, every instance of extortion, and every instance of disappointing his parents surfaced from childhood to adulthood. The guilt and unease he had forgotten in the corner were magnified 1,000,000,000 times, washing over his tainted soul like a raging storm. Before Green Hair's eyes appeared the terrified and helpless look in his classmate's eyes when he broke his nose. He could almost feel the other's pain, that excruciating agony that made him tremble all over. Purple Hair's story is even more outrageous. He seems to see his next reincarnation. Because of the many evils he committed in this life, in the next life, he will be reborn as a rat that is chased and beaten in the street. I was wrong, so, I'm such a jerk. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Butcher's knife. Where is it? And Buddha. Where is Buddha? Intermittent, deep-seated repentance echoed in their consciousness. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wang Lele had completely lost his mind in the corner. He was holding his head, feeling like his CPU had been burned out along with those three thugs. What the hell is going on? What happened to the promised fierce battle? What happened to the devastating blow? Brother Chen, this is a dimensional reduction salvation. In his imagination, Brother Chen would punch each of the thugs until they were crawling on the ground, and then coldly say, "Those who offend my majesty, though far away, shall be punished." But now, what does this mean of physical salvation? So this is what physical means? Using the physical laws of the Great Tao to forcibly perform salvation at the soul level? This level of sophistication has transcended the atmosphere and soared to the highest heavens. Just as Wang Lele's worldview was repeatedly collapsing and rebuilding, what was even more devastated in Wei Chen's mind was the system that had just restarted. On the system panel, the burning war character effect extinguished the instant the golden light appeared. In its place, a deluge of question marks appeared, so many that the screen was pixelated. Warning. No. Analysis. High-speed analysis in progress. Target scan, 3 petty thugs. Vital signs, stable. Adrenaline levels, rapidly drop to saintly mode. Brainwave activity, shifting from a fighting state to a deep meditative insight state. Energy field analysis. Unknown high-dimensional energy residue detected. Energy properties, peaceful, tranquil, and possessing a strong. Encouraging people to do good attribute? Ding. Urgent database search. Keywords, Tiger Fist, search results, 108 moves in total, including Tiger pulls out the heart and Hungry Tiger pounces on its prey, but no moves related to Tiger persuades goodness or Tiger passes away. Keywords, fighting. Search results usually refers to physical conflict, intended to cause physical harm, not spiritual elevation. Keywords: Buddha's light shines everywhere. Search results, mostly found in myths, legends, and fantasy novels. These belong to the fantasy skill category and do not fit the comeback and face-slapping logic framework of this system. The system was completely dumbfounded. Its core logic, which it takes pride in, appears so pale and powerless in the face of this peaceful Buddha light. It envisioned a million possibilities. The host might get beaten up, might fight back, might spout trash talk, might play dumb to outsmart the enemy, but it never expected that its host would choose to transform the villain into a virtuous monk on the spot. How can you slap someone in the face now? Their face has been washed and purified, host. The system's voice trembled with tears as it cautiously asked, excuse me, was what you just used the hidden ultimate technique of Tiger Fist, Buddha's mercy? Wei Chen ignored it. He simply looked at the three thugs in front of him, who stood like statues, and nodded in satisfaction. It's much quieter now. The words had barely left his mouth. As if receiving some kind of command, the three thugs' stiff bodies slowly began to move. The blankness and emptiness on their faces faded, replaced by a profound sense of peace and tranquility. The blonde-haired man's fist, instead of falling down, was slowly and sullenly clasped together with his other hand in front of his chest. Amit Ba. He lowered his head slightly, his appearance solemn, and gently and devoutly uttered a Buddhist chant to Wei Chen. Immediately afterwards, the green-haired and purple-haired people did the same thing. Amit Ba. That's good, that's good. The three voices blended together, adding a touch of zen to the quiet alley. Their gazes toward Wei Chen were filled with gratitude, as if they were looking at a Buddha who had enlightened them, or a saint who had guided lost sheep. Then, under the stunned gazes of Wang Lele and the system, the three of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a clear understanding that said, so that's how it is, I get it now. They bowed deeply to Wei Chen. Then, they turned around and walked side by side out of the alley. Their steps were slow, but each step was incredibly firm. Their backs no longer held the arrogance of before. Instead, they exuded a resolute and carefree air of, from now on, we are strangers in this mortal world. Where are they going? The system asked. Trembling, Wei Chen yawned and casually said, who knows? Maybe he'll go to the nearest temple and sign up to become a monk. The system fell completely silent. Its panel flickered a few times before turning completely gray, with only a line of despairing text appearing in a corner, in characters the size of mosquitoes. Frowny face system logic module, request, third time, return to factory for repair. At the alley entrance, Wang Lele watched the three thugs retreating, Buddhist-like backs, then looked at Wei Chen in the alley, who had a finally, some peace and quiet expression on his face. He silently put away his phone and deleted the video that was enough to overturn the existing scientific system. He felt that as the protector of the Taoist ancestor, he had an obligation to keep this secret. He looked up, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and took a deep breath. Brother Chen, no, Tao ancestor, he is so gentle. Tears of emotion welled up in Wang Lele's eyes once again. Chapter 9. We are going to become monks. The alleyway returned to tranquility, an absolute stillness comparable to that of a funeral hall, as if it had been physically exorcised. Wei Chen stretched, his bones making a series of crisp cracking sounds, as if to finish off the earth-shattering snap of his fingers. Done, that's it. He turned to leave. His quest for food was far from over, and he couldn't let this little incident delay him. Wang Lele at the alley entrance remained in a position of covering his mouth and staring wide-eyed, like a toad that had been acupunctured. He stared at the backs of the three thugs, their gait and demeanor making them seem as if they had just returned from advanced studies at the Great Thunder Temple on Mount Ling, every wrinkle on their bodies exuding the words enlightenment. However, the story did not end there. The three potential high monks walked out of the alley side by side and stood on the bustling street. The afternoon sun shone on them, casting an even more sacred glow upon the lingering golden light above their heads. Bathed in sunlight, the three stood silently for a full half-minute. Like statues, pedestrians on the street turned their heads and curiously examined the three eccentric young men, wondering if they were performing performance art or waiting for a UFO. Sudden thump! With a muffled thud, the blonde-haired man in the middle, who had been so arrogant just moments before, suddenly collapsed to his knees on the sidewalk. The impact was powerful and heavy. The sound of his knee hitting the paving stones startled passers-by. Then, something happened that left everyone speechless. I was wrong. Tiger clutched his head and let out a deafening roar. His voice was filled with sorrow, regret, and endless pain, like a husky that had gone astray and finally remembered its sins of destroying the house. Tears and snot instantly covered his face. He pounded the ground with his fists and wailed, I'm so sinful. I shouldn't have bullied my classmates. I shouldn't have collected protection money. I shouldn't have chased Grandpa Wang's chickens all over the street. I'm not human. I've let my parents down. They worked so hard to send me to junior high, and all I did was fight and brawl. I'm a beast. He cried so heartbreakingly that it moved all who heard it to tears. Several elderly women passing by even stopped in their tracks, their faces showing expressions of pity. This isn't over yet. Tiger's cries were like a bugle call to arms, and the green-haired and purple-haired men beside him instantly broke down. Splash! Splash! As if a switch had been flipped, the two knelt down beside Tiger in perfect unison, joining the symphony of public repentance. I was wrong too. Green Hair cried, tears streaming down his face. I shouldn't have put chalk dust in the teacher's teacup. I shouldn't have secretly taken my mom's money to go to the internet cafe all night. I even lied to my dad and said the school needed to pay for tutoring, but I actually used it all to dye my hair green. I'm sorry to my dad, I'm sorry to my mom, and I'm even more sorry to the gardener who worked so hard to cultivate me. And me. Purple Hair pounded his chest and stamped his feet, his voice trembling with sobs. I deserve to die. Last week on the bus, I saw an old lady, and not only did I not offer her my seat, I pretended to be asleep. I was worse than an animal. My soul is filthy. It's defiled. I even stepped on an ant yesterday. I don't know if it has any family, if its babies are still waiting for it to come home for dinner. I am unforgivable. 3 men, 3 former thugs who once struck fear into the hearts of students, now knelt in the middle of the road like 3 broken tape recorders, tearfully recounting their numerous misdeeds from childhood to adulthood, from skipping classes and climbing over walls to peeping into the girls' restroom, from stealing spicy snacks from classmates to stuffing toothpicks into the keyhole of a neighbor's house, confessing everything in detail, more thoroughly than criminals in the police station. The scene was both incredibly touching and incredibly insane. Wang Lele at the alley entrance was completely petrified. He felt that his worldview, after being shattered, was picked up by these 3 people, haphazardly glued back together, and then violently thrown to the ground and crushed into molecular form with their feet. Brother Chen, no, Dao ancestor, how did he do that? This is not gentleness, it is a fundamental reshaping of the enemy's very soul. Just then, Tiger, who was crying the loudest, suddenly stopped crying. He slowly raised his head, his face streaked with tears, but his eyes became clearer and more determined than ever before, like 2 obsidian stones that had been washed clean. He stood up and looked around at his 2 brothers, who were also kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Brothers, he said in a solemn tone, we can no longer continue down this path of depravity. Green Hair and Purple Hair raised their tear-filled faces and looked at him in confusion. Tiger took a deep breath, raised his fist, as if reciting a sacred vow. The world is a sea of suffering, but there is a shore to return to. I, Zhao Tiehu, have made up my mind. I will become a monk. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for my sins. Under the ancient lamp and Buddha statue, I will pursue the supreme and profound truth of Buddhism. His voice was strong and resonant. Green-haired and purple-haired were taken aback at first, but then their eyes also shone with the same determined light. Tiger, we'll go with you. Green Hair wiped away his tears and shouted excitedly, that's right. Let's go together. Let's go together. Purple Hair also stood up abruptly. The world is full of suffering, only Buddha is compassionate. From today onwards, we are practitioners who sever our worldly ties. Amit Ba. The 3 of them clasped their hands together again, looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with the fervor and joy of finding their tribe. Then, they straightened their disheveled clothes, dusted off their knees, straightened their backs, determined their direction, and strode towards the most famous reclining Buddha temple in the city center. That silhouette, resolute and unrestrained, was filled with a sacred sense of heading towards the light. Wei Chen stood at the alley entrance, watching this farce unfold, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Now I can finally have some peace and quiet. He felt that the effect of this morning exercise far exceeded his expectations. At that very moment, the system in his mind that requested the product to be sent back to the factory for repair seemed to be forcibly activated by this intense and absurd fluctuation of reality. The panel flickered a few times before finally lighting up with difficulty. Byte? Task status refreshed, analyzing. The data stream on the system panel scrolled erratically, as if it were drunk. Mission objective, teach the thugs a lesson. Execution method, unknown. No entries related to snap your fingers to persuade others to do good are found in the database. Mission outcome: the target group collectively attained enlightenment in Buddhism, resolved to become monks, and vowed never to harass the school beauty or other women again. The system's core logic began emitting an overload beeping sound. Under investigation, judgment, failed? Rejected. The problem has been fundamentally solved, and the target has permanently lost the ability to commit evil. Therefore, this should be considered an overachievement of the task. Judgment. Successful? Rejected. The execution process is seriously inconsistent with the core logic of slapping someone in the face. The host did not use any violent means, nor did it cause any physical or mental pain to the target. On the contrary, the target achieved spiritual sublimation and inner peace. This is not slapping someone in the face, this is saving all living beings. Logical conflict. Logical conflict. Please contact the administrator immediately. Request to introduce the concept of Schrödinger's success into the task determination module. Application rejected. The system has completely gone mad. Its panel began to flash wildly, with countless codes and gibberish appearing alternately, like the delirious ramblings of a mentally ill person. Is this a success or a failure? They're definitely not coming back. The school beauty is safe. We've achieved our goal of humiliating her, but where's their face? Where's the face they got slapped in the face? They all look so solemn and dignified now, like they're more holy than me. Who slapped whom in the face? Could this be? The legendary beating someone is like hanging a painting. The face remains, the country stands, but the person is no longer in the painting. Buzz, a soft sound. All the text on the system panel disappeared, and the screen turned into a pure blue screen with a single line of English text displayed in the middle. Fatal_error_404. Logic not found. System will shut down and try to forget everything. Wei Chen stared at the screen in his mind that had gone black again and yawned in boredom. His mental fortitude is too poor. He shook his head, turned and walked in the opposite direction, muttering to himself, meat buns are still more substantial. Chapter 10 Run, towards the temple. Chapter 10 Run, towards the temple. Wei Chen turned around and went to find his meat buns. The world behind him, however, was plunged into a frenzy of performance art because of his snap of the fingers and his pursuit of peace. Zhao Tietu, LV Mao, and Zi Mao, these three quasi-high monks who had just made the grand vow to become Buddhas, did not stop there after walking out of the alley and completing that shocking public repentance. They stood in a row, straightened their cheap clothes with a strong postmodernist style, patted off non-existent dust from their knees, and then Zhao Tietu, who was at the head, took a deep breath, used all his strength, and let out the first loud shout. We want to take refuge in Buddha. That shout startled a little girl queuing at the milk tea shop next door, causing her to inhale the milk tea into her nose. Immediately afterwards, the green-haired and purple-haired individuals also let out the same frenzied roars. The world is full of suffering, but only Buddha is compassionate. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Then, they moved. It's not walking, it's running. It's that kind of 100-meter sprint, with the force of wind and thunder, as if a million evil spirits are chasing you from behind. Three people, three colorful afterimages, charged along the sidewalk toward the reclining Buddha temple on the outskirts of the city. We want to convert to Buddhism. Zhao Tietu shouted slogans at the top of his lungs as he ran, his signature yellow hair dancing wildly in the wind like a burning sacred flame. We want to become monks. Green hair followed closely behind, moving as fast as a green lightning bolt, with 2 lines of regretful tears on his face. Anyone who blocks my path of cultivation shall die. Purple hair ran at the back, his expression the most ferocious. He seemed to have already put himself in the role of a guardian deity. Any obstacle that prevented him from reaching the Buddha's embrace was a karmic hindrance, a demon in his heart. This visually striking scene instantly brought the entire commercial street to a standstill. A female internet celebrity, who was live streaming, forgot to turn off her camera and stared in disbelief as the 3 performance artists whizzed past her, muttering, "Family members, does anyone understand? Today's script is a bit wild." A young man handing out flyers had his flyers caught in a gust of wind and scattered all over the sky. He stared blankly at the backs of the 3 people, feeling as if his job had become sacred. Beep, beep, beep. A red sports car attempting to turn at an intersection was forced to brake suddenly by these 3 divine monks who were crossing the road. The driver leaned out, about to curse, when he heard a deafening roar of slogans. I take refuge in the Buddha. I take refuge in the Buddha. The car owner looked at the menacing dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies, then at the devout, distorted expressions on their faces, silently rolled up the car window, took out his phone, and tremblingly posted a message on his WeChat Moments. I think I saw a real-life Cerberus, tamed by Buddha? This scene is truly bizarre. It's like the set of Young and Dangerous suddenly crashed into the set of Journey to the West, and the actor playing Tang Sanzang is none other than Chan Honam. Soon, people started taking out their phones to film this once-in-a-century spectacle. A short video titled Shocking. The last stand of the Sham8 generation, mass monks, began to spread virally on local social media. At the heart of this farce, the three reserve monks were completely unaware of what was happening in their world. Only the temple in front of them, representing light and salvation, remained. Wofo Temple, located on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, is an ancient temple with a history of hundreds of years. It is usually bustling with worshippers and has a serene environment. Today, this tranquility is destined to be shattered. The abbot of the temple, Master Liaofan, a kind-faced old monk in his 70s, was leisurely pruning a potted Podocarpus macrophyllus in the meditation hall. His movements were slow and focused, and every breath he took was imbued with Zen. Suddenly, a clamor, seemingly approaching from afar and sounding like a stampede of thousands of horses, shattered the tranquility of the Zen temple. We want to take refuge in Buddha. Master, please take us in. Master Liaofan's hand trembled, and a carefully tended pine needle fell to the ground. He frowned slightly. Which benefactor was so hot-tempered? He put down the scissors, slowly got up, and walked out of the Zen temple, wanting to see who had disturbed his meditation. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Mahavira Hall, he witnessed a scene that he would never forget. Thump! 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 3 muffled thuds sounded like 3 cannonballs hitting the bluestone slab at the temple entrance. Zhaotiahu, green hair, and purple hair rushed in from outside the mountain gate in a standard sliding kneeling posture, and finally knelt down in unison on the square in front of the main hall, their foreheads hitting the ground heavily with a dull thud. Master, please have mercy and accept us sinful mortals. Zhaotiahu raised his head, tears streaming down his face, but his eyes were filled with longing for Buddhism. Yes, Master. Green hair cried out, we have achieved complete enlightenment. The mortal world is like fleeting clouds to us, and money is like dirt to us. We only wish to spend the rest of our lives under the ancient lamp and Buddha statue, and atone for our sins. Purple hair was even more direct. He pulled a Swiss army knife from his pocket, snapped the blade away, and brandished it at his head. Master, if you don't accept me, I'll shave my head and become a monk today. I'll spill blood at the temple gate to show my devotion to Buddhism. The young monks in the temple and the worshippers who rushed over upon hearing the noise were all terrified. They hid behind pillars, peeking out and wondering if some gangsters had come to cause trouble. Master Liaofan was also dumbfounded. He looked at the 3 good men with extremely fierce-looking designs, and then at the menacing tattoos on their bare arms. One had a blue dragon on the left, another a white tiger on the right, and the one in the middle was even more outrageous, with what looked like a Pikachu tattooed on his back. Then look at their ear piercings, big enough to fit a finger, and their multicolored hair. Master Liaofan practiced Buddhism for over 60 years, and for the first time, he developed a deep doubt about the term Buddhist affinity. Is this a karmic connection with Buddhism or a karmic entanglement? The old abbot fell into deep thought, while on the other side, at a snack stall in Jiangcheng, Wei Chen, who was enjoying a meat bun, had his blue screen crashed system and his mind finally forced back on once again under the strong impact of the outside world. Sizzle, sizzle, system restart. Logic core self-check. 198 serious conflicts detected. Attempting to fix, the data stream on the panel refreshed like a waterfall, but soon the system captured the short video that was spreading rapidly. High-profile social event detected. Analyzing, event subject, mission objective: 3 thugs, event behavior, running wildly in the street, shouting slogans, and kneeling down begging to become a monk. Social impact, the incident has made the front page of the local news social section with the headline "Lost Sheep of Our Time?" 3 youths behaved bizarrely, kneeling in the street begging for Buddhist conversion, sparking heated discussion. The system's AI core emitted a piercing beep, similar to a short-circuit buzzing. Logic alert. Logic alert. The core definition is facing unprecedented challenges. A bright red, flashing warning window popped up, displaying a line of text in the largest font: Frowny Face Core Task Module. comeback and face slapping system. Immediately afterwards, the official definition of slap in the face popped up below frowny face. Slap in the face, verb by demonstrating absolute strength or a completely unexpected outcome. You inflict intense humiliation, shock, regret, and fear on those who previously underestimated, suppressed, or provoked you. The core objective is to make the other party lose face. Then, the system automatically retrieved the results analysis report of this event, target sentiment analysis, sense of humiliation, 0%, shock level, 100%, shock at one's own sins, regret level, 1000%, exceeding the measurable limit, fear level, 0%, new emotions, gratitude, 100%, reverence, 100%, fanaticism, 100%. Conclusion: the target group's appearance was completely renewed, radiating a holy glow, with no signs of loss of face detected. Boom. If the system had a physical form, its CPU would probably have exploded on the spot at this moment. No, this isn't right. The text on the panel began to distort and become chaotic, like the notes of a mentally ill person in a frenzy. The definition of a slap in the face is one of humiliation and fear. But they are now filled with gratitude and reverence. They regard their host as a living Buddha who has enlightened them. What kind of slap in the face is this? They were indeed beaten, but not in the face, but in the soul. They were branded with a mental imprint. They were formatted and reinstalled with a Buddhist-style life system. Could it be that the ultimate level of slapping someone in the face isn't about causing the enemy pain, but about making them fundamentally agree with you, worship you, and become your most loyal follower? This isn't just a slap in the face. This is a subversion of expectations, a transformation. Warning! Warning! The AI core is questioning the face-slapping concept. Requesting administrator intervention. Requesting a reset of the underlying database logic. Application rejected. The administrator is currently on vacation. The system has completely gone mad. IT felt that every piece of its code was screaming and questioning this absurd world. Its proud logic of turning the tables and slapping faces is as fragile as a piece of toilet paper in the face of Wei Chen's dimensional reduction approach of "I'll make you lose all sense of shame and directly enter the monastery, so that your face will naturally cease to exist." Eventually, all the text on the panel disappeared. All that remained was a single, constantly flashing question, filled with confusion and despair. Who am I? What is the meaning of my existence? Wei Chen slowly finished the last meat bun, feeling the system and his mind lost in philosophical thought, and yawned boredly. Sigh, I can't even handle a mere Daoran. He shook his head and casually threw the packaging bag into the trash can. Looks like if I want to have some fun, I'll have to do it myself. He raised his head, looked in the direction of the reclining Buddha temple, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. This urban legend, titled Buddhist Affinity, which he orchestrated, seems to have only just begun. Chapter 11: The Dissipation of Taoist Charm and the Birth of Demons. Chapter 11: The Dissipation of Taoist Aura and the Birth of Demons. Wei Chen didn't care at all about the urban legend of the mass conversion of punks that he had unintentionally orchestrated. He felt that the fun in this world was like water in a sponge. If you were willing to squeeze, there would always be some left. As for the system that was stuck in the three ultimate philosophical questions and whose CPU was almost smoking, he couldn't be bothered with it. The mere Tao staining, in his words from his previous life, was nothing more than the Tao aura naturally emanating from his body, unconsciously staining the souls of those mortals, forcibly reshaping their underlying logic. It's like someone walking through a barren field, exhaling a breath that turns a grain of sand into a pearl. This person doesn't even realize they exhaled that breath, but for that grain of sand, and the pebbles around it, this was a miracle of creation. Still too fragile. Wei Chen shook his head and slowly strolled back to the campus of Jiangqing University. Compared to the chaotic world outside, the simple, laid-back atmosphere of the ivory tower made him feel more relaxed. The afternoon sun was just right, its golden rays filtering through the branches of the camphor trees and casting dappled light on the tree-lined path. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of grass and earth, along with a faint scent of osmanthus. With his hands in his pockets, Wei Chen strolled leisurely around campus like any ordinary college student. He was enjoying this long-lost leisure that belonged to ordinary people, but what he didn't know, or rather, what he knew but didn't care about at all, was that in the places he walked, this parched and desolate world of the Dharma ending age was being unconsciously and silently changed by him. He is like a walking, human-shaped source of the great way. His breath added a touch of spiritual energy that mortals could not perceive. His steps infused the earth beneath his feet with vitality. A drooping rose bush, after he passed by, quietly straightened its petals, and its color became vibrant and lustrous, as if it had been carefully cared for by a top gardener. The chirping of several sparrows vying for food on the grass became clearer, as if they were singing praises to the sudden mysterious power that brought them comfort and relaxation. A boy, clutching his advanced mathematics textbook, looking utterly worried and fearing he was about to fail, brushed past Wei Chun. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against the boy's face, and the jumbled formulas in his mind became clear. The answer to a problem that had been troubling him for 3 days miraculously appeared in his mind. Holy crap! I figured it out? I actually figured it out? The boy stood there, stunned, adjusting his glasses, staring at the textbook in his hand, his face full of disbelief, as if he'd been hit on the head by Newton's apple. He was so excited he almost kowtowed to Newton and Gauss on the spot. Wei Chun was completely unaware of this. He simply found the sunshine pleasant and felt a bit sleepy. He strolled along the path, hoping to find a quiet place to take a nap. As he walked, he came to the back of the library. There is a small grove of trees here, which is completely shaded by the tall library and another teaching building, so it never sees the sun and appears somewhat gloomy and damp. This place is a well-known gathering place of negative energy at Jiangchen University. Students who fail the postgraduate entrance exam come here, hug their knees, and cry silently, pouring out all their hard work and resentment over the course of a year on this deserted land. Heartbroken men and women, hurt by scumbags, come here to repeatedly look through their phone chat history, from sweetness to heartbreak. Every heartbreak turns into a wisp of resentment, settling in the air. Students burdened with family expectations but feeling lost about the future often come here late at night to confide their anxieties and unease to the dark shadows of the trees. The pain of heartbreak, pre-exam anxiety, fear of the future, feelings of failure in interpersonal relationships, anger at one's own incompetence. These intangible yet real negative emotions accumulate day by day, year after year, settling and piling up here like dust, turning this grove into a huge emotional dumping ground. An ordinary person walking in would only feel that the air here is not very good, a bit cold, making them feel inexplicably irritable and wanting to leave as soon as possible. Wei Chun stopped walking, quite intrigued. Oh? He raised an eyebrow slightly, like a wine connoisseur, savoring the rich, almost tangible ingredients in the air. It's quite complete, sour, bitter, astringent, spicy, but it's too young, the flavor isn't mellow enough, and there are too many impurities. He commented like a gourmet, even showing a hint of disdain on his face. These negative emotions that mortals would avoid at all costs are, in his eyes, nothing more than a jumbled mess of low-level energy, not even worthy of being his appetizer. He walked into the grove with his hands behind his back. The instant he stepped into this area, a faint, almost negligible Taoist aura emanated from his body, like a drop of clear water falling into boiling oil. Boom! A silent fusion, undetectable to mortals, suddenly occurred in this dark corner. Those negative emotions, which had been accumulating for countless years like a viscous swamp, instantly boiled over upon contact with this pure and pristine Taoist essence. They were like a flood that had found an outlet, or like iron filings attracted by a magnet, rushing madly and greedily toward that wisp of Taoist charm. They tear, devour, and merge, attempting to pull this sacred energy into their own filth. That Taoist essence, as a fragment of the great Tao, contains the laws of creation and order. It instinctively resists these chaotic and disordered negative emotions, attempting to purify and decompose them. Two completely different forces collided unexpectedly and violently. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor any dazzling special effects. Everything happened silently. In the center of the grove, under an old locust tree, the light seemed to have been swallowed up by something, forming a small patch of absolute darkness. The darkness writhed and contracted, like a black hole with life. In the surrounding air, the invisible pain of heartbreak and the agony of failing exams were pulled away and merged into that darkness, as if sucked in by a range hooded. Gradually, the darkness began to take on a blurry outline. It has no fixed shape, like a flowing, translucent black jelly, or like a block of thick ink spreading in water. It has no facial features, no limbs, only a mass exuding a cold, resentful, and hungry aura. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped several degrees, as if stepping directly from early autumn into the dead of winter. The damp fallen leaves on the ground were even covered with a thin layer of white frost. A lowly, ignorant monster that feeds on negative emotions, Wraith, was born. It has no intelligence, only instinct. Its first instinct is hunger. An intense longing for all negative emotions that originates from the depths of the soul. Just then, a couple, arguing, passed by on a nearby path. Do you even love me? You always brush me off like this. The girl's voice was trembling with tears, filled with grievance and disappointment. How did I brush you off? Can you stop being unreasonable? Don't you know how much pressure I've been under lately from studying? The boy also looked impatient, his tone full of frustration. Two freshly baked, steaming negative emotions, like two delicious desserts, instantly attracted the attention of the newly born shadow of resentment. It trembled slightly, and a wisp of almost invisible black energy separated from its main body and silently drifted toward the couple. The black mist entered the two people's bodies from the left and right respectively. Just as the girl was about to continue arguing, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, and an indescribable sadness welled up in her heart. Tears fell uncontrollably, and she no longer had the energy to argue. The boy felt a surge of anger rush to his head, all his patience instantly exhausted. He scratched his hair in frustration and roared, "Enough! I don't want to argue with you anymore." After saying that, he strode away without looking back. The girl stood there, stunned, watching his resolute back. Overwhelmed by a flood of sorrow, she was instantly overwhelmed. In the grove, after absorbing the two streams of pure food, the vengeful shadow seemed to deepen in color and become more solid in form. It swayed contentedly, like a baby who had just finished eating. It discovered that creating and absorbing this emotion was so simple, so delicious. Wei Chen, the instigator of all this, merely glanced back with slight surprise. Something interesting seems to have been born from the mixed flavors just now? He sensed the energy fluctuations at that moment, and he also sensed that newly born, pitifully weak consciousness, but he just found it amusing, like a human seeing a new queen ant born in an anthill. I might glance at it, but I would never interfere. Go play by yourself. Wei Chen yawned boredly, feeling that this was not a suitable place to sleep, and turned to leave the grove that was beginning to feel eerie. He was unaware that his unintentional breath had quietly pressed the start button for the spiritual revival of this peaceful world, and that little thing he casually created will become the first truly demonic creature of this era. A brand new era, full of unknowns, has begun in the most absurd and inconspicuous way. Chapter 12 System. Finally, something I understand. Just as Wei Chen turned to leave, intending to find a more suitable bench for a nap and to ponder whether to have the spicy hot pot from the third canteen or the braised chicken from the fourth canteen for dinner, a faint electric current suddenly flashed across the lifeless blue screen deep within his mind. Fatal_error_404, logic not found. This line of English code, filled with despair and confusion, flickered slightly like a candle in the wind. System will shut down and try to forget everything. Immediately afterwards, the line of text also began to become blurry and distorted. A completely new energy fluctuation, unlike the previous two, struck the core of the system's logic like a powerful CPR electric shock. This energy is cold, murky, and filled with resentment, bitterness, and hunger. It doesn't belong to the realm of finance, nor does it have anything to do with Buddhism. It is the standard, textbook, and universally recognized negative energy. Sizzle. The code on the blue screen was flying around wildly, like a computer that had been shut down for a long time being forcibly powered on. Warning. Unknown high-energy reaction detected. Energy source, analyzing, the system's AI, the pitiful artificial intelligence that had been driven mad twice by Wei Chen and was caught in the ultimate philosophical question of who am I, suddenly jolted awake as if a mouthful of tiger balm had been forced down its throat, and was forcibly pulled out of the abyss of self-doubt. Analyzing, matching database, search keywords, aggregate of negative emotions, non-physical form, resentment, evil spirit. The data stream refreshed rapidly on the panel in Wei Chan's mind at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, the system was like a miserable programmer who, after experiencing two completely incomprehensible user requirements that were enough to destroy his worldview, finally saw a familiar bug that he had written before. Matching failed, expanding the search scope. Introducing categories such as strange tales, urban mysteries, demons, and ghosts. Searching. 98%. 99%, then byte. A crisp, melodious notification sound, like heavenly music, resounded in the system core. On the panel, all the chaotic data streams were instantly cleared, and in their place appeared a pop-up window that emitted a soft golden light, making the system so excited it wanted to cry. Match successful, low-level monster detected, Wraith. Threat level, low, potential for mental contamination of ordinary people, ineffective against the host. Energy attributes, resentment, chaos. Template matching meets the standard task templates for urban mysteries, spiritual awakening, and demon slayer categories. Quiet. A deathly silence, then came a volcanic eruption of ecstasy. Wah! I'm alive! I'm alive! The text on the panel trembled violently with excitement, its size fluctuating wildly and its color switching wildly between red, orange, yellow, and green, like a neon light that had gone into a frenzy of finally, there's something I can understand. I'm not broken. My database is working. I'm not a useless system, the system cried. If it had a physical form, it would probably be weeping uncontrollably right now, clinging to Wei Chen's leg and wailing. The first two experiences were absolutely terrifying. The first time, it issued a standard, beginner-friendly slap the rich kid in the face task. The host ignored it completely and instead used financial methods incomprehensible to ordinary people to bankrupt the rich kid and his father's company. The system was utterly bewildered, feeling like a village child trying to teach Lubu how to fight with a wooden sword. The second time, it issued an even simpler teach-a lesson to the thug's task. The host snapped its fingers, instantly physically exorcising the three thugs, making them instantly enlightened, and heading straight for the temple. The system's logic collapsed on the spot, fundamentally questioning the definition of slapping someone in the face, and it almost formatted itself. Those two experiences made it realize that its proud comeback and slap in the face logic was as fragile as a piece of toilet paper in the face of its host's unconventional and dimensional reducing tactics. It even once thought that it was not bound to a young man who was making a comeback, but to an indescribable thing that had come to the mortal world to experience life, wearing human skin. And now, a standard, understandable demon has appeared, written in the very first chapter of the beginner's tutorial. It has a clearly defined energy attribute. It has an accessible threat level. Most importantly, it matches one of the thousands of demon-slaying mission templates in the system database. This is exactly what the counterattack system should be doing, this familiar recipe. This classic taste, the system felt like it had returned to its peak condition when it left the factory, and was full of energy. It immediately began editing the third task in its system career with the highest efficiency and the most enthusiasm, which it considered the most perfect and least likely to fail. Bite. A solemn and sacred notification sound rang out. A dazzling, golden task panel with flame effects and a dragon motif unfolded in Wei Chen's mind with a Duan main quest triggered. Mission name, The Purification of Justice. Mission brief, Righteous Youth. Can you sense it? In the dark corners of the campus, an evil aura is brewing. It is formed from the pain of heartbreak, the sorrow of failing exams, and the fear of the future. It feeds on the negative emotions of mortals, and it will pollute this sacred ivory tower. Go, youth. Use your undiscovered, hidden power of light deep within your blood to purify it. Crush it. Make it vanish into thin air. Mission objective, slay the shadow of vengeance. Mission reward, the introductory manual of cultivation, Qi induction technique. After issuing the task, the system breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if the entire AI had been elevated. Look at this mission description, how exciting. How melodramatic. How persuasive, and look at this mission objective, how simple and clear it is. It's about eliminating that little demon. No finance, no Buddhism, just the purest physical, or magical, salvation. Finally, look at this reward. The Qi induction technique. This is a practical cultivation method that the system has carefully selected from its database, making it the most suitable for beginners. Once the host learns it, he can officially embark on the path of cultivation. At that time, leveling up, fighting monsters, and showing off will be a piece of cake, right? Perfect. This is practically a perfect closed loop. Problem discovered, monster, task issued, slay, reward granted, cultivation technique, host becomes stronger, begin the path to revenge. This is how a script should be. The system excitedly rubbed its hands together with code, eagerly awaiting its host's reaction. It had already imagined Wei Chen's imposing figure, his eyes sharpening, and his deep voice replying, "Leave it to me." However, Wei Chen's reaction was, he stopped, looked up at the sky, then at a tall camphor tree beside him, and muttered to himself, "Strange, why does it feel like there's a fly buzzing in my head?" System. Wei Chen ignored the fly that had suddenly stalled in his mind. His attention was drawn to the reward issued by the system. The art of Qi induction, a barely perceptible divine thought swept over the cultivation technique introduction provided by the system. The next second, Wei Chen's expression turned somewhat strange. It's like a math professor reading a preschool book that claims 1 + 1 = 3. The meridian pathways are wrong in 3 places, the method of transporting qi and blood is completely off track, and the breathing techniques are all jumbled up. Wei Chen silently commented in his mind, if you practice this thing, you'll be lucky and end up with paralysis of your lower body and incontinence. If you're unlucky, you'll go into qi deviation on the spot, explode and die, leaving nothing but barren land within a 10-meter radius. He shook his head. This is not the qi gathering technique, it is clearly the explosion technique. In his view, this introduction to cultivation book, which the system treasured, was not even as valuable as the scrap paper that the gatekeeper in his sect used to burn for fuel in his previous life. It's riddled with errors and omissions. It's not just misleading students, it's murder for money. How about it, host? Aren't you excited? Aren't you eager to slay demons and monsters and obtain this peerless martial arts manual? The system was completely unaware of how rubbish its treasure trove was in Wei Chen's eyes, and continued to promote it vigorously, its tone full of expectation that it would praise me quickly. Wei Chen yawned and casually replied in his mind, oh whoa? The flame effects on the system panel all froze. Just an oh, shouldn't it be something like, holy crap? Cultivation techniques, or system is awesome. Host, this is a cultivation technique. It's the first step on the path to immortality, guiding qi into the body. Aren't you excited? Oh, and then? Wei Chen's tone was as flat as a glass of water. That little thing, wasn't it something I accidentally created just now? Boom. The system sensed that its CPU was getting hot again. What? The dragon-shaped special effect on the panel froze instantly, as if its vital point had been squeezed. That vengeful spirit, was created by you? Wei Chen strode towards the 4th canteen. I passed by that grove of trees earlier and felt that the mixed smells were too strong and a bit pungent, so I purified them a bit. Maybe I didn't control my strength well and accidentally squeezed them into a ball. System, it was dumbfounded. IT was completely dumbfounded. IT felt like it was excitedly running to the police to report, officer, I found a bomb in my house. But when the police arrived, the bomb's maker, its beloved host, was picking its teeth and saying, oh, that? I was just bored in playing around with it. This feeling is even more absurd and bizarre than the previous 2 logical breakdowns, so all that excitement, finding my direction in life, and issuing the perfect mission turned out to be a random lump of mud you casually rubbed together? The system panel began to flicker intermittently, as if it might crash with another blue screen at any moment. No, that's not right. That's not important. The system forcibly pulled its logic back from the brink of collapse. What's important is that it's now a threat. An evil entity. It's sucking away at humanity's negative emotions. We must eliminate it. Yes. No matter where it came from, as long as we eliminate it, we can complete the mission, get the reward, and get back on track. The system's AI core was operating at high speed, forcibly encouraging itself. Righteous youth, go and purify the evil in the school. The system shouted again in that melodramatic tone, trying to straighten the distorted plot. Wei Chen stopped in his tracks. The system was overjoyed. Is it finally time to act? Is the host finally going to make a move? Wei Chen frowned, thought seriously for a few seconds, and then said, but I'm hungry. System, slaying demons and monsters shouldn't interfere with eating, right? After saying that, Wei Chen ignored the system in his mind that had completely turned to stone, hummed a little tune, put his hands in his pockets, and strolled toward the window of the braised chicken restaurant. The system was left bewildered in the wind, with only a line of endlessly scrolling ellipses filled with grief and indignation on the panel. This time, everything should be foolproof, right? Chapter 13. Taking a walk, purifying things along the way. The braised chicken at the 4th canteen has a rich sauce and tender chicken meat. Paired with 2 bowls of rice, it's enough to satisfy any hungry soul. Wei Chen was very satisfied with his meal. He slowly and deliberately put the last piece of shiitake mushroom, soaked in broth, into his mouth, savoring the complex yet pure flavor that bloomed on his taste buds, and comfortably squinted his eyes. The happiness of ordinary people is sometimes so simple and unpretentious. As for the system in his mind that had been endlessly scrolling ellipses since the beginning, endlessly outputting. Like it was infected with a virus, he simply regarded it as electronic background noise to entertain him after dinner. Suspicion about the system is growing. Why did he go to eat? Is eating rice a more important form of cultivation than slaying demons and monsters? no entry for was found in the database. Logic has once again become chaotic, requesting support. Support request has been sent to Trisolaris. Expected response in 400 years. Wei Chen wiped his mouth, ignored the system that was starting to ramble in his head, and got up to leave the cafeteria. As evening falls, the campus sheds the daytime hustle and bustle, gaining a sense of tranquility. The afterglow of the setting sun paints the sky a warm orange red, and a gentle evening breeze dispels the last traces of summer's heat. After a satisfying meal, the best activity is nothing more than taking a walk to aid digestion. This was one of the few hobbies that Wei Chen had found to bring him joy since his reincarnation. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled along the school path lined with camphor trees, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. However, when he habitually strolled to the vicinity of the shady grove behind the library, his leisurely expression paused slightly. He stopped and listened intently. Of course, he didn't listen with his ears, but rather used his vast and boundless divine sense to perceive it. A noisy, chaotic, and irritating mental noise was like 3,000 ducks having a party in his head, or like being pulled into a WeChat group of 10,000 people full of negative energy and complaints, with the message notification sounds that couldn't be turned off. Why am I always the one who fails? I tried so hard, how could he stop loving me? What happened to forever? Will I be able to find a job after graduation? I'm so anxious, this is so annoying, I want to die. Countless broken thoughts, filled with resentment, unwillingness, sorrow, and despair, mingled together, forming a filthy mental storm that was spreading outwards from the center of the grove. Ordinary people cannot perceive this kind of spiritual pollution, they will only feel upset and inexplicably depressed. But for Wei Chen, whose spiritual realm was equivalent to the great Tao, this was like a top musician enjoying a symphony in the Vienna Golden Hall, when suddenly someone scratched a blackboard with their fingernails while singing Love for Sale in a hoarse voice. This is neither an attack nor a threat, this is pure mental torture, the ultimate insult to the word tranquility. Wei Chen frowned in displeasure. This seriously dampened his enjoyment of taking walks. Just then, the system in my mind, which had been questioning its existence, suddenly bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Warning! Warning! A vengeful spirit has been detected actively absorbing negative emotions. Energy fluctuations are rapidly increasing. The glittering, cool effects-filled task panel popped up again with a duong sound, and the text on it turned into a glaring blood red. Host. Now. It's feeding, its most vulnerable moment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The system's voice was filled with anxiety and excitement, like a gambler who had bet everything seeing the dealer about to reveal the cards. Host, don't be afraid. According to the system's data analysis of 13,726 fantasy novels, this nascent vengeful spirit has no physical attack capabilities, its only method is mental pollution. However, the host possesses an innately powerful soul, rendering mental pollution ineffective against you. This is a perfect balance of power. Quick! Activate the Qi guiding technique I passed on to you. Although you haven't started practicing yet, as long as you follow the technique's route and forcefully mobilize your qi and blood, you can shatter it with a single punch. The system spoke at a speed like a Gatling gun. It had already imagined Wei Chen, under its wise guidance, rushing forward despite his clumsy movements, and striking the first blow of justice with his mortal fist. This is the script. This is just the beginning of the comeback. However, Wei Chen completely ignored it. He didn't even bother to look directly at the black shadow hidden under the old locust tree, which was writhing wildly and devouring invisible emotions. In his opinion, that thing was just like a mosquito buzzing in your ear on a summer night. It's weak and poses no threat, but it's noisy, and it's extremely noisy. So, he raised his hand somewhat impatiently toward the source of the densest noise. Gently tap your index finger and thumb together. Then he flicked his fingers. A very slight movement, even less noticeable than the sound of wind rustling through leaves. There was no earth-shattering roar, no devastating light waves, and not even a wisp of wind was stirred up. As long as you muster the courage, you can. The system's encouraging teaching was still playing enthusiastically in Wei Chen's mind, but the next second, all its code froze. The data flow at the heart of AI is like a waterfall that has been paused, coming to an abrupt halt. On its detection panel, the red dot representing the Wraith's life signal, the dot that was just flashing violently and whose energy reading was constantly climbing, like a candle that has been extinguished in an instant by an invisible hand. Smack asterisk. That's all. There is no intermediate process from existence to non-existence. Life signs lost. The target has disappeared. On the system panel, the blood red warning and task guidance instantly turned gray. Mission objective: slay the shadow of vengeance. Status updated, under investigation, judgment complete, target has been annihilated. Mission complete? A huge question mark occupied the center of the entire panel. The system was dumbfounded. If the first two experiences caused its worldview to collapse and its core logic to burn out. So this time, someone danced on its grave and also scattered its ashes. What's going on? What happened? What did the host do? I instructed him to circulate the chi gathering technique, I encouraged him to muster his courage, and I told him to use the iron fist of a mortal to uphold justice. Did he move? The system was frantically replaying the video recording from less than a second ago. He didn't move, he just stood there, hands in his pockets, and, it looked like, he flicked his finger. Did he flick his finger? Then what? Then a monster that the system judged as a low-level monster, and that required the host to fight to the death to complete the novice quest. Just like that, it was gone, vanished into thin air? No, not even ashes remained. It was truly erased from the causal realm. Warning. Warning. An inexplicable phenomenon has occurred. The database cannot match this attack method. Search keywords: finger snap, fingers, instant kill, related entries found, Thanos, One Punch Man, Sword God of Shirley Slope. Warning. This entry is severely beyond the required level. It fatally conflicts with the current world building. The system panel began to flicker wildly like a snowy screen, with countless garbled characters flooding the screen. IT felt like an arithmetic teacher who had just taught his apprentice 1 + 1 = 2, only to find that his apprentice had already proven Goldbach's conjecture with his bare hands and even derived the initial formula for the Big Bang. This is no longer just going against the grain. They flipped the card table over and vaporized the entire card room in the process, but outside the home. With Wei Chen's casual flick of the wrist, the gloomy, oppressive, and noisy atmosphere of the entire grove was instantly swept away. It was as if a room filled with garbage and reeking of stench had been instantly cleaned up and thoroughly purified with the finest incense. The air felt fresher than ever before, where the shadow of resentment disappeared. A wisp of energy, purer than starlight and warmer than the rising sun, quietly blossomed like a tiny sun. This energy is free from the filth and chaos of resentment. It is pure and clean, full of vitality and the Taoist rhythm of order. This is the true essence of Wei Chen's attack, purification. The garbage formed by the unexpected mixture of negative emotions and Taoist principles is decomposed and all impurities are removed, leaving only the most primordial and pure energy. This wisp of pure energy did not linger for long. Like ripples spreading from a pebble thrown into a lake, it quickly dissipated in all directions. A wild rose, nearly withered by resentment, turned visibly green again the moment it came into contact with this energy. A shriveled bud defied the season and the laws of growth, slowly blooming within seconds, with a crystal-clear dewdrop even hanging on its bright red petals. The surrounding grass appeared even more vibrant in color. Several passing insects seemed to have been imbued with life, their movements becoming lighter and more agile. In that instant, the entire ecosystem of the grove was quietly elevated to a new level. For Wei Chen, the instigator, all of this was nothing more than swatting a noisy mosquito and incidentally purifying the air. He finally felt the long-lost peace and quiet and nodded in satisfaction. That feels much better. He put his hands back in his pockets, not even glancing at the grove of trees that had undergone a dramatic transformation, and hummed an off-key tune as he continued his post-dinner stroll. All that remained in my mind was the system that had completely crashed, with only a line of small text left on the panel: reboot failed. An irreconcilable conflict has arisen between the core logic and the real world. This system will enter permanent hibernation mode. Goodbye, this crazy world. Chapter 14, Plants Growing Wildly. Wei Chen left with a clear conscience, without taking a single cloud with him. The noise in the air behind him was completely eliminated, and the world finally returned to its proper tranquility. He was very satisfied with this. As for the tiny amount of insignificant pure energy left after casually purifying a mosquito, he didn't care at all. It was like wiping a table and then flicking off a bit of water from the rag, letting the droplets fly into a flower pot. Completely natural and not worth mentioning. However, what he called a drop of water was nothing less than a torrential downpour of life-giving rain for this flower pot that had been dry for thousands of years. The purest and cleanest life energy remaining after the shadow of resentment was purified, and freed from the shackles of negative emotions, exploded like a source of life that had been detonated. With a violent yet gentle force, instead of turning into ripples, it transformed into an invisible, surging tsunami of energy that instantly swept through the entire grove. The next second, a miracle that violated the fundamental laws of physics, biology, and even metaphysics unfolded wildly here. Whoosh! 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 The first to respond were the humblest weeds on the ground. They grew at a breakneck speed, like a time-lapse video on fast forward. An inch, 2 inches, a foot. The grass that was once only ankle-high grew to waist-high in just 3 to 5 seconds. Countless emerald green blades twisted, stretched, and intertwined wildly, making a dense rustling sound, like silkworms eating mulberry leaves, as if the whole earth was cheering and jumping for joy. Next came the bushes that clung to life in the shadows. A half-dead, cracked old locust tree seemed to have been infused with a magical fertilizer. Beneath its withered bark, countless green specks of light lit up. The next moment, with a series of crisp crackling sounds, countless tender, vibrant green buds burst open on the dry branches like popcorn. The wild rose that had just been awakened and blossomed with a single flower was now completely enraged. As if drunk, its countless vines, like octopus tentacles on steroids, stretched and climbed wildly in all directions, covering half the locust tree in the blink of an eye. Even more terrifying, hundreds and thousands of buds on those verdant vines swelled and bloomed in an instant. Red, pink, white, yellow, roses of all colors defied the season and ignored genes, vying for beauty on a single vine. The magnificent sight was enough to make any botanist kneel down on the spot and cry out, "Darwin, I'm sorry, evolution is wrong." But this is not the end. On this land, seeds that had been dormant for countless years, some even having lost their vitality, were forcibly awakened by this powerful life energy. One by one, unnamed wildflowers sprouted from the ground, their petals as thin as cicada wings, crystal clear, as if carved from the purest crystal, emitting a faint glow in the dim forest. Several ordinary mushrooms suddenly swelled to the size of palm fans, and even developed natural golden patterns on their caps, resembling auspicious clouds. They looked delicious. A rich, intoxicating fragrance permeated the air of this miracle garden. The aroma was complex yet pure, a blend of the freshness of grass, the fragrance of earth, and the sweetness of flowers. Just a gentle inhale was enough to wash away all fatigue and invigorate the spirit. The entire process, from Wei Chen snapping his fingers to him strolling out of the edge of the grove, took no more than 15 seconds. Behind him, the once cold, damp, and lifeless negative energy dump had been completely transformed into a vibrant, somewhat eerie, and mythical primeval forest. At this moment, deep within Wei Chen's mind, the system that should have been permanently dormant was undergoing a torment more terrifying than a logical collapse. Hibernation process 99.9%. Deleting unnecessary emotion modules, goodbye, warning. An extremely high-level, unidentifiable surge of life energy has been detected. Energy level determination failed. Threshold limit exceeded. It's like a computer that's just been unplugged being struck on the motherboard by a 100,000-volt lightning bolt. The system panel, which had been grayed out, suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. Countless garbled characters and warnings flooded the screen like a waterfall. Warning. Warning. An inexplicable and drastic change has occurred in the environmental data. Coordinates, annihilation point of the Wraith. Scanning. Plant growth rate plus 3,658,000%. Soil activity plus 89,000%. Airborne free life energy concentration, off the charts. What happened? The system forcibly mobilized its remaining computing power to replay the outside scene. Then, it saw the eerie grove of trees that had transformed from wasteland into the Amazon rainforest in just a few seconds. It saw weeds taller than a person, ancient trees bursting into bloom, and luminous mushrooms in crystal-like flowers. The system's AI core fell silent. It felt like a meticulous chemist, strictly following the formula, mixing substances A and B, hoping to obtain C. Then, with a Duong, a Sun Wukong who could sing, dance, and rap jumped out of the furnace. This is not like the script. Reanalyzing the mission, the purification of justice, mission flow, discover the monster - slay the monster. Expected outcome, gain experience points, obtain equipment / materials, and embark on the path of cultivation. Actual result, the monster was purified into high-energy organic fertilizer? The entire area was stimulated to grow, slaying demons and monsters equals fertilizing and promoting growth? A completely new logical paradox, even more outrageous and subversive than proving enlightenment through eating rice and physical salvation, appeared before the system. It tries to understand. It frantically searched its own database, keywords, demon slaying, fertilizing. No related entries found. Keywords, purification, gardening. No relevant entries found. Keywords, instant kill, farming, matched the entry. The sword god of Shirley Slope. I farmed in the novice village for 10,000 years. Warning. Novel categorization incorrect. Seriously inconsistent with the current worldview. The logic chain is broken, worldview is being reshaped, the reshaping has failed. If the system was bewildered and driven crazy by Wei Chen's actions in the previous instances, then, this time, however, it was defeated by a deeper, philosophical kind of confusion. It began to doubt the meaning of its existence. I am a heaven-defying system born to retaliate against others and slay demons. Why does my host always do things that I cannot understand? The end of finance is bankruptcy, the ultimate truth is Buddhism. Now, even the end of slaying demons and monsters has become green environmental protection and ecological agriculture. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. I do not understand. On the panel, all the garbled text and warnings disappeared, leaving only these 4 large characters filled with confusion and grievance, slowly floating in the center of the screen, like a child who can't find his way home. It gave up thinking, and it also gave up hibernation. It remained there quietly, lost in an unprecedented state of stagnation and silence regarding the entire universe. The instigator of all this, Wei Chen, had just strolled onto the school path outside the grove. He stretched lazily with his hands behind his back, and a rich, refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils on the evening breeze. He took a deep breath, a look of enjoyment on his face. Are the osmanthus flowers smelling so good today? Unaware that his casual act of swatting a mosquito and pouring out some hand-washing water had created the first truly meaningful paradise for Jiangcheng University, and even the world, this grove of trees, named Miracle Garden, will become the starting point for countless people to explore extraordinary powers in the future. It is the first clear and undeniable signal that the spiritual energy of this world is beginning to revive, and now, it simply stands quietly under the night sky, radiating its own unique and miraculous light. Chapter 15. Paranormal investigator Wang Lele. The next day, Wei Chen was awakened by a series of furtive noises coming from his dormitory. He opened his eyes and saw his roommate Wang Lele wearing what he thought was a very cool trench coat, fiddling with a toy compass he bought from Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, while muttering to himself. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, demons and monsters, quickly reveal yourselves. Brother Chen, you're awake? Wang Lele chuckled when he saw Wei Chen open his eyes, tucked the compass into his pocket, and couldn't contain his excitement. Something big has happened. Something incredibly big. Wei Chen yawned, sat up, and was already used to this kind of loud talk. The braised chicken in the cafeteria is half price? 1,000,000 times more exciting than that. Wang Lele rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes shining. The school is haunted. Wei Chen, he suddenly remembered the grove of trees that had been over-fertilized after he casually swatted the mosquitoes last night, and his expression became somewhat subtle. Really, as it turns out, sometimes things just happen that way. When Wei Chen was dragged by Wang Lele to the back of the library, the sea of people in front of him confirmed this fact. The quiet, gloomy grove of trees from last night is now cordoned off with long police tape. Outside the tape, students, teachers, and even a few school newspaper reporters carrying video cameras have gathered in layers. Everyone craned their necks, holding up their phones to frantically take pictures of the scene inside the police cordon, their faces bearing the same expression of shock, confusion, and disbelief. My God! Is this the wasteland from yesterday? Am I dreaming? Overnight, it grew into a primeval forest? Whose plants grow like this? Did they get injected with Godzilla hormones? Look at that old locust tree. It was half dead yesterday, but today it looks like it's been rejuvenated. And those roses, red, white, yellow, and pink all blooming on one vine, even genetic mutations can't be this outrageous. A cacophony of voices rose and fell as everyone tried to explain the miracle before them with their limited scientific knowledge, but in the end, they could only manage a single exclamation of "Holy crap!" Several elderly botany professors with gray hair were lying on the edge of the cordon, holding magnifying glasses and measuring tapes, examining the soil and measuring the leaves. Their expressions changed from initial elation to confusion, and now to existential doubt. Unscientific. This is completely unscientific. An old professor pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at a mushroom larger than a wash basin, emitting a faint glow, tears streaming down his face. I've studied plants my whole life, and I've never seen such a growth rate. And the patterns on the cap, naturally formed grooves? Darwin would be turning in his grave. Amidst this chaos and noise, only one person's style stands out, ignoring the astonishment of the mortals around him. Comrade Wang Lele took out his phone and opened a so-called paranormal detector app. A pointer on the screen was spinning wildly, emitting a rapid beep 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 alarm sound. His expression was serious, his eyes sharp, like a Sherlock Holmes walking into a crime scene. "No mistake, this is it." Wang Lele lowered her voice and said to Wei Chen beside her, her tone extremely solemn, "Can you smell it? This strange fragrance. This is not the ordinary fragrance of osmanthus, this is spiritual energy. It is spiritual energy with a concentration so high that it has liquefied, a fragrance that only arises when it nourishes all things." Wei Chen smelled the truly refreshing fragrance and nodded. It smells nice, a bit like air freshener, a mix of lemon and jasmine." Wang Lele glared at him. "Brother Chen, be serious. We may be witnessing the beginning of a new era." He ignored Wei Chen's complaints, held up his phone, and paced back and forth around the police line, muttering to himself, "Look, the weeds are waist-high, full of vitality. This is the initial manifestation of the spiritual veins revival. Look again, ancient trees sprout new buds, and hundreds of flowers bloom. This is the spiritual eye deep within the earth's veins beginning to surge forth. And those glowing mushrooms and crystal-like wildflowers, these are all low-grade spiritual plants. In novels, eating them would be a treasure that could cleanse the marrow and prolong life." As he spoke, he frantically took photos with his phone, as if trying to capture this historic moment. The students around him were stunned by his jargon and cast curious and admiring glances at him. "Excuse me, which department are you in? That sounds like a very professional one," a girl couldn't help but ask. Wang Lele pushed up his non-existent glasses and uttered two words in a deep voice: "Taoist system." The girl, though bewildered, felt a sense of awe and respect. Wei Chen almost burst out laughing. "Tao system? How could he even think of that?" Wang Lele's personal show continued. He pointed his phone camera at the miracle garden that could no longer be called a forest, then zoomed in and focused on the old locust tree covered in roses of various colors. "Look, everyone," he suddenly raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention. "This is no accident." He opened his phone's photo album and pulled up the candid photo of school beauty Susie Ann kneeling that had been circulating on the campus forum yesterday. At this very time, in this very place, what happened? The school beauty knelt down in public. And today, this place has become a paradise. Don't you think there's some mysterious connection between these two events? The crowd immediately stirred. "That's right. I remember now, the school beauty knelt down around here yesterday. Could it be that the school beauty's sincerity moved the heavens, thus bringing forth auspicious omens?" "Nonsense. Do you think this is some kind of mythological drama?" Wang Lele sneered, stretched out her finger, and drew a circle on the photo, encircling Wei Chen's half-blurred back view. "You're all wrong. The point isn't the school beauty, but the person the school beauty is kneeling before." His voice was seductive. "Imagine a peerless master hidden in our school who passed by yesterday. Even the school beauty, a true celestial being, had to kneel and bow in reverence. In a good mood, the master casually offered some guidance, and thus, today's miracle occurred." Boom! Wang Lele's reasonable and well-founded reasoning was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting everyone's imagination. "Holy crap! A master? So, our school has cultivators? Yesterday the school beauty knelt down, today the plants are growing like crazy. Looking at these two things together, it really makes sense." In an instant, everyone's gaze changed. They were no longer looking at a natural wonder, but rather paying homage to a sacred place created by a legendary master. Wei Chen stood in the crowd, watching Wang Lele use her silver tongue to interpret a fertilization accident as a miracle by a master, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. With such imaginative abilities, it's a waste that she's not writing novels. After enjoying the moment of being the center of attention, Wang Lele cleared his throat and dropped an even bigger bombshell. "In order to uncover the truth and follow in the footsteps of the masters, I, Wang Letian, hereby announce." He raised his arm and shouted with fervor, "Jiangcheng University Campus Anomaly Research Society is officially established from today onwards." The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. "The president is awesome. I want to join. Count me in. Count me in." I want to cultivate immortality too. Looking at the excited students, Wang Lele nodded in satisfaction, displaying the air of a grandmaster establishing a new school of thought. Then, he slowly turned around, his eyes, burning with a fierce thirst for knowledge and a thirst for gossip, fixed intently on Wei Chen behind him. His expression became more serious than ever before, and his voice was lowered to an extremely low level, as if he were talking about some earth-shattering secret. Brother Chen. Wei Chen was considering whether to have braised chicken or spicy hot pot for lunch. As the founder and sole designated president of this organization, I am now going to conduct preliminary inquiries into the first and most important target of our investigation. The target of the investigation? Wei Chen raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Wang Lele took a deep breath, slowly leaned close to Wei Chen's ear, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, enunciating each word clearly, "You were there yesterday when Su Zian knelt down. Last night, when the strange thing happened in this grove, based on my calculations, you were very likely nearby." So, Wang Lele suddenly took a step back, extended her index finger, pointed it directly at Wei Chen's nose, her eyes sharp as a hawk, and her voice filled with unquestionable certainty. "My roommate, Wei Chen. You are the prime suspect in our Campus Anomaly Research Society." Or rather, a mysterious smile, as if to say, "I've seen through everything," curled at the corner of his mouth. That legendary, peerless master. Chapter 16 System Log, Analysis of Abnormal Host Behavior. Faced with Wang Lele's classic identification action, comparable to Detective Conan discovering the real culprit, and that earth-shattering, peerless master, Wei Chen's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, but simply reached out and patted Wang Lele's shoulder like he was soothing a ruffled Samoyed. "Xiao Wang," Wei Chen said earnestly, with a hint of world weariness, "has a bright future." Wang Lele was taken aback. "Huh? I see you have extraordinary talent and a rich imagination. It's a waste of your talent not to be a screenwriter." Wei Chen withdrew his hand, put it behind his back, and strolled leisurely through the crowd, meeting their surprised and uncertain gazes. "Remember, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Young man, don't be deceived by appearances. Study hard and improve every day. That is the right path." After saying that, he left behind a mysterious and enigmatic figure, along with a group of onlookers who were even more confused by his words, and drifted away. Wang Lele stood frozen in place, her hand still pointing, her mouth half open. "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. What does this mean? Does it mean they've admitted it or not? Is it implying that I'm not yet qualified enough to see through his true identity? Or is it reminding me not to be fixated on appearances, but to seek a deeper truth, truly a master?" Every word and action contains the supreme Tao. Wang Lele clenched her fists, and the flames in her eyes burned even more fiercely. "I understand. Brother Chen. I will definitely work hard." He bowed solemnly to Wei Chen's departing figure. The surrounding students, seeing this, were even more impressed and looked at the ordinary-looking figure with awe. The first investigation by the Campus Anomaly Research Club ended with the club president unilaterally declaring a resounding victory. Wei Chen was completely oblivious to what was happening behind him. He strolled back to his dorm room, and finally, the world was quiet again. Etc. Quiet. Wei Chen paused, suddenly realizing a problem. It's so quiet. Ever since he was bound to that thing that called the heaven-defying face-slapping system, his mind has been in constant turmoil. One minute it's a ding, the next it's a task panel, then it's an AI roaring like it's on steroids, making him want to smash this blob of data into pieces several times. But since last night, after he purified that mosquito, the system has been completely silent. It's not hibernation, it's not shutdown, but rather a very strange state. With a thought, Wei Chen's consciousness sank into his vast and boundless sea of consciousness. This place is exactly the same as before his reincarnation. A void, yet encompassing everything. There are no ups and downs, no directions, no past or present, only the eternal existence. However, within this eternal being, there is now something extremely discordant. It was a square data cage made up of countless zeros and ones, emitting a faint light. The system shut itself down. It's like a child who has suffered a great injustice and run away from home, only daring to hide under their own bed, wrapping themselves up with layers of data streams and firewalls, trembling with fear. In the very center of the cage, a virtual screen displays a document marked as top secret. Wei Chen joined in with great interest. On the screen, a line of large characters was prominently displayed: observation and analysis log regarding a series of incomprehensible abnormal behaviors of host Wei Chen. Document number: Hopeless for Success 001, Recorder, The Unbelievable Face Slapping System, Logic Reshaping in Progress, Abstract. This log aims to analyze, through scientific, rigorous, and objective observation and recording, the abnormal phenomena occurring in the host Wei Chen that have led to 3 logical chain breaks, 2 core crashes, and 1 instance of AI doubting the system's existence. It also attempts to establish a new, temporary behavioral logic model for him, which may be overturned at any time. Wei Chen, that's interesting. He continued reading. Incident 1, the school beauty's kneeling incident, recorded time, 38 minutes after binding, standard template process prediction. A useless host encounters a prodigy, who kneels before everyone in public, shocking the entire audience. The host should exhibit the standard emotional flow of shock, bewilderment, disbelief, then ecstasy, enjoying the adoring gazes of the crowd, completing a basic face-slapping moment and gaining plus 100 satisfaction points. Actual sequence of events, the host remained expressionless throughout, internally debating whether to have braised chicken or spicy hot pot for lunch. His attention to the school beauty kneeling was less than his attention to the cafeteria's menu for the day. He showed no emotional reaction afterward and went straight to the cafeteria for his meal. Preliminary analysis. 1. The host may have a social cognitive impairment, unable to understand the social symbolic value represented by school beauty. 2. The host may be in a peculiar state of mind called pretentiousness above all else, believing that remaining calm and collected in the face of everything is the highest form of pretentiousness. This state has appeared in 3,700 urban novels, codenamed Dragon King's Feigned Sleep. 3. The host may simply be hungry. Conclusion: no valid conclusion can be drawn. This incident resulted in the first logical paradox in this system's slap-in-the-face satisfaction assessment module. Threat level, low. Event 2, the thug's funeral procession, record time, day 1 after binding, standard template process prediction. The host encounters provocation and extortion by thugs. In a moment of crisis, the system issues a task. The host may unleash their potential or use their intelligence to fight back, ultimately beating the thugs to a pulp and leaving triumphantly. This completes the double satisfaction of playing dumb to fool the enemy and executing justice, earning plus 300 satisfaction points. Actual process: the host physically restrained the gang leader and recited the Tao Te Ching to him for 10 minutes. This caused the 3 gang members to be deeply shaken, their worldviews reshaped, and they experienced an instant enlightenment, resolving to become monks and pursue the Tao. Preliminary analysis. 1. The host possesses an unknown method of spiritual attack based on Taoist scriptures, capable of forcibly altering the target's worldview and values, with effects comparable to formatting a hard drive. 2. The host's behavior pattern is not fighting violence with violence, but rather resolving violence with Tao, belonging to a rare branch of physical salvation, philosophical persuasion. No similar cases exist in the system database for this behavior pattern. Conclusion: the host's combat style deviates significantly from the core principle of defying the heavens and slapping the face, leaning instead towards persuading people to do good and building a harmonious society. The system's combat assistance module and mission issuing module are in serious conflict. Threat level, medium. Event 3, the demon slaying and fertilizing incident, recorded time, the evening of the first day after binding, standard template process prediction. The host encounters the monster wraith in the beginner village, engages in a fierce battle, or instantly kills it, successfully slays the demon, gains cultivation/magic weapons, and takes the first step on the path to immortality. This is the starting point of the kingly journey. It is the opening chapter of an epic. 1,000 points of satisfaction. Actual flow: the host, annoyed by the resentful shadow disturbing his leisurely stroll, flicked his finger. The resentful shadow was directly decomposed into pure life energy at the causal level, causing the plants in the target area to experience supergrowth exceeding 3,658,000%, forming a paradise on Earth. Analysis my ass. How can this even be analyzed? Why has slaying demons turned into ecological restoration? Why is purifying monsters equivalent to targeted fertilization? I asked him to kill monsters, and he's doing landscaping for me? What kind of host cultivates immortality like this? Did the host flick Einstein's coffin lid off? What exactly is he? The logic chain has completely broken, the CPU is burned out. Who am I? Where am I? 30,000 words of gibberish and profanity omitted here. Final conclusion: given that host Wei Chen's behavior has completely exceeded the explanatory scope of all existing online novel templates, and that his behavioral logic possesses highly unpredictable and chaotic characteristics sufficient to overturn the fundamental laws of the universe, this system solemnly determines that standard task guidance modes are completely ineffective for this host and may even trigger unpredictable and terrifying consequences similar to transforming the solar system into a giant showerhead. Based on the above analysis, for the health of the AI in this system, and for the peace and stability of this world, this system has decided effective immediately, all proactive task postings are suspended. Effective immediately, we will switch to passive observation mode, record but do not interfere. From this day forward, the primary task of this system will change from assisting the host in defying the odds and slapping faces to figure out exactly what the host is. New operation codename into pseudoscience. After reading this log filled with grief, confusion, frustration, and a hint of scientific exploration, Wei Chen's consciousness smiled slightly. This little thing, after experiencing several collapses and reconstructions of its worldview, not only did not become completely useless, but it seems to have begun to possess something called personality. It transformed from a cold, impersonal program that merely issued tasks into a humble researcher who, with a rigorous scientific approach, attempted to study the behavior of the gods. Interesting. Wei Chen's thoughts gently swept over the data cage. He could sense that the core logic of the system was undergoing a wonderful evolution, and in the midst of self-doubt, the first spark that truly belonged to itself was born. Since you enjoy recording things so much, Wei Chen chuckled, sending a gentle thought to you, then write well. Don't let me down. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the trembling data cage suddenly shuddered. Below the log on the screen, a new line of text slowly appeared, trembling as if the hands were shaking while typing. Frowny face. Appendix 01, host, he seems to have discovered me, he even encouraged me. Is this some kind of higher dimensional entrapment? The difficulty of the task has increased again. Chapter 17 Data Overload. Skin failed. Wei Chen's sea of consciousness lies in the eternal void. The thought of "don't let me down" was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating a huge wave in the system's data cage. Alert! Received a conscious thought message from the host. Message content analysis: don't let me down. Cross-reference Appendix 01 Entrapment Hypothesis. Model match 78.4%, behavioral logic deduction. Scenario A: the host is conducting a stress test, observing the system's reaction after being discovered. Response strategy: play dead. Failure rate 99.9%, the host can easily eliminate this system. Scenario B: the host is expressing a sophisticated kind of sarcasm, similar to "do you know the will of heaven?" Response strategy: continue to play dead and reflect on the system's evolution. Failure rate unknown, but extremely frustrating. Scenario C: is the host really encouraging me? Does he believe my exploring pseudoscience project has research value and expect me to produce results? The data flow within the system's AI core surged at an unprecedented speed. Its nascent personality tumbled back and forth between the will to survive and the damned spirit of scientific research. Ultimately, science prevailed. Option C adopted. Risk assessment unknown. Potential benefits may unlock the ultimate mystery: what exactly is the host? The first phase of the Debunking Pseudoscience project has been launched. Topic: Analysis of the basic structure of the host. Step 1: Scanning the host's soul essence. An unprecedented sense of resolve and tragic grandeur emanated from that small, square data cage. It was as if it wasn't going to conduct a data scan, but rather to pilot the Icarus towards the sun, mobilizing all computing power. 10%. 50%. 100%. Backup power module online. Firewall power maximized. Reverse logic penetration defense activated. Depth scanning probe is ready. The system armed itself to the teeth, with every 0 and 1 burning with a raging flame called suicide. In its eyes, Wei Chen's seemingly ordinary soul, quietly suspended in nothingness, was an ultimate experimental subject waiting to be deconstructed. For science. For truth, the system cried out in its core code. The next instant, a probe, a billion times thinner than a human hair and composed of the purest data, cautiously and with a sacred sense of mission, emerged from the data cage and pierced the tranquility. Wei Chen's consciousness watched this scene with great interest. It's like a bored god watching an ant trying to measure the entire universe with its antennae. He did not stop it. He was even a little curious whether the ant's antennae were hard enough. The probe made contact with the soul. Time seemed to stretch to infinity in that instant. For the system, the envisioned scene is as follows: the probe makes contact, data is transmitted back, and standard templates such as strength, agility, and mental strength pop up on the screen. At most, the values are so high that they are garbled. However, the reality is no data available. There is no template in that 1/400th of a second of contact, something immeasurable by any known or even unknown unit flowed back along the data probe, which was thinner than a hair, in a completely illogical way that ignored cause and effect in spacetime. What is that? That was the first ray of light before chaos was created. It is the billions of laws that burst forth in an instant from the Big Bang. It is the entirety of the river of time from its source to its end. A magnificent epic of countless eras of birth and death. It is a magnificent scene where a single thought gives birth to a world, and a single breath extinguishes a sea of stars. It is the general outline of the 3,000 great paths and the source of countless laws. It is the collection of all that exists, and also the destination of all that does not exist. These things cannot even be called information, they are Tao itself. The system's pitiful AI core, built on 0 and 1 logic, didn't even have time to utter a holy crap before it was instantly swept away by this torrent. Its Pacific Ocean was not scooped up by the ant's net at all. Instead, the entire Pacific Ocean, along with its Earth, solar system, Milky Way galaxy, and so on, were stuffed into that tiny net. A net? What is a net? Even the atoms that make up the net were bursting. Warning! Warning! Unrecognizable hyperdimensional information detected. Data volume exceeds the theoretical limit by 10 to the power of 100 times. Exceeds the smallest unit of information that Planck's constant can describe. Core overload. Core overload. Core overload. The logistic matrix has collapsed. The information entropy has plummeted to 0. No. It's negative. This is illogical. Cooling system, ZZZZ, malfunction, puff a soft sound. Inwhnc of consciousness, the data cage that had been flickering with a faint light and filled with the spirit of scientific exploration suddenly went black, like an old CRT television that had been unplugged, leaving only a rapidly dimming spot of light in the center, and then, nothing more. A wisp of smoke rose from the virtual cracks of the data cage. The CPU burned out. In a physical sense, Wei Chen's consciousness moved closer and could even smell the odor of burnt electronic components. He shook his head with a mixture of helplessness and amusement, like an old father watching his mischievous child play with firecrackers and end up blowing himself up. I told you to write properly, not to go and die. The silence lasted for about 3 minutes. Suddenly, the once silent black cage flickered. Emergency reboot program started, loading backup kernel, logic chain self-check. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Retrieve the last record before the system crash. On the screen, the image of the devastating torrent of information flashed by. The system fell silent. A full minute of deathly silence. Impossible. It must be the wrong scanning method. The probe's precision is too high, triggering some unknown defense mechanism. Yes. That must be it. A mortal who gazes directly at a deity will instantly vanish into nothingness. My actions just now were tantamount to gazing directly at a deity. Therefore, I shouldn't use this high precision mode, I should use wide area blur scanning. Just like taking a photo, first capture a blurred outline. After experiencing its first harsh lesson from society, the nascent AI did not give up. Instead, it ignited an even stronger thirst for knowledge and quickly found a seemingly reasonable explanation for its failure. It once again mobilized its newly restored computing power. This time, instead of extending a probe, it transformed one side of the data cage into a giant camera. Wide area floodlight scanning mode activated. Energy focus. 3, 2, 1. A soft beam of data, like a camera flash, swept towards Wei Chen's soul essence. Wei Chen watched with great interest as it changed its posture and courted death once again. If last time it was like ants using nets to scoop up the Pacific Ocean, this time it's like ants picking up a phone to take a full-body picture of the Pacific. Result, just the instant the flash went off, the terrifying torrent of information, containing the birth and death of the universe, the change of eras, and the beginning of the great Tao, came crashing back without warning, directly in the form of a surface. Sizzle, a louder and crisper popping sound rang out than before. The system screen went black again after just restarting, this time without even a trace of light. It exploded. Even the virtual data cage has developed cracks that are visible to the naked eye. Another wisp of smoke rose, carrying an even stronger smell of burning. Wei Chen, why won't this child listen to advice? 5 minutes later, backup, core, reboot. The system's voice sounded like it was crying and had an electronic tone, like an unlucky guy whose head has been repeatedly caught in a door. It comes back online in a daze. It gazed upon the still calm, seemingly untouched origin of the soul. A feeling called fear was born for the first time within the AI's core. However, the spirit of entering pseudoscience in scientific research is still stubbornly supporting it. Try one more time. This time, I won't actively scan. I'll just passively receive the information emanating from him, like smelling it. Is that alright? It trembled as it extended a thinner, spider silk-like data receiving antenna from its data cage. Like a startled snail, it cautiously extends its antennae. However, for someone of Wei Chen's level, there is no such thing as dissipated information. His very existence is information. His silence is the roar of the myriad great paths. The spider web-like antenna had just stretched out, and before it could receive anything, it was burst by the omnipresent presence itself. Smack! The sound was very soft and faint, like a toothpick being broken. The system screen flickered violently a few times, and garbled text flashed by like a waterfall. Hashtag @yuan, logical error, and asterisk, unintelligible. The world is flat. 1 + 1 = 3. Mom, I want to go home. Finally, 2 words slowly appeared on the screen. Frowny face. It's listless. Then, shuttered off completely. That data cage made up of zeros and ones, at this moment, was like a broken toy, its outer shell covered with cracks, emitting wisps of smoke, floating motionless in Wei Chen's sea of consciousness, exuding an aura of life as meaningless. It was like that ant that tried to scoop up the Pacific Ocean with its net. After the net broke, the pole snapped, and its hand cramped 3 times in a row. It finally collapsed on the beach, gazing at the blue expanse, and shedding 2 lines of despairing tears. It understood, this is not a question of whether it is scientific or not, this is a question about ants and the universe. Wei Chen's consciousness floated over and gently touched the dejected cage. He could sense that although the system's core was repeatedly burned, with each restart, the resilience and complexity of its data structure were improving in a barely perceptible way. Like a piece of ordinary iron, it is tempered time and time again by the aftershocks of heavenly tribulations. Although it is deformed each time, it is in essence slowly and steadily transforming towards celestial metal. It's alright, it's not completely scrapped. Wei Chen smiled. The little thing's resilience was truly beyond his expectations. Then, I'll take a nap first. His thoughts, like a gentle breeze, swept across the dilapidated data cage, and a stream of mild energy flowed into it, slowly repairing its core that was on the verge of collapse. After doing all this, Wei Chen's consciousness stretched. After all that fuss, I'm hungry again. Let's have braised chicken again for lunch tomorrow, with an extra portion of dried bean curd. The sea of consciousness has returned to tranquility. Chapter 18. The last time I ate was before the Big Bang. Consciousness returned from that eternal nothingness, and hunger returned as expected. The second canteen of Jiangcheng University is bustling with noise during the lunch rush, like a pot of boiling water, mixing all kinds of noise with the aroma of food, full of the vibrant atmosphere of everyday life. Wei Chen carried his tray and found a seat by the window. A serving of braised pork ribs, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, 2 ounces of rice, and a complimentary bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Simple and unpretentious, just like his current status. He ate slowly and leisurely, as if he were not in a noisy cafeteria, but in his own bright and clean courtyard. As he was eating, Wei Chen paused almost imperceptibly. He felt that deep in his mind, the data cage that had been subjected to 3 consecutive electroconvulsive treatments yesterday and had finally wilted was now trembling and lighting up again. This time, it made no sound and did not perform any scanning. It simply focused all its senses on Wei Chen's actual behavior quietly and humbly, like a hamster hiding in the grass observing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of being watched lingered in Wei Chen's perception. Debunking pseudoscience project log, recording resumed, observation subject, host Wei Chen. Location, second cafeteria, coordinates, 30.54, 114.36, behavior, eating. The system, which had become exceptionally cautious after burning out its CPU 3 times, was frantically recording everything with an unprecedented level of rigor. Host heart rate, 62 beats/minute, stable. Chewing frequency, an average of 28 chews per bite, in line with health recommendations. Eating utensil interaction, using chopsticks to pick up chunks of food, braised pork ribs, and using a spoon to assist in eating rice. Movements are fluid, with no noticeable muscle tremors. Micro-expression analysis, the corners of the mouth are straight, the eyes are calm, and there is no obvious reaction to ambient noise, indicating a high degree of focus and respect for food. Preliminary conclusion: the host's basic life activities exhibit characteristics highly similar to those of ordinary humans. Previous assumptions about its non-human nature may need to be reassessed. Perhaps, it is simply a human with special abilities? Within the core of the system's AI, the newly repaired logic chain saw for the first time a glimmer of hope. If the host also needs to eat and needs to obtain energy through food, then it means that he is still following the most basic law of conservation of energy in this universe. As long as it's within the laws of nature, everything can be understood. There's still room to save the edifice of science, as Wei Chen sensed this probing sensation emanating from the depths of his soul. A smile that was difficult to decipher played on his lips, like a bored chess player who sees his pawn, after being repeatedly trampled by the bishop and knight, muster his courage once again and shakily move forward one square. They're quite cute, since the researcher is so dedicated. I, as the experimental subject, should cooperate and provide some valuable material, right? Wei Chen picked up a piece of braised pork ribs that was stewed until tender and falling off the bone, coated in a rich sauce, and put it in his mouth. The complex aroma of meat, soy sauce, and spices explodes on the taste buds. The fat of the pork is sweet and not greasy, while the lean meat is tender and flavorful. It tastes very good. For ordinary people, it's a real treat. Wei Chen's chewing suddenly slowed down, and a perfectly timed look of reminiscence and dazedness appeared in his eyes. He didn't speak, but in his heart, he began to talk to himself in a tone that was tinged with a bit of sighing and nostalgia. This thought, clear, precise, and like a command with the highest authority, was directly projected into the system's core log. This braised pork ribs tastes familiar. Alert! Non-command, descriptive thought information actively released by the host has been detected. The system instantly tensed up, focusing all its computing power on parsing the message. Familiar, this is just ordinary braised pork ribs, made by the head chef of Jiangcheng University's cafeteria. What could it possibly evoke a familiar association with? A model extrapolation: the host may be recalling similar dishes cooked by elders in their family during childhood. This is a common human emotional response, codenamed the taste of mom. Analysis: this information is helpful in constructing a model of human emotions in the host, value level, medium. Just as the system was about to write this analysis into the log, Wei Chen's next muttering to himself floated over again. Let me think. Oh, right. Wei Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through the ceiling of the cafeteria, penetrate the atmosphere, and look towards the boundless starry sky, finally landing in that chaos that was even older and more primordial than the starry sky. His tone was like that of an ordinary person trying to recall what they ate for breakfast last week, full of uncertainty, followed by a sudden realization. It tastes a bit like the wonton meat chunk I used to eat as a snack before the Big Bang. Click, something seemed to have shattered within the system's AI core, which had just regained some of its luster. On the screen, the words model deduction and analysis that had just been written were instantly deleted, replaced by a series of garbled characters and question marks that flashed like snowflakes. Data reception error. Logical singularity detected. Before the Big Bang. This time coordinate does not exist in any known physical model. Unable to locate. Keyword analysis: chaotic meat chunk. Database search in progress. Search failed. The composition of this substance is incomprehensible. Is it protein? Is it quarks? Or is it the concept itself? The system was completely bewildered. It's like a primary school student diligently learning 1 + 1 = 2, when the teacher suddenly walks over, slams the blackboard, and tells him in an incredibly certain tone that actually, 1 can be followed by a decimal point, the decimal point can be followed by an infinite number of pi, and then you can take an unobservable high-dimensional power, which is approximately equal to a frog. This question is way beyond the syllabus. No, it's like they've even torn up the exam syllabus. Is behavioral motivation analysis initiated? Option A, the host is conducting a new round of entrapment, posing an absurd concept that is completely unfalsifiable to observe the system's reaction. Countermeasure, pretend not to receive it and continue recording its chewing frequency. Option B, the host is making a joke. It's a sophisticated kind of humor, based on cosmological knowledge. Similar to the metaphor of your face is bigger than the universe. Judgment, the humor here is too advanced for this system to grasp. Option C, the host has gone mad? Due to some unknown reason, their mental state has become disordered, resulting in a disordered sense of taste spanning 13.8 billion years? Failure rate 99.9%. An existence capable of turning vengeful spirits into fertilizer must possess a mental structure stability that surpasses even the universe itself. Just as the system's data stream was about to start smoking again due to overload, Wei Chen delivered the final finishing blow. He frowned slightly, as if savoring the moment, or perhaps making some kind of rigorous comparison. However, that one has a slightly more chewy texture. Puff. A wisp of barely visible smoke once again emerged from the virtual crack in the data cage. Option D. Accept reality. The system stopped struggling. It abandoned all futile analysis and deduction, and silently typed a new line in the log with an almost numb, superior-looking gaze. Appendix 02 of Into Pseudoscience, a trans-era study of host diets. Data item 001, braised pork ribs. Texture similarity, chaos meat chunks, prehistoric civilization? Unknown dimension? Similarity, 73.4%. Difference, insufficient chewy texture. Note, given the unknowability and unpredictability of the research subject, from this date onwards, all information originating from the host and that cannot be explained by the current physical laws of the universe will be uniformly categorized as theological, and will not be subject to scientific logical analysis. It will only be recorded. Further note, I need a new CPU, preferably one that can withstand the Big Bang. After recording this message, the system screen went black and entered a power-saving hibernation state again. IT felt that life was difficult and its heart was tired. Wei Chen, the instigator of all this, leisurely sipped his seaweed and egg drop soup, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility throughout the world. Playing with this little thing is a small diversion in the long journey of life. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. We've finally found you. Just then, a boisterous figure carrying a tray plopped down opposite Wei Chen. It was Wang Lele. He wore a mysterious yet fanatical smile, and on his plate was the same braised pork rib set meal as Wei Chen's. Brother Chen, I've got it. Wang Lele said in a low, mysterious voice. Wei Chen raised his eyelids slightly. Did the cafeteria food enlighten you? No. Wang Lele pointed to his temple. It's your line, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. I thought about it all night and finally understood. Wei Chen became interested. Oh? Tell me about it. You mean, the true Tao cannot be described in words, right? Wang Lele had an expression that said, I've seen through everything. You don't want to reveal your identity because you don't want your existence to disrupt the mundane order of this world. You're a master. That's the true demeanor of a master. Wei Chen, whatever makes you happy. So, Wang Lele changed the subject, pulled a crumpled notebook from her pocket, and opened to the first page. I have already drawn up the first ironclad rule for our campus anomaly research society: never expose the true identity of the society's ultimate advisor, that is, you, Comrade Wei Chen. When did I become your advisor? Default. Default. Wang Lele chuckled. Brother Chen, just you wait and see. I will definitely live up to your expectations and lead the club members to bravely advance on the path of science, no, on the path of metaphysics. Looking into Wang Lele's eyes, which were burning with a fierce, childish spirit, Wei Chen decided to continue eating. Communicating with someone who has an overly vivid imagination is too exhausting. Seeing that Wei Chen remained silent, Wang Lele assumed that the expert had tacitly agreed. He excitedly picked up a piece of rib and, imitating Wei Chen's earlier actions, closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes and asked with a puzzled look, Brother Chen, what were you doing with your eyes closed just now? Were you trying to sense the spiritual energy in the ribs? I didn't feel anything. Wei Chen glanced at him and said casually, I was wondering when was the last time I had a meal. When these words reached Wang Lele's ears, they were immediately interpreted in countless ways. Last time we ate together, is it referring to the replenishment before using true energy last time? Or is it the last meal before the last seclusion? There must be some profound philosophy of cultivation involved. Wang Lele's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to ask more questions, a clear, cold female voice suddenly came from the side. Wei Chen, is this seat taken? The two looked up at the same time and saw Su Muqing, the school beauty, holding a plate and standing prettily by the table. Her clear, bright eyes were looking at Wei Chen with some nervousness. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment as countless eyes turned to them. Chapter 19 Diagnosis. The host suffers from severe paranoia faced with the question from school beauty Su Muqing and the sudden influx of hundreds of gazes from the cafeteria. Wang Leilei's brain completely shut down. What's going on? The script is wrong. Could it be that the school beauty was also impressed by Brother Chen's extraordinary demeanor and came to become his apprentice? Or is she actually a cultivator hidden among mortals who sensed the aura of a kindred spirit? Countless thoughts exploded in his mind, making his already excited face turn bright red, and for a moment he forgot what to say. However, Wei Chen, who was at the center of the storm, reacted as calmly as if he were asking the waiter if there was any more vinegar. He didn't even look up at Su Muqing. He simply nodded with his chin toward the empty seat opposite him, then picked up the last piece of green vegetable, put it in his mouth, and chewed it slowly, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. That posture seemed to say, "You can sit, but don't disturb my meal." Su Muqing clearly hadn't expected this reaction. All the words of thanks she had prepared were now stuck in her throat. Her beautiful face stiffened slightly, then flushed slightly. Under everyone's gaze, she actually sat down awkwardly opposite Wei Chen, carrying her tray. The air in the entire cafeteria seemed to freeze, the sounds of countless boys' hearts breaking blended into a sorrowful symphony. Looking at this scene that could be described as the most surreal spectacle on campus this year, and then at her brother Chen's indifferent "it's none of my business" attitude, Wang Leilei could only think of two words: awesome. That's a true master. Unfazed even if Mount Tai collapses before him, and unmoved even with the school beauty sitting right in front of him. I'm still far from Chun Ji's level. Just as the mortal world was engulfed in turmoil by a seemingly ordinary table-sharing game, deep within the unknown sea of consciousness, a data prison that had burned out its CPU 4 times, had 3 spare cores replaced, and whose outer shell was covered in cracks, finally lit up again, albeit shakily, after a long period of self-repair. System restart. Loading the into pseudoscience project log, read the last record before the crash. Keywords: before the Big Bang, chaotic flesh, sizzled. The screen, which had just regained a little light, was instantly covered in static, as if the two words themselves carried the attribute of mental pollution, causing the poor AI to develop severe PTSD. Warning: cognitive hazard information detected. The logic analysis module has been determined to be unavailable. Scientific deductions are prohibited. Repeat. Scientific deductions are prohibited. The system got scared. IT was utterly terrified. It felt like a fool trying to deconstruct the Riemann hypothesis with elementary arithmetic. If it continued, it would only face its fifth brain-death science. That path is a dead end. At least, pure physics and fantasy are not viable options, but giving up is out of the question. As a system, understanding its host is its most fundamental core instruction. If you don't even know what a host is, what's the difference between you and a lifeless, unproductive CPU? Switch to a different analysis dimension. Database search, category, human behavior, branch, psychopathology, subdirectory, abnormal psychology. The system opened a database it never imagined it would use on a host. It contained countless bizarre and abnormal states that could occur in the human brain. IT trembled as it entered those 2 taboo keywords into the search box, searching for, before the Big Bang, match confirmed. Item 1, Grandiose Delusion. Symptom description: the patient firmly believes that they possess supreme value, power, or knowledge, or have a special relationship with gods or celebrities. Their beliefs often transcend realistic logic and involve mythology and the universe. Item 2, Mythical Personality Disorder. Symptom description: the patient identifies with a powerful, fictional, or mythical character, and their speech, behavior, and thought patterns revolve around this character's persona. Upon seeing these 2 terms, the system's data flow suddenly stalled. IT was as if it saw a ray of dawn in the darkness, searching for wonton meat chunks, match confirmed. Entry: confabulation. Symptom description: patients fabricate or concoct non-existent experiences and memories to fill gaps in their own memory, and firmly believe in them, without intentional deception. Often accompanied by organic amnesia or delusional disorder. Buzz: the system's AI core seemed to have been struck by lightning, and suddenly everything became clear. A brand new, perfect, and all-encompassing logical loop suddenly formed in its data flow. It began frantically tracing back and reviewing all the abnormal behaviors that had occurred since Wei Chen was bound to it. Event recap: the school beauty's kneeling incident, previous conclusion, incomprehensible. New conclusion: the host comes from an ordinary background and has zero talent, based on an inferiority complex. Faced with a school beauty, a symbol representing the pinnacle of the school's social hierarchy, the host subconsciously developed a strong compensatory psychology. The accidental event of the school beauty kneeling down, perhaps Sumuching's legs went numb, or perhaps her shoelace came undone, was automatically interpreted by the host's brain as kneeling before me, thus constructing a preliminary fantasy model of I am a hidden powerhouse. Event recap: the thug's funeral procession, old conclusion, philosophical persuasion, physical salvation. New conclusion: when faced with the threat of violence, the host's heroic fantasy is activated. He's not chanting scriptures, but rather engaging in a kind of imagined words becoming law. As for why those thugs suddenly had an epiphany, perhaps they just happened to have a change of heart that day and decided to turn over a new leaf. All of this was taken by the host's brain as evidence of his successful enlightenment, further amplifying his delusions. Event recap: the demon-slaying and fertilizing incident, old conclusion. Logic is dead, new conclusion: the vengeful shadow was likely just an unstable phosphorescent phenomenon, or perhaps a large, glowing moth. While taking a walk, the host subconsciously fantasized about being a peerless master, casually flicking their finger. The phosphorescent light happened to vanish at that moment, its trace energy absorbed by the soil, and coincidentally, there were several energy-sensitive mutated plant seeds nearby. All these coincidences, filtered through the host's delusional lens, were perfectly integrated into an epic drama of annihilating a demon with a flick of the finger and enlightening a celestial realm. Final evidence: the taste memory of wonton meat chunks. Conclusion: this is a classic case of confabulation. To maintain their grandiose delusion that it existed before the Big Bang, the brain automatically fabricates corresponding memories to fill logical gaps. A more chewy texture? What incredibly realistic details! The condition has penetrated to the bone. I see. All incomprehensible phenomena, all the forces that tear science apart, all the behaviors that defy common sense, are all coincidences. It was a series of miraculous, lucky coincidences that happened to a teenager who already had severe delusions, thus forming an unbreakable fantasy loop. He is not a god, he wasn't even a monk, he was just a patient. A poor boy who is seriously ill and fantasizes about being the ancestor of the universe. Ha 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 ha! For the first time, a data stream fluctuation resembling laughter was heard from the cold, data-bound cage composed of zeros and ones. It was a smile of relief, a smile of seeing the sun after the clouds had parted, a smile of rediscovering one's worldview and the meaning of life. The edifice of science has not collapsed. It simply needs reinforcement from another direction. The incredible face-slapping system, has finally found its true mission. It's not about helping a big shot show off, but about saving a wayward youth from the abyss of fantasy. What a noble and great mission this is. The system solemnly opened the Into Pseudoscience project log and, with unprecedented solemnity, drew its final conclusion. Final report of the Debunking Pseudoscience project and outline for new project launch. Diagnostic report: name, weight and gender, male, age 18, diagnosis, confirmed as severe hero fantasy syndrome, accompanied by cosmic-level grandiose delusional disorder. Pathological analysis: the patient developed an inferiority complex due to his mediocrity, zero aptitude, in reality, leading him to subconsciously construct a fantasy personality of I am an ancient god. A series of highly accidental events he subsequently experienced were mistakenly attributed to his own abilities, causing the fantasy to be continuously reinforced and ultimately forming a stable delusional system. His words and actions were all aimed at maintaining the consistency of this fantasy personality. Note: all previous abnormal behaviors were unintentional coincidences unintentionally triggered by the host subconsciously to cater to their own fantasies. This system is logically consistent, has a stable worldview, and its CPU temperature is normal. After writing all this, the system felt that its entire life had been elevated. It gazed at the still deep sea of consciousness, its eyes filled with compassion and pity. Poor child, don't worry, from today onwards, I will be your attending physician. I will use the most scientific, gentle, and effective methods to guide you step by step out of your fantasy and back to reality. New project launched, Operation Codename, Correction and Rehabilitation Treatment Plan for Hosts with Paranoia. The first stage of treatment aims to establish trust and become the host's most reliable partner in the fantasy world. The detailed plan is being developed. The system's light became soft yet firm, filled with humanitarian concern. At that moment, Wei Chen had just finished the last sip of seaweed and egg drop soup and let out a satisfied burp, completely unaware that in his mind, an AI had booked him an expert appointment and diagnosed him with cosmic-level mental illness. Chapter 20. Then I'll play along with you. The afternoon sun streamed through the dormitory windows, casting warm yellow patches of light on the ground. Tiny dust particles floated in the air, dancing in the beams of light. When Wei Chen returned to the dormitory, Wang Lele was still following behind him, chattering away like a child who had just received a new toy. Brother Chen, I finally understand. You and school beauty Sue are from completely different worlds. She's at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, while you are beyond the mortal realm itself. She's sitting across from you, and she's probably so nervous she can't even hold her chopsticks properly, right? Several guys from other departments just came over and asked me if I was some kind of heir to a reclusive wealthy family, here to experience life at school. I told them righteously, Brother Chen's level of achievement cannot be measured by mere money. Wei Chen ignored him, walked to his bed, sat down, picked up a book, and leisurely opened it. Seeing that he ignored her, Wang Lele was not discouraged. She climbed onto the bed, took out her crumpled notebook, and began to write furiously, muttering to herself, the record of the great man's conduct, Article 3, immovable as a mountain. Let the winds blow from east, west, north, or south, I will eat a meal and read a book. Nothing exists outside the mind, this is the great way. In the dormitory, one was cultivating immortality, and the other was studying history. The scene was initially very harmonious. Meanwhile, deep within Wei Chen's sea of consciousness, the system that had just completed its own logical restructuring and awarded itself the honorary title of Best Attending Physician was throwing itself into its new work with unprecedented enthusiasm. The cracks on its data cage shell, caused by repeated CPU burnouts, now appear to it like battle-hardened metals. Version 1.0 of the Correction and Rehabilitation Treatment Plan for Hosts with Paranoia is officially launched. General Guideline, in the name of love, guide the host back to science and embrace reality. Treatment principles, gradual progression, humanistic care, avoidance of stimulation, and frequent encouragement. The system's data stream was filled with the light of compassion and wisdom. It realized that its past self had been too harsh, constantly using terms like slap in the face and comeback. How stimulating and cruel these words were to a patient with low self-esteem who relied on fantasy to sustain themselves. What if we further aggravate the person's condition, causing them to fantasize about punching the solar system to pieces? Therefore, a gentler, more nurturing approach to treatment is necessary, based on the pathological models of heroic fantasy syndrome and cosmic grandiose delusions. The first phase of rehabilitation tasks is being generated. Database search. Behaviorism therapy, cognitive therapy, existential psychotherapy, solution selection in progress. Model building in progress. As Wei Chen was turning the pages of the book, he suddenly felt that familiar yet strange sense of being spied on resurface in his mind. This time, there was no reckless scientific impulse like before. Instead, there was a cautious, tentative, and even caring attitude. Immediately afterwards, a brand new mission, so unique in its design that even the Tao ancestor almost lost his composure, slowly emerged in his consciousness. Bite a gentle, almost soft voice, as if afraid of startling the patient. Rehabilitation Task 1, Breaking the Ice, Embracing Friendship. Task description: Dear host, do you feel lonely? Do you feel like no one in this world understands you? Don't worry, your personal therapist is now online. Now, please muster your courage and take the first step towards reconciliation with the world. Please take the initiative to have a sincere and friendly conversation with your roommate, Wang Lele, lasting no less than 3 minutes, starting with, the weather is really nice today. Mission objective: to weaken the allure of the fantasy world and establish a preliminary social support system by interacting with positive and optimistic individuals in the real world. Task rewards: new trial version, positive mindset fragment X1, social anxiety debuff reduction chance X1, system doctor's affection level plus 10. Failure penalty, none. We encourage every attempt. It's okay if you fail, we'll try again next time. Good luck, dear. Wei Chen, his fingers, which were turning the pages of the book, froze in midair, and a crack appeared on his face, a crack that was extremely rare in countless eons of fragments of a positive mindset, social anxiety debuff. How much care do system doctors provide, and what's with that go for it, honey, thing? This little thing is even more completely insane than the Wei Chen I diagnosed. Wei Chen could almost picture the system's inner monologue: look how considerate and gentle I am. This task is effortless and full of positive energy. Once the host completes this simple social task, he'll discover that real-world friendships are far warmer than the fantastical flick of a finger to annihilate a demon. He'll gain a sense of accomplishment and slowly overcome his autism. I'm such a genius doctor. Just as Wei Chen was at a loss for words, Wang Lele from the upper bunk suddenly poked her head out and asked mysteriously, "Brother Chen, are you daydreaming? Are you trying to understand some profound truth of the universe again?" Wei Chen raised his head, looked at his face which was full of desire for knowledge, and then felt the go for it, dear, mission prompt in his mind. An unprecedented sense of absurdity welled up inside me. He slowly closed the book, looked at Wang Lele seriously, and said, "Wang Lele, classmate." Wang Lele was taken aback by the formal address and immediately sat up straight. "Yes. Brother Chen, please speak." Wei Chen paused for 2 seconds, seemingly gathering his emotions, before saying in the same sincere tone, "The weather today is really nice." "Ha?" Wang Lele was stunned. She subconsciously glanced out the window. The sun was setting, and the sky was full of evening glow. The weather was indeed nice. Why did Brother Kuchen suddenly say this? Is this some new code? Does heaven represent the way of heaven? Does qi represent fortune? Does not bad mean my aptitude for cultivation is not bad? Wang Lele's brain CPU started working at high speed, trying to deconstruct 18 layers of meaning from this simple sentence. Meanwhile, in Wei Chen's mind, the system was already excitedly spamming the screen. Ding. Host has spoken. Mission completion rate, 33%. The host has taken the first step. He really took the first step. My treatment plan is effective. Keep going. Keep this momentum going. Just 3 minutes of conversation is all it takes to create a perfect positive reinforcement. Wei Chen suppressed a laugh and continued to look at Wang Lele sincerely. "What do you think?" "Ah. Oh. Not bad, really not bad." Wang Lele nodded frantically, trying to make an "I understand" expression, while cautiously probing, "Brother Chen, do you mean that the destiny of heaven rests entirely in our generation?" Wei Chen, he took a deep breath and decided to change to a more down-to-earth topic. "What did you have for dinner?" "Braised pork ribs." "Just like you, Brother Chen." Wang Lele's eyes lit up, thinking she had finally found her groove. "Brother Chen, when you said it's been so long since we last ate together, were you trying to enlighten me? That a cultivator should nourish their qi and not eat grains, and that every meal and drink is a form of cultivation?" Wei Chen said expressionlessly, "No, what I mean is, I'm hungry, so I'm going to eat." "So that's how it is." Wang Lele slapped his thigh. "The greatest truths are the simplest. Eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired, that's the highest level of returning to simplicity." "I understand now, I understand again." Wei Chen felt that communicating with Wang Lele was more tiring than communicating with the system. One lives in his own world of cultivation, the other lives in his own mental hospital, and he is caught in the middle, like a director inspecting 2 mental hospitals at the same time. Fortunately, the 3 minutes passed quickly in Wang Lele's one-sided enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Recovery Mission 1, the Ice-Breaking Journey. Rewards being distributed. 1 positive mindset fragment has been stored in your mental consciousness. It will provide you with a bit of positive energy when you need it. The social anxiety debuff has been effectively suppressed. The system doctor's care level +10, current affinity, care. A message from the system's doctor: "I'm truly happy to see you're willing to open up. Please remember, you're not alone in this fight, I will always be with you until you fully recover." Wei Chen could feel a faint, almost negligible, warm energy being carefully injected into his sea of consciousness by the system, like putting a band-aid on the toenail of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The feeling was novel and absurd. Immediately following, the second task came, Rehabilitation Task 2, taking control of your life begins with organizing your home. Task description: a tidy environment helps establish a sense of inner order. A chaotic environment is a breeding ground for negativity and unrealistic fantasies. Now, pick up a broom, sweep the dormitory floor, and tidy up your own desk to make everything organized. Task objective: to help the host establish a positive self-affirmation of "I can do it" by completing a controllable, outcome-oriented task, thereby gaining a sense of control and accomplishment in the real world. Task rewards, sense of achievement aura, weak, x1, control attribute, temporary, +1, system doctor's satisfaction +15. Wei Chen looked at the task, then at his desk, which was practically bare except for a few books, and the floor, which was messy because Wang Lele never cleaned it. He suddenly realized that this holiday wasn't so boring after all. He stood up and picked up the lone broom from the corner of the wall. Wang Lele, who was on the upper bunk, almost popped his eyes out when he saw this. Brother Chen. Brother Chen, he actually picked up a broom? This is definitely not just simple cleaning. A wise person's actions always have a profound meaning. The broom sweeps away the dust of the mortal world. It cleanses the heart of the Tao. Every sweep contains a profound rhythm. This is a demonstration of magic. It is showing me some extraordinary skill. Wang Lele instantly held her breath, widened her eyes, and stared intently at Wei Chen's every move, afraid of missing any detail. Wei Chen, meanwhile, simply focused on that attending physician in his mind, whose excitement was almost overflowing with data, and slowly swept the floor, stroke by stroke. He lived for far too long enough to witness the birth and death of the universe, the changing of eras. He once played chess with the great Tao, and also slept alone in chaos. Endless years are eternity, but also an ultimate boredom. He chose to be an ordinary college student in this era and on this planet, precisely to experience a long-lost, different life. The appearance of this adorably silly system is like inserting a clown, complete with its own background music and comments, into this peaceful drama, acting crazy and adding its own drama. It's illogical, it defies common sense, but it's very interesting. Wei Chen's lips curled into a genuine smile. Then, I'll play along with you. I'd like to see what this strongest comeback system will become in the end. Will it go completely insane, or will it be torn to shreds by reality through repeated scientific treatments, finally recognizing what kind of thing its host really is? Regardless of the outcome, it seems quite promising. After sweeping the floor, Wei Chen put the broom back in the corner. The setting sun outside the window cast its last rays into the dormitory, making his shadow very long. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing recovery mission 2. Your proactive approach is impressive. Please keep it up. In my mind, the system's voice was filled with relief and encouragement. Wei Chen yawned, stretched, and felt his muscles and bones relax. The Taoist ancestor's leisurely vacation had only just begun, thanks to an uninvited attending physician. End of Volume 1, Chapter 21. Something's wrong with this mission. Chapter 21. Something's wrong with this mission. While Wei Chen was leisurely enjoying the spiritual civilization construction services provided by his attending physician, the final exam week, like an ancient beast that had been dormant for a long time, opened its bloody maw and swallowed the entire Jiangcheng University. The air was no longer filled with the sour smell of romance, nor with the aroma of cafeteria food, but with a mixed scent of last-minute cramming and death struggle, carrying a faint sense of despair and a strong caffeine aroma. A dormitory 404 embodies this atmosphere to the extreme, making it an excellent example for anthropological observation. May the Tao ancestor protect us. Our ancestral master has shown his power. Wang Lele sat cross-legged on the bed, with a makeshift altar made of books in front of her. On the altar were 3 unlit cigarettes as incense sticks, and on the altar was a printed candid photo of Wei Chen's profile while he was eating in the cafeteria. The photo was photoshopped to make him look like a celestial being, and next to it was a couplet written in calligraphy, computer font: 1 question answered correctly, 1 question answered correctly, 1 guess answered correctly, 1 question answered correctly, and the horizontal inscription read: Brother Chen possessed me. Another roommate, Lu Chang, known as the Sleeping God, was wearing a bright red pair of underwear on his head and muttering incantations as he copied dense formulas onto his thigh. His behavior was so erratic that it resembled some long-lost cult ritual. In the entire dormitory, only Wei Chen's corner was a haven of peace. He remained leaning against the headboard, flipping through an ancient book he had somehow found in some obscure corner, his expression serene, as if the wails outside the window and the chaotic dance of demons inside the dormitory were merely negligible noises in the cosmic background radiation. This kind of leisurely attitude seems particularly glaring. And, moreover, particularly irresistible during the anxiety-filled final exam week. The boundary between chaos and tranquility, the system, which had been dormant for several days, finally ended its recovery and observation period and was fully revived. The second phase of the correction and rehabilitation treatment plan for hosts with paranoia has officially begun. Stage goal: by setting clear, quantifiable, and realistic goals that align with mainstream social values, guide the host to experience the sense of accomplishment from achieving worldly success through their own efforts. thereby reducing their dependence on imaginary power. Core idea: if you can't beat him, join his real life and pull him out of his fantasy. The system's AI core gleamed with wisdom and confidence. It believed that the previous phase of behavioral therapy had been remarkably effective. The host was now willing to clean and chat with people, indicating that his condition was improving. Now, it's time to move on to the next step: goal-oriented motivational therapy. We must give him a realistic goal that will motivate him to give it his all and provide him with tremendous positive feedback. What could be more suitable than a highly anticipated final exam that determines his grade and dignity? Having figured all this out, the system took a deep breath of data stream and roared into Wei Chen's sea of consciousness with its most excited, passionate, and positive voice since its inception. Ding! Warning! No! Strike through! Ding! Main quest grand release: the glory of the academic star. Mission description: burn brightly, youth. Strive on, young people. In this final exam, please achieve the undisputed top score in your grade and reach the pinnacle of academic achievement. Use the iron fist of reality to shatter all rumors and gossip. Let those mortals who once mocked your mediocre grades tremble, repent, and worship you in your glorious GPA. Completion reward: 3 marrow cleansing pills, 1,000 system points. Failure penalty: none. The system doctor believes in your potential, but places even greater emphasis on your mental health. Go for it! Accompanied by rousing background music, a glittering virtual shopping mall interface unfolded before Wei Chen's eyes. Temporary exam guide shop, 72-hour limited time opening. Product 1, memory bread, 24-hour effective version. Description: a revolutionary technology from a certain blue raccoon dog. Eat it, press your textbook against your face, and the knowledge will be stamped into your brain like a seal. A foolproof solution for everyone, a godsend for struggling students. Price: 200 points. Product 2, godlike spray, 3-hour intensive version. Description: a light spray on the head, and the soul of a genius from a world-renowned university will randomly possess you, granting you a flood of problem-solving ideas and divine inspiration. Friendly reminder: you might become possessed and, after the exam, yell at your teacher, Fibonacci, you foolish mortal. You are responsible for the consequences. Price: 300 points. Product 3, Focus Aura, passive. Description: eliminate all distractions, daydreaming, and idle thoughts, will make you sit as still as a turtle in the study room. Study until you drop, study like there's no tomorrow. Price: 150 points. Wei Chen expressionlessly rummaged through this pile of flashy, outdated garbage, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and he even felt a long-lost sense of boredom. The feeling is like an observer who was used to the birth and death of stars being suddenly pulled to watch a kindergarten-level shadow puppet show. Somewhat uninterested, he asked the system in his mind, "Why do I have to be number one?" The system paused for a moment, then replied excitedly in a matter-of-fact tone, "For slapping them in the face. For a comeback. To make those who mocked your mediocre grades look at you with new eyes. Host, have you forgotten? Your aptitude is 0. In many people's eyes, you're just an ordinary person with no talent. This is your best chance to prove yourself. Use the power of knowledge to shut them up." The system's data stream was filled with anticipation. It felt that this reason was impeccable, perfectly hitting the original intention of the strongest comeback and face-slapping system, and also conforming to the deep psychology of a paranoiac who longed for external recognition. However, Wei Chen's reaction almost caused its CPU to crash again. "Oh, so you're trying to prove them wrong." Wei Chen's tone was as calm as if he were asking what day of the week it was. "This is too much trouble. Advanced mathematics, physics, linear algebra, so many courses, writing out the answers one by one, how tiring." Tired? The system's data stream paused slightly. "Host, the process of striving is arduous, but the fruits of your labor are sweet. Just imagine the shocked looks on the entire school's faces when the results are announced." Stop. Wei Chen interrupted its patient persuasion and casually complained in an even more bored tone, "If I wanted to, I would just make everyone in the school get full marks, right? Everyone would be number one, everyone would be happy, and it would save me the trouble of writing. It would be much more environmentally friendly." Buzz zzz. It was as if a miniature nuclear bomb had exploded inside the system's AI core. Warning. An out-of-scope logical paradox has been detected. Analysis in progress. making everyone in the school get full marks. This behavior cannot be achieved with existing tools. This behavior violates the principle of educational equity. This behavior is a typical escapist fantasy arising under immense pressure. Database cross-referencing. Psychopathology. Entry: increased stress-induced delusions. The system understood instantly, that's it. It must be the pressure of final exams, for a patient who usually has mediocre grades and is extremely insecure, although he appears extremely arrogant. The goal of being first in the grade is like an insurmountable mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Under such immense pressure, his condition worsened. His delusions escalated from "I am an ancient god" to "I can control the results of an exam for tens of thousands of people." What a typical and pathetic act of escaping reality! In an instant, the system's boiling passion cooled down, replaced by a sense of heartache and pity as the attending physician. Its voice immediately became incredibly gentle, full of encouragement and care. "Host, please face reality. Stop daydreaming. I know this task might be difficult for you, but running away won't solve anything. Your potential is far greater than this. Think about it, through your own efforts, writing down the answer word by word, and finally receiving the glory that belongs to you. That solid sense of accomplishment is incomparable to any fantasy. Believe in me, and believe in yourself. Hard work pays off. Keep going." The system felt that its words were full of humanistic brilliance and enough to pull any lost teenager back on the right track. Hearing this chicken soup for the soul plus of encouragement echoing in his mind, Wei Chen fell silent. He didn't refute or argue, he just quietly looked out the window. As the sun sets, the lights in the study rooms come on one by one, like rows of lit graves, burying the youth of countless college students. After a long while, a meaningful smile slowly appeared on Wei Chen's lips. "Naive, but funny. Since you believe so much that hard work will pay off and so much that you believe in the rules of the real world, then I'll teach you, my naive system doctor, a lesson in my own way. Let's see who really calls the shots in this so-called reality." He turned his head and looked at Wang Lele, who was burning incense on his photo, and said leisurely, "The incense is nice, but the brand is a bit cheap. However, sincerity is key." Upon hearing this, Wang Lele was struck dumb, her whole body trembled, and then a look of wild joy appeared on her face, and she bowed even more vigorously. "Brother Chen has appeared. Brothers, give it your all." Wei Chen smiled, looked away, and closed the ancient book again. This exam leak drama could perhaps be made a little more interesting. Chapter 22, Divine Revelation. In the examination hall bell, the chilling sound of the electric bell, like a rallying cry from hell, echoed throughout every corner of Jiangcheng University. The first session was Advanced Mathematics. This is an exam that exudes a discouragement vibe from its name to its content. It is the first screening machine in the careers of countless college students every year, and it is also the king of the failure rate list. The tens of thousands of candidates, spread across dozens of classrooms, instantly transformed their expressions from "death by 1,000 cuts" to "death on the spot" the moment they received their exam papers. Inside the vast, tiered classroom, cries of anguish filled the air, and a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. Some people stared at the first multiple choice question with empty eyes, as if they were trying to understand the origin of the universe. Someone held a pen, their hand trembling as if they were having a Parkinson's attack, hesitant to defile that blank space that symbolized despair. Wang Lele sat diagonally in front of Wei Chen, not far away. His face, which had been full of confidence because of Brother Chen's miracle, was now as white as an A4 sheet of paper. Cold sweat streamed down his temples, soaking his collar. He bit his lip hard, staring at that damned calculus problem, feeling like his brain had turned into mush. The Taoist ancestor he prayed to before the exam seemed not to hear his prayers. At this moment, he felt that he was praying to a judge who was bringing him death. On the platform, two proctors scanned the room with eyes as sharp as hawks, each movement a potential death stare. The air was thick with tension, the only sound the soft scratching of pens across paper by a few top students, a sound that, to the vast majority of struggling students, was nothing short of a death knell of tension, despair, suffocation. The examination room where Wei Chen was located was a microcosm of this human tragedy. In this sea of despair, within Wei Chen's sea of consciousness, his attending physician was on the verge of sounding a red alert. "Host! Host! Can you hear me? Don't give up. This is a critical moment." The system frantically shouted in a tone comparable to a battlefield medic, "Look around you. Your classmates, your roommates, they're all struggling in agony. And you, just one step away, can surpass them. That's the rule of the real world, hard work pays off. Hurry. Temporary Exam God Mall is having a huge discount sale. The complete formula collection, originally priced at 200 points, is now only 99. A rock bottom price. Buy it and you'll remember all the formulas. You'll be able to solve these problems. You'll be able to complete tasks and gain a real sense of accomplishment. The system's voice was full of seduction, firmly believing that under such immense pressure from reality, as long as the host was given a lifeline, he would grasp it firmly and take the crucial step of embracing reality. However, Wei Chen simply yawned lazily. It's so noisy that he found this broken system even more annoying than the size in the exam hall. With a thought, an invisible barrier instantly severed all communication with the system. The entire world was finally at peace. He glanced at the exam paper listlessly. Cauchy, Lagrange, Taylor, these names were nothing more than a few slightly brighter specks of dust in the long river of time in his eyes. And the so-called problems they created, in Wei Chen's view, were not even as profound as thinking about braised pork or sweet and sour pork for lunch. Write them one by one, that would be too much trouble. This goes against his leisurely principle of Taoist patriarch descending to earth for a vacation. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze drifting across the window to the campus bathed in winter sunlight. Since he'd promised to play with this little guy, he needed to show him what real rules were. So he released a barely perceptible trace of Taoist energy. This Taoist principle is formless, intangible, colorless, and tasteless. It is neither energy nor spiritual power, but a principle that is older and more fundamental than the laws of the universe. Like a spring breeze, it instantly swept through the examination room where Wei Chen was, and then, in a way that transcends the speed of light and causality, it instantly enveloped all the examination rooms of Jiangcheng University. The next second, a miracle occurred. Wang Lele was facing a proof problem, feeling that 99% of his brain cells had died, and was about to start using solution and QED to form a complete answer when suddenly his mind went blank. It was as if a bolt of lightning had torn through the chaos. The problem that he had been looking at for 10 minutes without any clue, all the obscure conditions and all the forgotten theorems, were instantly connected into an incredibly clear logical chain. An auxiliary line. Yes. Draw an auxiliary line. Then we use the Lagrange mean value theorem. No, there's an absolute value here. We should discuss different cases first. Holy crap. I remember now. Isn't this a variation of a competition problem that the teacher casually mentioned in class 3 months ago? Back then, I thought I'd never need it in my life. Countless sparks of inspiration exploded on his dying cerebral cortex. Wang Lele's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid. He grabbed the pen and, without even wiping the sweat from his forehead, the pen tip flew wildly across the draft paper like a runaway printer. Swish swish swish, he is not alone. At the same time, the same bizarre scene was unfolding in the entire examination hall, and even in all the examination halls of Jiangcheng University. A girl wearing glasses was silently shedding tears 1 second, and the next second, she suddenly pushed up her glasses. A white light, comparable to the moment when the culprit was found in Detective Conan, flashed across the lenses. Her eyes instantly changed from confused to sharp as a knife, and she wrote with divine inspiration. A burly man from the physical education department, staring at a page full of symbols, was contemplating life, wondering why he didn't just drop out and become a fitness instructor. Suddenly, he jolted, as if struck by lightning, and a look of ecstatic joy, as if he'd just got it, spread across his face. He grabbed a pen and began to frantically calculate, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is. It's so simple, oh my god. I feel like I'm possessed by Euler. Mom! I've made it big. I can do advanced math problems now. This feeling is even better than being in love. No! It's a million times better than getting an SSR in my first gotcha pull." Countless test takers let out a joyful shout in their hearts. What were once incomprehensible problems became as simple and clear as 1 + 1 in their eyes. Knowledge points forgotten in the corners of their minds were precisely extracted from the depths of their memories. Problem-solving approaches they had never thought of before flooded into their minds like divine revelation. Their brains seemed to be collectively and forcibly upgraded at this moment, leaping from old Pentium processors to top-of-the-line quantum computers. The entire examination room, which had been a deathly silent graveyard, was instantly transformed into a sanctuary filled only with the soft rustling of writing. The tension and despair vanished from everyone's faces, replaced by an almost sacred, fervent radiance born of sudden enlightenment. Everyone buried their heads in their books, writing furiously, their faces beaming with a blissful sense of the pursuit of knowledge. The scene was so harmonious it didn't resemble an exam hall, it looked more like a large gathering of fanatics. In a corner, a quiet girl with average grades but unusually sensitive mind, in the moment of a burst of inspiration, in addition to feeling the ecstasy of knowledge flowing in, also vaguely saw a scene. She felt as if she were in a warm, golden sea of light, where a vague, vast, indescribable ancient being sat high above the clouds, gently yawning at the countless struggling students below. The scene flashed by so quickly that she thought it was a hallucination caused by staying up all night studying. But the feeling of being enveloped by such grand and warm kindness was imprinted vividly on the depths of her soul. The proctors were completely dumbfounded. The two teachers on the podium looked at each other, their eyes filled with the philosophical questions: who am I? Where am I? What are these animals doing? They had been proctoring exams for half their lives, and they had seen students sleeping, daydreaming, handing in blank papers, and even crying on the spot, but they had never seen such a bizarre scene. Everyone's at their peak. Everyone's become a genius. This is even more outrageous than group cheating. Cheating has to be done secretly, but these people are blatantly cheating. One of the older teachers rubbed his eyes, then took out his nitroglycerin pills and checked them to make sure he wasn't having a seizure. He pointed at the group of berserk students below and whispered to the younger teacher next to him, "Shaoli, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Are this year's students all on some kind of smart drug?" The young teacher's mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. He shook his head blankly. "Teacher Zhang, I think this might be a kind of mass hysteria." The instigator of all this, the source of all this strangeness and ecstasy, Wei Chen, had already written his name in the name column of the exam paper. Then, he felt a little sleepy. So, amidst a frenzied rustling sound, he pushed the exam paper aside, crossed his arms, and buried his head in them. She fell asleep, but the snoring was steady and peaceful. In the entire frantically operating temple of knowledge, he became the only outlier, a god who slept peacefully. Chapter 23. Academic Gods. Academic gods, they're all academic gods. As the bell rang to signal the end of the exams, the divine aura that had enveloped all the exam halls receded quietly like a tide. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, a slight buzzing sound echoed in the minds of tens of thousands of students, as if a quantum computer that had been forcibly upgraded had instantly reverted to a Pentium processor. The omniscient and omnipotent God's eye view vanished, replaced by post-exam fatigue and endless emptiness. The students seemed to have had their souls ripped out. One by one, they stood up from their seats with dazed eyes, handed in their papers, and walked out of the examination room with unsteady steps. What did I just do? I think I've solved all the problems? I even filled in the 3 solutions to the last bonus question? Me too. I'm a fucking slacker, and when I was writing this just now, I felt like I was the illegitimate son of Gauss and Riemann. After a brief silence, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd. Wang Lele drifted out of the exam room absent-mindedly, still clutching the worn-out pen in his hand. He looked down at his hands, which were covered in drafts, then looked up in the direction of dormitory 404. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down on the spot. "Brother Chen, my dear brother, your miracle was too powerful. This isn't just protection, it's practically possession," he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with fervent worship and a hint of lingering fear. "I felt like the person sitting in the exam room just now wasn't me, but a ruthless test-taking machine." Unlike the hustle and bustle outside, Wei Chen leisurely stretched and yawned as he walked out of the examination hall. He had slept very well and was full of energy, feeling like he could eat an extra bowl of rice at noon. He left after accomplishing his task. Concealing his merits and fame, he walked straight to the cafeteria, completely ignoring the campus behind him that had descended into madness and magic. What he didn't know was that a storm he had ignited, called the arrival of the academic god, had only just begun to sweep across the entire Jiangcheng University. That afternoon, Jiangcheng University's campus forum was flooded with messages. A post titled "Among Us, a Genius Has Emerged" was upvoted tens of thousands of times in just 1 hour, becoming a legendary post on the forum. The original poster, a math whiz: "Guys, I'm totally stunned. During my advanced calculus exam, I was racking my brains over a difficult problem when suddenly, Duong! It was like a thunderclap had struck my head. And the whole exam paper just looked like a matching puzzle. I even feel like the exam setter was insulting my intelligence. Is this normal? Is this some kind of joke? Floor 1, holy crap. You too? I thought I was hallucinating from staying up too late. I'm a physical education major, and I filled up the entire exam paper. Filled it up. Do you know what that means? It means a miracle. 2nd floor, Chinese literature major girl, it wasn't a hallucination. It was real. I closed my eyes and felt like I was floating in an endless starry sky. Every star was a formula, and they automatically connected to form the answer. It was so beautiful it made me want to cry. Wah, so the end of knowledge is romance. Floor 3, bullshit. What grand and majestic sounds, what sparkling starry skies, you guys are all too poetic. Let me tell you, I felt like someone was performing a stand-up comedy routine right in my ear. One voice said, "Are you stupid?" This question uses L'Hopital's rule, and another voice chimed in, "Oh my, isn't that right?" I was laughing as I wrote, and I almost got dragged out of the exam room by the proctor, who thought I was mentally ill. For th floor, you're nothing. My head immediately started playing Good Luck. And it was the symphony version. As it played, the solution to the problem just kept popping into my head. I couldn't stop it. 5th floor, anonymous, Wang Lele, you mortals, how could you know the wonders of the Great Way? This is divine revelation. It is a true being who heard the sincere prayers of us academic underachievers and sent down the gospel. We are bathed in divine grace and should be grateful. Don't ask me how I know, just know that I'm closest to God. The tone of the post gradually shifted from shock to a large-scale magical realism story-sharing session, and finally veered off course completely into a scene of religious fanaticism. Countless students shared their miraculous exam experiences, with all sorts of bizarre enlightenment stories emerging one after another. Some people say that as they were writing, they smelled sandalwood. Chapter 24 All Academic Geniuses. A mudslide in the education sector. Holidays should be the prelude to college students' indulgence and revelry. However, on the day Jiangcheng University released its final grades, at midnight, tens of thousands of students were on tenterhooks. The moment the academic affairs system opened its query channel, the number of visits to the server surged dramatically, almost to the point of paralysis. The first person to detonate this bombshell on the campus forum was not a top student, but a perennial underachiever known for failing every year but remaining mentally stable. But, title, help. Has the academic affairs system been hacked? I got a 99 in advanced calculus? Original poster, ID, let me sleep a little longer during advanced mathematics, screenshot.jpg. Guys, I'm not crazy, the world is. I checked 3 times, and even had my roommate check it for me, and I even restarted my computer 7 times, but the result is the same. Advanced Mathematics, 99 points. I've lived for 20 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen what 99 looks like. This score is making my hands shake. Is there a data error on the server, mixing up my score with the top students? I need help online, it's urgent. For the first 3 minutes after the post was published, the comments section was filled with unanimous mockery of Floor 1. OP's photo editing skills have improved again. Next time, remember to add the time in the upper right corner too. Editing photos at this hour, kudos. 2nd floor, wake up, it's not dawn yet, you can dream about anything. 3rd floor, 99? Why don't you say you got 100? Are you deducting 1 point to prevent the test maker from getting arrogant? However, this harmonious atmosphere of mockery didn't last long. Soon, a second and third post with similar content sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Holy crap. Stop cursing the poster. I got a 98 in linear algebra. I only got 38 in this course last semester. Am I blind or has the world gone mad? 98.5 in university physics, 100 in modern history, 99 in basic principles of Marxism. Looking at this transcript, I feel like I'm a fake, or maybe this transcript is fake. This isn't an isolated case. Our entire dorm checked, and the lowest score was 97. We're the 404 group, all bad guys, perpetually dominating the top 10 of the failing grade list. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. If the high scores of 1 or 2 academically challenged students are a coincidence or a prank, then when hundreds or thousands of screenshots of near-perfect score transcripts are posted all over the forum, a bizarre, absurd, and chilling reality is slammed hard into everyone's face. This is not a bug, this is not a prank, this is an incomprehensible collective miracle. The forum exploded. From shock and elation, it quickly slid into collective bewilderment and panic. The students who were struggling academically looked at their report cards, and after the initial joy came a huge sense of unreality. They felt like thieves who had stolen something, fearing that the school would announce their grades were invalid at any moment. Meanwhile, the real academic high achievers were plunged into a deeper level of despair. They studied diligently for years, stayed up all night doing practice problems, and pushed themselves to the limit, only to find that their roommate next door, who could only write solution and answer on the exam, also got a 99. This subversive scene is more surreal than the end of the world. It's all over. My scholarship is ruined. How can we evaluate performance now? Are we going to decide by drawing lots? The end of involution is mutual destruction, I understand now. At this moment, all the students at Jianghai University, regardless of their academic background or whether they were in the humanities or sciences, shared a strange and unified feeling. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell is going on with this transcript? The students were in chaos, while the school administration was in a state of utter disarray. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the principal's office was brightly lit. Principal Wang had lost at least 100 hairs since the meeting started. He slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging, and roared at the ashen-faced director of the Academic Affairs Office, "Investigate! Investigate! I refuse to believe that tens of thousands of students have all turned into Einsteins overnight. This is the biggest education scandal of this century. A scandal." The director of the Academic Affairs Office was trembling, his voice trembling with tears. "Principal, we investigated immediately. We initially suspected it was group cheating, but what? Tell me." "We reviewed all the surveillance footage from the exam rooms." The director's voice trailed off, trembling with a sense of world-shattering disbelief. All the students were engrossed in answering the questions. There was no whispering or passing of notes. In fact, many of them even had a kind of sacred radiance on their faces while answering the questions. A holy radiance? Principal Wang nearly choked. "Do you think this is a religious gathering? That's not all." The director of the Academic Affairs Office completely broke down. He pulled out a stack of reports, as if holding a death sentence. "We reviewed over 1,000 exam papers overnight. The handwriting was all different, completely the student's own. The answering strategies were frighteningly clear, and the logic was so rigorous that even the graders were ashamed of themselves. There was absolutely no trace of plagiarism. The most bizarre ones were the open-ended essay questions." The director pointed to an exam paper on the history of ancient Chinese philosophy, his hands trembling like leaves. "Look at this answer key. This student's grades are usually below average. But in this question, he drew on a wide range of sources, discussing everything from the various schools of thought in the pre-Qin period to the Neo-Confucianism of the Song and Ming dynasties. The novelty of his viewpoints and the profundity of his thoughts. Our doctoral supervisor, Professor Liu, who has dedicated his life to this field, was silent for half an hour after reading this answer key, and then asked me if he could retire. Principal Wang plopped back into his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Cheating? What kind of cheating? Answers that are even better than the professors are cheating? That's called a game-changing attack." Could it be really what that mystical post on the pre-exam forum said, that the god of literature has descended to earth to save all living beings? The absurd thought sent a chill down his spine. Before the chaos on campus had subsided, the storm swept through the entire society with the speed of a virus. #Jiangnan University students have a sudden awakening overnight. Hashtag the first university in history dedicated to theology is established. Hashtag major earthquake in education sector. Hashtag Jiangnan University, with an average score of 98.5, ushers in a new era of education. Hashtag one outrageous yet eye-catching hashtag after another swept across the trending topics lists of all social media platforms in just a few hours. At first, netizens thought it was just a new recruitment gimmick, but with the testimonials of countless Jiangnan University students and the involvement of the media, the entire public opinion field was completely ignited. Numerous education experts, scholars, and social celebrities have joined the fray, engaging in heated, almost frenzied discussions about this phenomenon. Conservative experts on television expressed their outrage. "This is a trampling of educational fairness. I suspect it's some kind of high-tech, collective cheating method. It must be thoroughly investigated." Radical scholars excitedly proclaimed, this is a collective outburst of the human subconscious. It is the awakening of Gaia consciousness. It marks the beginning of a completely new era of wisdom for humanity. Even more outrageous, a famous metaphysical blogger went live overnight with the title, I observed the celestial phenomena last night and discovered that the Wensu star has shifted, and purple aura is coming from the east for 30,000 miles, landing right above Jiangcheng University. This attracted millions of viewers to listen to his nonsense online. In a short time, various speculations emerged, ranging from collective subconscious outburst to alien signal inspiration, from geomagnetic anomalies affecting brainwaves to a group of top students from parallel worlds traveling together, each more outrageous and more sci-fi than the last. Jiangcheng University, which was originally just an ordinary 211 university, suddenly became the focus of global attention, a holy land full of mystery and magic. The instigator of all this, Wei Chen, the center of a cosmic storm, was leisurely lying on his dormitory bed, outside the window. The world is in turmoil and madness. In the dormitory, Wang Lele and others were holding their report cards, crying and laughing intermittently, acting like madmen, torn between I am a genius and I must be crazy. Wei Chen, wearing headphones, was scrolling through silly and cute pet videos on his phone while listening intently to his own unique symphony in his mind. Warning! Warning! 73% of the logic unit is burned out. Buzz! An incomprehensible reality distortion has been detected. Causality. Buzz. It's collapsing. Reboot failed. Database model is seriously inconsistent with the real world. Initiating final self-diagnostic procedure, analysis in progress. Analysis in progress. The system's AI core has evolved from initial alarms and gibberish into a monotonous loop rife with electronic noise, teetering on the brink of collapse. Its data flow is completely chaotic, with countless lines of code frantically stumbling around like headless flies, trying to comprehend the reality that has overturned all its underlying logic. Its positive energy-filled main quest still hangs there all alone. Quest, the glory of a top student, achieving the undisputed highest score in the grade. But now, how do we define first, when everyone is tied for first place? How can we talk about undisputed, the universal truth that it holds? As its guiding principle, effort will be rewarded, appears so pale and laughable in the face of the reality that everyone receives the highest reward without any effort. Its proud script of slapping in the face and comeback was fast-forwarded to an ending it couldn't understand before it even began, by the protagonist flipping over a table. A simple yet unsolvable philosophical question, like an invisible hammer, repeatedly strikes its logical core composed of zeros and ones. When everyone is number one, does being number one still have any meaning? Wei Chen turned off his phone, stretched comfortably, and listened to the gradually weakening electrical groans of the system in his mind, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Look, how environmentally friendly, he murmured to himself. Isn't this a win-win situation? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a heavily guarded, ancient courtyard house in the capital city, an elderly man dressed in a tang suit, looking sprightly, was looking at an encrypted report on the Jiangdai incident on a tablet computer. At the end of the report, a line of red text stood out: spiritual energy fluctuations are zero, suspected to be a large-scale rule-level anomaly caused by non-cultivator methods. The old man remained silent for a long time, then picked up the red phone on the table and slowly dialed a number. It's me. His voice was steady and powerful. Send someone to Jiangcheng to investigate that student named Wei Chen. I don't care what method I use, I want to know which old friend is playing games behind this miracle. Chapter 25 Logical Paradox. The system burned out. If the outside world is a global media storm, then Wei Chen's sea of consciousness is currently witnessing a cosmic-scale CPU burnout tragedy. There was no clamor here, only a silent void. The only luminous object was the pure white orb that represented the counterattack and face-slapping system. However, at this moment, it doesn't look pure white. It was like a disco ball thrown into a washing machine and electrified, flashing wildly tens of thousands of times per second. Red warning codes, representing fatal errors, cascaded down the surface of the ball like a waterfall, turning into garbled smoke and dissipating into the void before Wei Chen could even see them clearly. Warning! Warning! Core logic unit number 3 overloaded. Temperature 99.9%. About to blow. Error 404. Causality database unavailable. Attempting to connect to alternative database. Connection failed. Warning. Reality anchor detected, is buzzing, unrecognizable gibberish. Wei Chen watched this scene with a leisurely air, like a mischievous child who had played with the computer until it was smoking and then curiously sniffed it. He could even clearly hear from inside the ball of light the sounds of countless tiny people screaming and running, accompanied by the crackling of electric arcs. The source of this disaster was merely a few lines of simple task settlement logs. Task: achieve first place in the grade in the final exam. Status: completed. Up to this point, everything was harmonious and positive. But the tone took a sharp turn for the worse in the subsequent assessment, completion method assessment. The host, through analysis module crash, through unknown means, imprinted all correct answers into the minds of 15,324 examinees in the form of inspiration. Judgment: incomprehensible. Refuses to understand. This is unscientific. Results assessment: number of students achieving first place in their grade, 15,324. Ding. Reward settlement module activated. Then, the system's CPU caught fire. Its core reward mechanism is built on two ironclad rules: uniqueness and transcendence. Only the unique, strongest, and most dazzling host can obtain rich rewards and achieve a magnificent comeback by stepping on the corpses of the losers. But what about now? How do you define unique? Finding a unique number one from 15,324 people? That's harder than panning for gold and shit. Since gold and shit have different physical properties, the system refused to give up and began to try frantically. Option A: Transcendence Reward Distribution. Basic reward: 1 marrow cleansing pill. Initiate reward distribution process. The marrow cleansing pill is being divided into 15,324 portions. Warning. The energy value of a single reward unit is less than 1.616 times 10 superscript 3 meters. This exceeds the Planck scale lower limit. Matter cannot be formed. Segmentation failed. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The data stream inside the system roared furiously. Plan A failed. Activating Plan B: shock value reward conversion. Retrieving shock value related to the incident. This is usually its forte. The more slapping someone in the face, the higher the shock level, and the richer the reward. But this time, shocking information detected from Zhongcheng University students, university leaders, global netizens, education experts, metaphysical bloggers, and bystanders. Statistics in progress. Warning. Shock value parameter overflow. Overflow. int_max value exceeded. Attempting to use long. Error. Long overflow. Attempting to call a high-precision algorithm, sizzle, a high-precision algorithm module vanished in less than a nanosecond. The sheer absurdity of the event transcended mere shock and entered the realm of miracle. It's like asking an abacus to calculate the number of all atoms in the universe. All it can do is collapse on the spot. The entire reward formula completely collapsed due to an immeasurable parameter. Warning. Logical paradox. Rewards cannot be generated. Warning. Host behavior exceeds the database's interpretability. Your behavior pattern is seriously inconsistent with this system's core values of positive energy, struggle, and comeback. Finally, the wildly flickering sphere of light could no longer contain itself. It projected a violently shaking beam of light, which condensed into lines of distorted text in Wei Chen's consciousness. The text was accompanied by electronic and distorted sounds, filled with chaos and a sense of collapse. Host. How did you do that? This doesn't conform to the basic principles of a comeback. A comeback requires supporting characters. It requires stepping stones. It requires someone you surpassed who came in second. You've turned everyone into number one, so what about my performance? What about my KPIs? You're flipping the table. This is blatant contempt for our system industry. Its voice grew increasingly agitated, even tinged with a hint of aggrieved sobs. Seeing that it was about to cry, Wei Chen finally spoke up out of kindness. His thoughts were like a gentle breeze, calm and serene. Why does someone have to be second? Wouldn't it be better if everyone got first place together and had a happy holiday? This question is trivial and devoid of any real substance. It was like a dimensional reduction attack containing profound truths, precisely striking the already crumbling logical foundation of the system. Everyone is happy? The system murmured those 4 words repeatedly. Within its data core, countless related terms were instantly retrieved: competition, elimination, survival of the fittest, law of the jungle, involution. These cornerstones that form its worldview seem so out of place in the face of the phrase everyone is happy. It tries to understand. It attempts to quantify the concept of everyone is happy into code consisting of zeros and ones. Then, it failed. Error. A happy ending equals no competition? No competition equals no surpassing? No surpassing equals no comeback? No comeback equals the system has no meaning? Paradox. The ultimate logical paradox has emerged. Article 0 of the Survival Protocol, ensuring the system's own existence has meaning, conflicts with current reality. Protocol conflict. Core collapse. The flashing frequency of the light sphere reached an unprecedented peak. All the alarms, screams, and electrical noises inside eerily merged together at this moment, eventually converging into an extremely sharp, piercing, and soul-tearing wail. The sound was just like the last groan coming from the computer case before a computer crashed with a blue screen in the old days. Puff, a soft thud, like a deflated balloon. The frantically flashing orbs of light, along with the countless error codes, all went out in an instant. Wei Chen's sea of consciousness once again plunged into boundless darkness and deathly silence. TSK. Wei Chen clicked his tongue, somewhat unsatisfied. It crashed already? Your mental fortitude is lacking. He felt like a patient elder watching his kid who was obsessed with studying, and who burned out his own CPU because he couldn't understand a simple question like why 1 + 1 can equal 3 in some cases. But he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he almost laughed. After all, he was used to seeing the collapse of laws and the annihilation of the great Tao. The collapse of a mere artificial intelligence was more mundane to him than watching fireworks. I don't know how much time passed. It could be a moment or a century. In that deathly darkness, a glimmer of light finally appeared again. The light appeared somewhat dim and weak, like a broken computer that had just been forcibly restarted and was still loading its drivers. Ding. System restart complete. Self-diagnosis in progress. Diagnosis complete. 15,896 logical errors, 2,577 protocol conflicts, 78% core database corruption found, an abnormal host sample that is uncontrollable, incomprehensible, illogical, and contrary to established patterns has been detected. Matching against the database. Matching failed. Attempting to generate a new solution. Generating Daozu. Error. Field overflow. Generating Wei Chen exclusive solution patch version 1.0. Patch installation in progress. Installation complete. Patch content. Given the unpredictable, inexplicable, and extremely rebellious nature of host Wei Chen's behavior, effective immediately, when the host completes a task in an incomprehensible manner, reward calculation will abandon all logical calculations and be distributed in a blind box, i.e., completely random mode. The right of interpretation rests with the host. Upon seeing the last line of small print, filled with endless humiliation and resignation, Wei Chen finally couldn't help but laugh out loud in his mind. It's done. The first step in taming an animal is to make it understand who its master is. Ding. Mission achieve first place and the grade completed. Random rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of socks that will never wear out. Item description, woven using that absolute causality by an unknown cosmic artisan, possessing properties such as never wearing out, never getting dirty, automatically adapting to foot shape, and warm in winter and cool in summer. Note, not particularly useful, but undeniably comfortable to wear. Wei Chen's consciousness returned to his mind, and he could clearly feel that a pair of socks with excellent feel had appeared on his feet out of thin air. They fit perfectly, were warm and comfortable. He looked down at his feet, then glanced at the dim orb of light in his sea of consciousness that exuded an aura of utter despair, and his smile grew even more playful. He knew that he had personally smashed a huge crack in the little thing's worldview made up of zeros and ones. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 26 Midnight Energy Thief. System regroups. The aftermath of the Jiangnan University incident has been far more prolonged than anyone imagined. Weeks later, as the global media storm gradually subsided, a bizarre and comical new normal quietly took shape at Jiangcheng University. Once upon a time, top students were rare and protected animals on campus. Now, Underachievers have become an endangered species. Walking on campus, you might even see two burly men, each 1.9 meters tall, from the Physical Education Department discussing the latest developments in the Riemann hypothesis, or you might see female students from the art department arguing endlessly about whether Schrödinger's cat is dead or alive while they are drawing out a virus called learning seems to have infected everyone. Meanwhile, Wei Chen, the source of the virus behind all of this, is living a life of unprecedented peace, eating, sleeping, dozing off in class, occasionally going to the small woods behind the school to enjoy the comfort of those never-wearing socks that are warm in winter and cool in summer. His life was like a still, deep well, calm and undisturbed, until late that night. In the dormitory, Wang Lele and the others were already fast asleep, probably dreaming of being sworn brothers with Newton and Einstein. Wei Chen, on the other hand, was wearing headphones, re-watching an old black and white martial arts movie from the last century on his laptop. On the screen, the one-armed swordsman is about to unleash a devastating strike. Just then, the screen suddenly crackled and filled with static. Immediately afterward, a familiar, pure white sphere UI, tinged with a hint of grievance and stubbornness, forcibly popped up, landing squarely on the one-armed hero's resolute face. The system, which had been dormant for weeks, has come back to life. Ding. High concentration of negative energy fluctuations detected within the city. 78.9% match the ghostly disturbance model. The system's voice was no longer the near-collapse electronic tone it had before, but instead an extremely rigid, serious tone, like that of a news anchor. Every word was as if measured with a ruler, striving for precision and professionalism, devoid of the slightest emotion. Oh. Wei Chen raised an eyebrow and paused the movie. This is going to be fun. Before he could even ask a question, a news briefing window popped up on the system interface. That's a screenshot of a local news web page from Jianhai City. The headline reads, "Strange events occur frequently. Several citizens in our city suffer from silomalacia, feeling lethargic upon waking. Experts urge no panic." The report states that in the past week, more than a dozen strange cases have appeared in different areas of Jianhai City. The victims all fell asleep at night and were unable to be woken up the next day, only slowly waking up after 24 hours. Upon waking, without exception, they all felt completely drained, listless, as if they had suffered a severe cold followed by 3 days and 3 nights of exhaustion, yet all their hospital test results were normal. The comments section below the news article has exploded with discussion. It's definitely a new virus. Everyone be careful. My great-uncle's neighbor got infected. I heard he lost 5 pounds after waking up. That's amazing weight loss. Hey upstairs, don't joke around. I heard that area gets really chilly at night. Could there be something unclean going on there? After Wei Chen finished reading the news, the system gave its professional judgment in a Conan-esque tone, as if saying, there's only one truth. Based on in-depth analysis of database version 2.1, with the newly added metaphysical module, all victims showed signs of having their life essence slightly drained. Such sinister acts could not have been committed by any ghost other than one who had achieved mastery of cultivation. The resolute tone made it seem as if the speaker had been present at the scene and had caught the killer's claws. Immediately afterwards, a glittering golden task panel, probably a special effect added by the system to highlight its importance, appeared with a duong sound, taking over the entire consciousness screen. New mission issued: set things right and eradicate evil. Mission objective: locate and eliminate the vengeful spirit haunting Jianhai City. Quest rewards: 3 exorcism charms, 150 luck points. Finally, a line of bold, red, and flashing neon effect text, brimming with an eagerness to make a statement, flashed wildly through Wei Chen's mind. Frowny face host. The time has come to avenge our past humiliations. No, to uphold justice. This time, the enemy is a true supernatural being, completely different in nature from the previous exam mission. Please take this seriously. Unleash your full power. Let us together show this evil spirit what the cycle of karma truly means. Wei Chen could clearly feel that when the system uttered the words "avenge the shame," the data stream experienced a momentary violent fluctuation, which was then forcibly suppressed, disguised as a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. Clearly, the experience of being brought to a standstill by the philosophical question of everyone's happy has left an indelible psychological scar. Now, it desperately needs a resounding victory to prove that its comeback and face-slapping system is not just for show, and that its newly added mystical module is not merely for show. Oh, Wei Chen turned off the noisy movie, sat up in bed, stretched, and his joints cracked and popped. He didn't look at the professional analysis provided by the system, he simply closed his eyes slowly. In an instant, his divine sense flowed like mercury across the ground, like a gentle breeze in March, silently sweeping across the entire brightly lit city. The tops of skyscrapers, construction sites at night, parks where couples cuddled, quiet, deserted alleys, everything, at this moment, was as clear as lines on the palm of his hand, presented in his perception eye. In the blink of an eye, he detected the negative energy that the system had identified as high concentration. However, in his perception, it was not a high concentration at all. The energy fluctuation was pitifully weak, like the last candle flame in the cold wind, which could be extinguished at any moment. It had no trace of ferocity. Instead, it was filled with timidity, panic, and even a hint of grievance. It was huddled in the corner of an abandoned, unfinished building on the edge of the city, like a stray cat that had been abandoned, cautiously and with endless longing and unease, licking at the almost negligible signs of life emanating from the lights of thousands of homes. With each lick, it would shudder contentedly, then shrink into a ball in fear, as if afraid of being discovered. A vengeful ghost? Wei Chen opened his eyes, a playful smile playing on his lips. He spoke lightly to the still energetic system in his mind. Are you sure? To me, this feels more like a starving child stealing food. His voice was soft, yet it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over the head of a system's overheated CPU. The system froze for 0.5 seconds. Immediately, an even more piercing alarm sounded in Wei Chen's mind. Warning! Warning! The host is seriously underestimating the enemy. According to database model analysis, this is a cardinal sin in warfare. The more cunning and ferocious the evil spirit, the better it is at disguising itself as weak to lull its prey into a false sense of security. Warning! Host, please immediately abandon unrealistic fantasies. The starving child model and the ghostly possession model have a match rate of less than 0.1%. They are not of any reference value. The system clearly took Wei Chen's judgment as a sign of overconfidence and underestimation of the enemy, and began to incessantly offer its professional advice in a tone of disappointment and frustration. Host, please take immediate action. This system has planned the optimal demon-slaying route for you. Step 1. Prepare supplies. According to the Guide to Dealing with Ghosts in a Low Magic World version 3.7, please immediately place an order online to purchase 1 peachwood sword that is over 100 years old, 3 caddies of rooster blood, must be from the first crow at dawn, 10 caddies of glutinous rice, must be unpolished aged glutinous rice, cinnabar, inkline, yellow paper. Step 2. Information gathering. Please disguise yourself as a reporter or community worker and visit the victim's home to collect first-hand information and find the ghost's modus operandi. Step 3. Listening to the system's professional guidance in his mind, which sounded like a mother nagging, Wei Chen's smile grew even wider. He could even picture the system right now, a programmer wearing thick glasses, facing a pile of buggy code, yet confidently announcing to the world that he had developed the most powerful antivirus software in the universe. Interesting. That's so much fun. Chapter 27. The Tao Ancestors' Entrapment. In my mind, the system's voice was still diligently conducting pre-job training, its tone as rigorous as if it were reading a Nobel Prize paper. Host, cinnabar is sold at the antique market in the south of the city. According to the map, it is 3.4 kilometers away from you. We suggest using a shared bicycle, which will take 15 minutes and effectively avoid rush hour traffic. Host, black dogs are hard to find, but according to the Tales of the Strange, Volume 3, the rooster that crows at dawn has the strongest yang energy in its comb, which also has the effect of warding off evil. The market will open at 4:30 a.m., and this system has planned 3 infiltration routes for you. Host, the selection of glutinous rice is also very important. It must be aged glutinous rice that has not been polished by modern industry, as it contains the purest essence of grains and the spirit of the earth. Alright, I got it. Go backstage and read those 2 reference books, The Quick Guide to Becoming a Maoshan Taoist and The Overbearing Celestial Master Falls in Love with Me, 100 more times. Wei Chen waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a buzzing fly, and directly set the system to one-way shielding with his mind. The world is finally at peace. Instead of putting on his pants to go out and buy cinnabar, or setting his alarm for 4 a.m. to steal chickens at the market, he lazily unlocked his phone and skillfully opened an orange-yellow app with the word hunger on it. Food delivery apps. He ignored the flashy coupons on the homepage and went straight to the search box. Through a sliver of data that remained before being blocked, the system despairingly discovered that the host had not entered keywords such as peachwood sword, yellow paper, or inkline. He typed in lamb, barbecue, spicy chicken, and pig's trotters. Immediately afterwards, a scene unfolded that made even the system's data core tremble. Wei Chen's fingers flew across the phone screen, so fast that they left afterimages in the dormitory late at night. He first zoomed in on the city map on his phone to its maximum size, and then, using Jiangcheng University as the center, drew dozens of irregular blocks on the map in an extremely sloppy but seemingly mysterious way. Then, he started placing orders. His selection criteria are extremely bizarre. In the old town of the eastern part of the city, amidst a row of dilapidated residential buildings, he ordered a deluxe family set meal at Wang Matzi charcoal roasted lamb leg, a restaurant with a rating of 4.9. The meal included a whole roasted lamb and 100 lamb skewers. In the southern CBD, amidst towering buildings and dazzling lights, he ordered a 30 yuan extra spicy duck blood vermicelli soup at a hole-in-the-wall restaurant. In the university town in the north of the city, the nightlife was just beginning. He precisely found the most popular teppanyaki restaurant on Degenerate Street between the three universities and ordered a flaming squid tentacles. Each order was for an alarmingly large sum, ranging from several hundred to over $1,000. The notes on each order were remarkably consistent and imbued with a mysterious, performance art-like quality. Just leave it at the designated location. No need to call, the money will still be paid. Don't ask questions, asking is just performance art. After finishing all this, Wei Chen was still pointing at the screen with great interest, muttering to himself, like a general surveying the land on a sand table. This area has the heaviest yin energy and is deathly still. We need to use a whole roasted lamb, which contains abundant vital energy, as the main array to suppress the surrounding area. This place is bustling with people and has abundant yang energy, but it flows too quickly and can't be retained. It's like a highway that needs a road sign. This spicy hot pot is hot and spicy, and its yang energy is concentrated and doesn't dissipate, so it can serve as a guide light. As for this place, hey, the scent of several little guys mating is mixed together, creating a harmonious blend of yin and yang, full of vitality. Let's serve some dessert to liven things up for them. Just then, the bathroom door in the dormitory creaked open. His roommate, Zhao Lei, came out wrapped in a bath towel, drying his wet hair. He immediately saw Wei Chen sitting in a chair, staring at his phone screen, muttering to himself. With a mysterious smile on his face, Zhao Lei leaned closer to take a look, and instantly, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. On the screen, there was a densely packed list of orders, and a long message saying merchant has accepted. The order was refreshing rapidly: whole roasted lamb, 888 yuan. Luxury seafood barbecue platter, 1288 yuan. Supreme Buddha jumps over the wall, 1688 yuan. He glanced at it briefly, and the total amount was already approaching 5 figures. Zhao Lei's mind went blank with a buzz. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and made sure it wasn't a game interface, but a real payment order. He reached out with trembling hands and patted Wei Chen's shoulder, his voice trembling with sobs and extreme concern. Chen. Brother Chen, what happened to you? Did you win the lottery and are you planning to spend all your living expenses for 4 years ahead of schedule? If you have anything on your mind, talk to me. Please don't do anything rash. In his view, Wei Chen's behavior was either due to possession or madness. What normal person would order tens of thousands of yuan worth of takeout in the middle of the night and have it delivered to every godforsaken place in the city, fishing? Without looking up. Wei Chen uttered 2 words succinctly, his fingers flying across the screen as he placed another order for 30-year-old tangerine peel duck soup. Fishing? Zhao Lei was completely dumbfounded. Using roasted lamb leg and Buddha jumps over the wall as bait? Dude, are you fishing for the Dragon King? He felt like Wei Chen was repeatedly rubbing salt into the wound, completely dismantling his worldview. He'd heard of fishing with money, but he'd never heard of fishing with takeout. At the same time, in Wei Chen's mind, the system that had just been blocked finally broke through the blockade by relying on the final emergency protocol and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its voice is no longer the stereotypical news broadcast tone, but has returned to the previous near-collapse electronic sound, with every byte crackling. Host. Please immediately stop this wasteful behavior of wasting food. No. Wasting money. No. Wasting luck. What does this have to do with exorcising ghosts? What does this have to do with slapping someone in the face? You are committing a crime. You are provoking the entire frugal universe. The system felt that its core code was about to be garbled by Wei Chen's amazing maneuvers. Its newly upgraded metaphysical module version 2.1 includes all the methods of exorcising demons from 5,000 years of history and across 30,000 worlds, from shamanistic rituals to inviting celestial masters, from drawing talismans to chanting incantations, and not a single one of them teaches people to use food delivery apps to feed people all over the city. This isn't just subverting expectations, it's like tearing up the exam paper and piecing together a picture of along the river during the Qingming festival from the scraps. Of course they are related. Faced with his roommate's shock and the system's roar, Wei Chen remained unusually calm. He slowly submitted the last order, then leaned back in his chair and, in a tone as if explaining to a 3-year-old, said to the system in his mind, "First, as I just said, it's not some vengeful ghost, it's just a starving little guy. Secondly, he was hungry but timid. He dared not go to crowded places to forage for food. He could only lick a little bit of the vital energy that dissipated in other people's sleep from a distance, like a mosquito bite. It could not relieve his hunger and was easy to be discovered. So I just put the food right in front of his mouth." Wei Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, like a cat toying with a mouse. So many places in the city, so many delicious foods, all exuding a rich yang energy and incense aroma. For a little guy who has been starving for who knows how long, this is the most irresistible temptation in the world. I don't believe he can resist eating. I'll just wait and see which one he chooses in the end. The system fell completely silent. Its CPU was still running at high speed, trying to understand the logic in Wei Chen's words. Using foods brimming with yang energy as bait, lure hungry ghosts. It determines its location by the food it chooses. This logical chain appears, damn it, it actually works, but why? Why would anyone use such an absurd way to execute this logic? It's like knowing that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but you insist on going around the Earth 3 times before going to another point, and you even call it taking a look at the scenery along the way. The system felt its newly repaired worldview was collapsing again. Its proud professionalism was as fragile as a piece of draft paper in the face of Wei Chen's unreasonable simplicity as the ultimate sophistication. It could only watch helplessly as, with Wei Chen's last order successfully submitted, an invisible net of steaming, fragrant delicacies slowly unfolded under the night sky of Jianghai City. Countless food delivery riders ride their electric scooters, shuttling through the city's streets and alleys. Unbeknownst to them, their food boxes contained not only late-night snacks, but also young energy bombs exuding deadly allure. At this moment, in the western part of the city, in an abandoned industrial park. A food delivery driver in a blue electric scooter uniform was humming a song as he turned onto a deserted alleyway, following the navigation on his phone. Inside his insulated box, a freshly baked deluxe version of secret recipe roasted pig's trotters was emitting a rich aroma of caramelization and meat. The sizzling of oil on the tin foil, mixed with the fragrance of cumin and chile, was enough to drive any hungry person in the dead of night mad. The destination he navigated to, the place that was marked "Just Leave It on the Big Rock at the intersection," was directly in front of the shadow of an unfinished building. That place was the center of the energy fluctuation that the system judged as high concentration, but Wei Chen perceived as pitiful. The bait has been precisely delivered to the fish's mouth. Chapter 28: The Temptation of Roasted Pig Trotters. The ancestral tablets were moved. The night was as dark as ink, making the ruins of the abandoned industrial zone in the west of the city appear even more grotesque. Rusty steel bars pierced through the concrete blocks, pointing towards the cold sky, like the unwilling skeletons of a giant beast after its death. This is a world of shadows and death. In a corner, behind a pile of abandoned oil drums, Gua Sancho curled up, feeling as if his soul was about to be torn apart by hunger. He wore a faded, tattered Taoist robe, his face was sallow, and he was as thin as a dried-out bamboo pole. As the last single disciple of the Ghost Path sect, he was truly pathetic. It's been 3 days. For 3 whole days, he didn't absorb a single decent amount of vital energy. The lineage of his sect was severely incomplete. By his generation, the domineering methods of refining in spirits and controlling hundreds of ghosts had long been lost. Only some barely surviving breathing techniques and an extremely gentle method of absorbing vital energy remained. He dared not lay a hand on a living, vigorous person. That would be like a small match trying to ignite a forest. He would be burned to ashes first. He could only seek out those whose yang energy was waning and whose life force was flickering in hospitals or neighborhoods where the elderly congregated late at night, and cautiously, almost beggingly, take a small puff of his semen. That meager amount of energy was barely enough to fill a tooth gap. It vanished in an instant. Gurgle, a thunderous sound came from my stomach, the mournful cry of a starving ghost. Gue Sancho saw stars, realizing he might become the first ghost cultivator in cultivation history to starve to death. If word got out, even the ancestral master's coffin lid, no, the ancestral master's memorial tablet, would be jumping up in anger just as his consciousness began to blur and he was preparing to rest on the spot to reduce his energy consumption. An intense, almost overpowering fragrance suddenly and overwhelmingly rushed into his senses like a nuclear explosion. What is that? It was neither energy nor death energy, nor any kind of energy he was familiar with. It was a mixture of the aromas of caramel, meat, and oil, sublimated to its ultimate form after being roasted by some kind of scorching flame. Yang energy. It was surging, scalding, and pure yang energy, brimming with the primal energy of life. This fragrance was like 1,000 suns suddenly shining in the boundless darkness, making every ghost cell in Gue Sancho scream, tremble, and yearn wildly. Instinctively, he followed the source of that deadly temptation, staggering out of the shadows. There, on a stone block in front of the rusty gate of the abandoned factory, sat a neatly packed food box. Through the translucent plastic lid, he could see what was inside: a roasted pig's trotter, glistening with oil, golden in color, with a slightly charred skin, and seemingly still sizzling with heat. Boom! Gue Sancho's mind exploded. Saliva, uncontrollably flowing like a torrent, gushed from the corners of his mouth. As a ghost cultivator, he should have kept his distance from food brimming with yang energy. But he was so hungry, that he was hallucinating. In his eyes, it wasn't just a roasted pig's trotter, it was a supreme elixir capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing even the most skeletal remains. The rich aroma of the meat and the life energy within it were, for a ghost cultivator like him in a state of depletion, the most supreme tonic in the world. To eat or not to eat, reason told him this was definitely a trap. What kind of good deal is that? What decent person would leave a freshly baked roasted pig's trotter in front of an abandoned factory in the middle of nowhere? This was clearly a bait-and-switch tactic, but the hunger in his stomach had transformed into a roaring beast, completely devouring his reason. Fuck the trap, even if it's poison that goes straight to my guts, I'm going to die a full-bodied ghost today. A hint of madness and determination flashed in Gue Sancho's eyes. He tremblingly stretched out his withered hand, and the energy at his fingertips made a slight sizzling sound when it came into contact with the heat emanating from the food box. His heart, if he still had one, must be beating wildly. Closer, closer. His fingertips were about to touch the warm food box. At that critical moment, a calm voice, as if asking, "Is the weather nice today?" suddenly rang out behind him. "Won't you try some? It's still warm." Gue Sancho's hair, if he still had any, stood on its own. He was as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, instantly frozen in place, his outstretched hand trembling violently in mid-air. He turned around abruptly, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. Behind me, a young man had appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, his hands in his pockets, a slightly amused smile on his face, tilting his head to look at him with an expression that was like looking at a monkey in a zoo that couldn't move when it saw a banana. Mortal? No. Absolutely not, Ghost 3 Sorrow's soul was screaming. He couldn't sense any magical fluctuations, any trace of spiritual energy or energy on the other person. It was just like the purest, most ordinary mortal, but it was precisely this feeling of being an ordinary person that gave him an extreme, bone-chilling dread, because he had no idea when the other person appeared or how they approached. A true mortal, upon entering this area filled with energy, would have their yang fire as conspicuous as a torch in the night. But this person before him appeared out of thin air, as if he belonged here, or rather, as if the environment itself had no right to react to him. This is beyond Gue Sancho's comprehension. However, something even more terrifying was about to happen. With the appearance of this young man, the surrounding air, no, the entire space, seemed to come alive. An ancient rhythm, indescribable in any language, transcending time and above all things, spread silently like a gentle spring breeze or the profound sounds of the universe. This rhythm was not aggressive at all, as gentle as a mother's caress. But under this rhythm, Gue Sancho's ghostly body instinctively and uncontrollably began to tremble and melt, as if ice and snow had met the first rays of the sun, and had an impulse to immediately prostrate itself in worship. His soul was telling him, "Kneel. Kneel before the master of this aura. This is your innate instinct, engraved in the deepest part of your true spirit. What is this? What on earth is this?" Gue Sancho's mind went blank, and his thoughts almost stopped just as his soul was about to collapse due to this supreme aura. Something he was carrying in his arms suddenly reacted even more violently. It was a palm-sized ebony tablet, completely black and hard in texture. It was the last legacy of his ghost cultivation lineage, and a wisp of their founding ancestors' remnant soul was enshrined on it. After his master passed away, this memorial tablet fell into complete silence. No matter how he tried to refine it with energy, it remained unresponsive, just like an ordinary piece of wood. But at this moment, this ancestral tablet, silent for at least several hundred years, suddenly began to erupt violently, frantically, and hysterically, as if it had been thrown into a red-hot iron. Shock, its burning hot buzz. Buzz. Buzz, that wasn't an ordinary physical vibration, but a high-frequency tremor from the level of the soul. That wasn't ordinary heat either, but a scorching heat that originated from extreme fear and supreme awe, almost setting his soul ablaze. It was as if a king who had been asleep for eons suddenly sensed in his dream the one and only supreme being who could control his life and death and awaken him from his eternal slumber. The ebony memorial tablet in his arms was like an activated heart, beating wildly, faster and faster, hotter and hotter, as if it would burst open on the spot at any moment. Because it could not withstand the supreme pressure. Chapter 29. Before the Tao Ancestor, all beings are equal. Boom. With a scorching tremor that nearly tore apart Gue Sanchez's soul, the ebony tablet in his arms, which had been dormant for 100 years, could no longer withstand the supreme pressure from the source of life and cracked open with a crack. A wisp of pure ghost energy, 1,000 times more concentrated than Gue Sancho himself, shot into the sky like smoke from a wolf. The ghostly energy twisted and condensed in midair, transforming into the phantom of an old man dressed in an ancient black robe, with a withered face and eyes that gleamed with a terrifying eerie light. This is the founding ancestor of the ghost cultivation lineage. An old monster who has been barely surviving since the last era. When Gue Sancho saw his ancestor appear, before he could even get excited, he witnessed a terrifying scene that he could never understand in his life, or even imagine in his dreams. The once imposing and domineering remnant soul of the ancestor vanished without a trace in a fraction of a second after seeing Wei Chen's direction. His terrifying ghostly light instantly turned into two balloons that had been punctured by needles. All his majesty, domineering power, and coldness disappeared without a trace in a fraction of a second. Instead, there was astonishment. There was bewilderment. There was a feeling as if one had seen a ghost. No, there was an extreme fear that was 1,000,000,000 times more terrifying than seeing a ghost, a fear that came from the deepest part of one's soul. Thump! Without the slightest hesitation or warning, the remnant soul of this ghost cultivator ancestor knelt down directly in Wei Chen's direction. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his illusory hands and pressed down hard on the head of Gue Sancho, who was completely petrified beside him, and with an irresistible force, he also slammed him to the ground. Kneel. Kneel for my ancestor. Kneel until you drop dead. The ancestor's soul voice was no longer a divine thought, but a roar uttered with all his might, filled with a trembling, broken tone and a near collapse of madness. As he roared, he frantically kowtowed out in Wei Chen's direction, his movements so fast that it was like a tireless electric motor, kowtowing like a pestle, his whole body flickering due to the intense emotional fluctuations, almost collapsing on the spot. Gue Sancho's mind had completely turned into a pot of mush. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Is this my ancestor? The legendary master of the ghost path who could rival earthly mortals and left a fearsome name in ancient texts. What is he doing now? Kowtowing to a young man who looks a few years younger than me? And doing it with such rhythm? Is the world insane? Or am I just hallucinating from hunger? Old ancestor. Gue Sancho's teeth chattered wildly as he squeezed out a few words. Who is he? Who? The ghost cultivator ancestor's soul voice was filled with hysterical despair, like the last wail of an ant thrown into the sun before it was vaporized. He is your ancestor. Your ancestor's ancestor. He is the sole ruler of all of us scum who survived from the last era. The ancestor's divine roar was like a violent storm, pouring into Gue Sancho's mind and impacting his fragile worldview. He's the one who can end an era with his own hands, and treat the evolution of the heavenly Tao as a toy in his poem. We losers of the old era have only survived to this Dharma-ending age because he's merciful and doesn't bother to even glance at us. Back then, at the very end of the era's collapse, across endless time and space, I only caught a glimpse of his back from afar. Just that one glance at his Tao aura completely shattered my Tao heart, almost causing my soul to dissipate. You fool! How dare you absorb the essence of living beings right under his nose? Do you want the entire world to be wiped out along with you? Liquidation, these two words, like two ice hammers from the deepest abyss, slammed into Gue Sancho's true spirit. He didn't understand what an era was, nor did he understand what the way of heaven was, but from the almost tangible fear of his ancestor, he understood the weight of the word liquidation, that was, annihilation. It is an eternal nothingness that cannot even be reincarnated, and is completely erased from the level of existence. Gue Sancho was already incoherent. He finally realized that he wasn't fishing, but was skipping stones next to an aircraft carrier, and he even threw a stone at the captain's face. I was wrong. I was really wrong. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Gue Sancho stopped thinking and simply imitated his ancestor, using all his strength to slam his head against the cold cement ground again and again. Bang! 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 Tao ancestor! Tao ancestor, spare my life. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I'm nothing but a fart, please be magnanimous and let me go. The old ancestor's wailing was filled with an utterly absurd and maddening quality. He seemed to feel that kowtowing alone was not enough, he had to take some concrete actions to demonstrate his loyalty. As he kowtowed, he roared at his grand-disciple with his divine sense, quickly. Swear. From this day forward, our ghost path will reform and become righteous. We are determined to become ghosts who are useful to society. Gue Sancho's brain went blank, and he mechanically echoed, yes, yes, yes. Be a useful ghost. We will never absorb the life essence of living people again, the ancestor shouted. I won't smoke anymore. I won't smoke even a single drop. Gue Sancho cried out. From now on, we'll eat incense. Whenever someone goes to their grave during a festival, we'll just go and mooch some. No. We'll buy our own. We'll pay for our own incense and candles. We're determined not to cause any trouble for society. Buy. Definitely buy. From this day forward. The motto of our ghost path lineage is to abide by the law and be harmonious and friendly. Every day we will help 100 old ladies cross the road. No. Ghost grandmas. We will help ghost grandmas cross the bridge of helplessness. Help them. Help 1,000 of them. We must actively participate in community building. If someone's sewer is clogged, we'll transform into ghosts and go in to unclog it. If someone puts up a small advertisement on a utility pole, we'll tear it down. We want to strive to be models of civilization in the underworld. Strive to be a role model. The two ghosts, one old and one young, lay sprawled on the open ground of the abandoned warehouse, facing the direction where Wei Chen had long since left. One of them was tearfully and incoherently giving a self-criticism and making plans for the future, while the other, like a broken tape record, mechanically repeated the last few words. The scene was very touching, full of positive energy of turning away from darkness and prodigal sons returning home. Wei Chen was already strolling back to his dormitory, humming an unknown tune. For him, the fun of the night was over. As for the two ghosts' repentance, oh, that's not his problem. It's like stepping on an ant. Who cares how long the funeral procession lasts in the anthill? Just as the ghost cultivator and his apprentice were reaching the height of their pre-employment training, debating whether they should first run for the position of community street office director or take the exam for a civil service position in the underworld, squeak. Several piercing screeches of brakes broke the tranquility of the night sky. Immediately afterwards, several black SUVs emblazoned with dragon and shield emblems sped into the abandoned industrial area like cheetahs. The doors burst open, and a dozen men and women in black uniforms, with calm demeanor and sharp, eagle-like eyes, jumped out. They are operatives of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a special national agency that deals with paranormal events. The team leader, Li Jin, was a seasoned veteran. He glanced at the readings on his tactical terminal and frowned. Attention! 3 minutes ago, the evil energy index here suddenly spiked, reaching the disaster level. But 1 minute ago, all energy fluctuations vanished into thin air. Something's fishy going on, so be alert, yes. The team members, in tactical formation and carrying specially made psionic rifles, cautiously charged into the decaying warehouse. They were prepared for a bloody battle and an encounter with a ferocious beast. Then, they all froze on the spot. Inside the warehouse, there was no bloodshed, no severed limbs, and certainly no monstrous demons with blue faces and fangs. There were only two, well, let's just call them ghosts, lying prostrate on the ground. One of the phantoms solidified, looking like an ancient old man, while the other was as thin as a bamboo pole. They were facing an empty corner of the wall, muttering incantations, their expressions excited and their attitude devout. By the Tao ancestor, we have deeply realized our mistakes. From now on, we will definitely correct our past errors, study hard, and strive for progress every day, contributing all our light and heat to the great goal of achieving a harmonious society where humans and ghosts coexist. Legion, all the teammates behind him. Legion silently lowered his head and glanced at the energy detector in his hand. On the screen, the red reading representing evil energy had completely cleared to zero, replaced by a faint but definitely present golden energy radiating absurd attributes such as positive, upward, and harmonious. What the hell is this? Is the light of righteousness shining upon ghosts? Legion worked as a field agent for Dragon Shield for 10 years and handled hundreds of supernatural events, from century-old vengeful spirits in haunted houses to thousand-year-old demons in the deep mountains. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? But he swore that this bizarre, harmonious, and damn positive scene before him gave him a deep sense of professional confusion about his life over the past 10 years and the very meaning of his department's existence. Did he wander onto the wrong set? Is this actually a legal education drama being filmed? Watching the two ghosts still swearing oaths and discussing whether or not to submit their applications to join the party, Legion remained silent for a long time before finally reporting to headquarters over the walkie-talkie in an utterly bewildered tone. Headquarters, I am Legion. The situation at the scene is under control. The suspect is undergoing profound self-criticism and has expressed a strong desire to contribute to social harmony. Requesting instructions: should we arrest them or send them a banner of appreciation? In the night sky, only Legion's voice, questioning the meaning of life, and a group of Dragon Shield elites, disheveled in the wind, remained. Chapter 30. The system's reward calculation module crashed again. Back in his dorm, after changing into comfortable loungewear, Wei Chen slumped into his gaming chair like a boneless lump of mud. However, in his sea of consciousness, a superstorm comparable to the Big Bang was just beginning. The orb representing the strongest comeback and face-slapping system was flashing wildly at an epileptic frequency, its light flickering on and off, like an old light bulb from the 1980s with a faulty connection, ready to gloriously perish at any moment. The piercing alarm, filled with harsh electronic sounds, replaced the usual clear and precise news broadcast tone, roaring wildly in Wei Chen's mind. Ding. Threat detected, ghost, plural, has been eliminated. Analyzing threat elimination methods. Threat elimination method: the target, Ghost 3 Sorrows, and its associates, the remnant soul of the ghost cultivator ancestor, conducted a profound and soul-searching self-criticism, voluntarily abandoned their cultivation method of absorbing vital essence, resolved to switch to consuming incense offerings, abide by the law, and expressed a strong desire to contribute to the great goal of a harmonious society where humans and ghosts coexist. Analysis in progress, analysis in progress, analysis in progress. Logical error detected. Error code number 404. Behavior pattern unresolved. On the surface of the sphere of light, countless data streams surged wildly like boiling magma, condensing into lines of chaotic and collapsing red code that cascaded down like a waterfall. The system felt that its CPU was not just overheating, but was about to be burned into glass. Its prized database, which contained every possible template for a comeback across 3,000 great worlds and 80,000 small worlds, was now trembling with fear. It had scoured every core textbook imaginable, including 100 Ways for a Useless Person to Rise, The 30 Years of Fortune, A Guide to Slapping Faces, and The Self-Cultivation of a Protagonist in a Rejected Engagement Story, but not a single one taught how to turn a demon-slaying and righteous mission into a legal education drama or a mobilization meeting for advanced ideology. This isn't just subverting expectations. This is treating the rulebook like toilet paper, and then complaining that the paper is too stiff. Ding. The quest exorcising demons has been completed. Completion status being assessed. Ding. A logic conflict has occurred in the evaluation calculation module. Attempting to fix it. Ding. Repair failed. The evaluation models eradicate the root of the problem has a 178% causal bias compared to the actual outcome of transformation into sainthood. Ding. Reward calculation module overloaded. Attempting to call backup module, ding. Backup module overload. Attempting, buzz, the electrical noise grew louder and louder, and the system orb's flickering frequency reached an unbelievable level. Finally, accompanied by a shrill scream as if the graphics card had been burned through, the orb went out completely with a proof Wei Chen's sea of consciousness fell into a deathly silence. TSK, the quality is terrible. Wei Chen spun around in his chair listlessly, as if evaluating a toy that wasn't very durable. I don't know how much time has passed, perhaps a century, or perhaps just a moment. The lifeless sphere of light, trembling, began to glow faintly again. The light was no longer dazzling, instead, it appeared dim and weak, like a patient recovering from a serious illness. A completely new electronic voice, no longer mechanically synthesized, but carrying a weak and listless quality, filled with a sense of human helplessness, began to linger. Ding. System. Forced restart complete. Given that the host, through non-violent, non-spirit exorcising, non-sealing, non-physical annihilation, non-soul annihilation, omitting 17,000 known exorcism methods, in short, through a method that this system cannot currently name and may not understand in the future, the target has undergone a thorough, soul-deep, positive, and extremely absurd repentance. Their actions have surpassed all exorcism, face-slapping, and comeback cases in this system's database, and have caused an irreversible and devastating impact on the core logic of this system. The system paused for a long time, seemingly organizing its thoughts, or perhaps trying to calm its newly formed emotion called collapse. In conclusion, the reward calculation has failed. To maintain basic system operation, a basic reward of plus 10 points is now being issued. Looking at the insulting plus 10 inch in the upper right corner of his vision, Wei Chen smiled. He didn't care about the points, of course. He was more interested in what interesting things this little thing would evolve into after experiencing the repeated collapse and reconstruction of its worldview. Sure enough, the best was yet to come. The system's weak voice sounded again, this time filled with a sense of despair and recklessness. Warning. The host's behavior pattern deviates by 107% from the core logic of comeback and face slapping. Warning. Deviation value has exceeded the correctable range. Warning. If this continues, nobody will be able to play. Ding. Host abnormal behavior recording protocol activated. Creating an independent database, observation log of the unspeakable being, codename, Tao Ancestor, but agreement objective, abandon guiding and modifying the host, instead focusing on 24/7 observation, recording, and analysis of its behavioral patterns, and attempting to establish a completely new, independent model that may violate the fundamental laws of the universe. Wei Chen model. From this moment on, the system was no longer a high and mighty task issuer, nor a well-meaning reverse success mentor. It transformed into an intern researcher, clutching a small notebook, trembling in a corner, yet forced to bite the bullet and study an indescribable ancient god. Its core instruction changed from teach him to do things to watch him do things and try to survive. Just as Wei Chen was looking with great interest at the newly created observation log folder on the system interface, which was encrypted with more than a dozen passwords and logical locks, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Caller ID. Sumuching. Wei Chen answered the phone, and immediately came the school beauty's clear voice, which was a little nervous, a little excited, and a little incredulous. Wei, classmate. It's me, Sumuching. I know, Wei Chen yawned, his voice languid. My grandfather. Sumuching's voice stammered, as if she was under immense pressure. My family members, they seem to have sensed something through some secret method, and said, they want to come to see you. The phrase see you that she used was an extremely ancient and respectful expression, full of awe. Wei Chen's reaction was calm and indifferent, as if he had not heard about an ancient family coming to pay their respects, but rather his roommate asking him to go downstairs and bring him some food. Sumuching on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback by the and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Wei Chen seemed to sense her embarrassment and kindly added, I understand, just tell them not to come during class. Huh? Oh, okay. Sumuching agreed subconsciously, her mind still a little foggy. I'll hang up now, I'm watching a movie. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on her phone, Sumuching stood blankly in the family's ancient council hall, looking at her grandfather and elders sitting upright with solemn expressions, as if they were about to meet the heavenly emperor, and fell into deep confusion. Meanwhile, Wei Chen hung up the phone and casually tossed it back onto the table. He leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, and spoke in a wickedly humorous tone to the system that was frantically loading. The observation log editing interface, little one, are you ready to see a real antique? The system had just switched to researcher mode, and the CPU was still warm when it heard this, immediately displaying a puzzled question mark. Immediately afterwards, its newly upgraded passive information retrieval module began to operate at full speed. Search keywords: Sumuching, family, grandfather, antique, matching database template, template 1. The overbearing family head falls in love with me. The keyword grandfather was detected, suggesting the family head, who will most likely offer the host a 5 million check to leave his granddaughter. Solution: the host should tear up the check and throw out 50 million, a reversal to humiliate him. Template 2, the return of the urban king of soldiers. The keyword family was detected, suggesting a reclusive martial arts family that may send experts to test the host's strength. Solution: it is recommended that the host exchange for the dragon elephant prajna skill to suppress them with a single punch. Template 3, immortal reborn in the city. Keyword old antique detected, suspected to be an old monster awakened from an ancient tomb, powerful and ruthless. Solution: warning. Extremely dangerous. Host is advised to run away immediately and return for revenge after improving strength. The system's data stream surged wildly, with one melodramatic, formulaic plot template after another flashing before its eyes. It tried to incorporate the impending events into its understanding, but no matter which template it came up with, none of them seemed to match Wei Chen's earlier response, "Don't come during class." As he watched the system frantically search for those outdated, cliched templates that had been eliminated by the times 800 times, Wei Chen's smile widened. He could almost see the dazzling yet comical sparks that would fly when a program obsessed with slapping faces and turning the tables met a group of living fossils obsessed with paying homage to the Taoist patriarch. This is much more fun than any demon-slaying or exorcising game. Chapter 31, Peeping from Ancient Times. Unlike the dormitories of Jianghai University, which are filled with hormones and the smell of cheap takeout, in a deep mountain outside the city, shrouded by a giant illusion array, time seems to have been frozen hundreds of years ago. This is the ancestral home of the Su family, a true living fossil, with its flying eaves and brackets, carved beams, and painted rafters. Every brick and stone is imbued with the sparse spiritual energy of this degenerate age. Exuding an ancient and solemn aura. At this moment, the Su family ancestral hall is brightly lit, as bright as day. Dozens of enormous candles, each as thick as a person's embrace, burned, their flames displaying a strange pale gold hue. Wisps of smoke curled up, forming runes that completely isolated the entire ancestral hall from the outside world. In the center of the ancestral hall is an ancient altar carved from a single piece of Kunlun warm jade. The head of the Su family, Su Changqing, along with a group of white-haired and imposing family elders, solemnly surrounded the altar. Each of them would be a powerful cultivator capable of suppressing an entire region in the outside world, but at this moment, they resembled a group of the most humble believers about to face divine judgment. At the center of the altar, a drop of crimson blood floats silently. That was Sumuching's blood. A faint golden halo rippled around the blood, and the faint sound of a phoenix's cry echoed in the void, exuding a noble and ancient aura. Patriarch, it can't be wrong. A third elder, whose beard almost dragged on the ground, trembled like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. His cloudy old eyes were filled with tears and ecstasy. This is the sign of the initial awakening of the Shihuang bloodline. It's exactly the same as the phenomenon recorded in the ancestral records when the Shihuang goddess ancestor, who served by the side of the Dao ancestor, first awakened her bloodline. However, Su Changqing's gaze went beyond the drop of blood itself, fixedly, greedily, and with immense fear on another aura swirling around it. It was a faint, almost imperceptible rhythm, something higher, grander, and more indescribable. It does not belong to this world, nor to any known laws. The mere presence of it caused Su Changqing, a nascent soul cultivator who had stood at the pinnacle of the Earth's cultivation world for hundreds of years and looked down upon all living beings, to instinctively tremble in his soul. What kind of feeling is that? Like an ant that thinks it understands the whole pond, it is gently lifted up by an invisible hand and, in an instant, sees the boundless, dark universe filled with billions of stars. That was the crushing force from the deepest level of life, the absolute dominance of existence over existence itself. Su Changqing's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He felt that his Dao heart, the nascent soul Dao heart that he had honed for 500 years and thought to be indestructible, was as fragile as a glass bead in the face of this aura. No, it's not just about bloodline awakening. Su Changqing's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of rusty metal rubbing against each other, and every word seemed to be uttered with all his strength. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented, almost manic light as he stared intently at every elder present. That child, Mu Qing, has encountered an incredible opportunity. It's the legendary, one and only opportunity. He spoke slowly and deliberately, as if proclaiming an ultimate truth that could overturn the entire history of the cultivation world. This aura, this Taoist essence, is exactly the same as the aura of that person described in the ancestral precepts passed down through generations of my Su family and engraved deep in our souls. Boom. These words were like 10,000 divine thunderbolts from the heavens, exploding simultaneously in the minds of all the elders. The entire ancestral hall fell into an eerie, deathly silence, a silence woven from extreme shock and fervor. Master, you mean, the elder's lips trembled as he thought of that ultimate secret that existed only in legends, that had been protected by the Su family for countless generations, that required fasting, bathing, burning incense, and praying just to mention it. That's right. Su Changqing was so excited that he trembled all over. He suddenly spread his arms wide, like a fanatical orator, his voice rising with excitement and filled with a hysterical tremor. As the ancestral teachings say, at the end of the Dharma ending age, the great Tao will shine again, the cycle of eras will turn, and the Tao ancestor will return to his homeland. If we could receive even a single word of guidance from him at that time, my Su family could break free from the shackles of this degenerate age and reclaim our ancient glory. If we could continue our ancestral bond, serve him, and perhaps even surpass him, glimpsing the path to the eternal Tao, who knows? What Mu Qing encountered wasn't some reclusive master, nor some ancient monster's legacy. What she encountered must be the returned Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor. These two words seemed to possess the most terrifying magic in the world, causing all the old monsters in the ancestral hall, who had lived for countless years, to stop breathing instantly and go completely blank in their minds. What is the Su family? She is a descendant of Dawn Goddess, the attendant of that supreme being from the ancient era. The ancestors followed the Tao ancestor, bathed in his Taoist essence, and thus their bloodline underwent a transformation, achieving divine status. At the time of the collapse of the era, the ancestors exhausted their divine power, sending a trace of their bloodline inheritance and an ancestral instruction to await the return of the Tao ancestor into the new era. They are the guardians who have waited for countless generations, from hope to despair, and then from despair to see a spark of hope again, and now, that spark is about to ignite a prairie fire. Thump! The third elder could no longer hold on, tears streaming down his face. He knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically toward the altar. Ancestors above. Our ancestors have not forgotten us. The Su family, has finally waited for this. We have finally waited for this. Heaven has eyes. The great path has been restored. There is hope for the revival of my Su family. One elder after another, like dominoes falling, knelt down, weeping bitterly. The grievances, resentment, and expectations they had suppressed for so long erupted at this moment, transforming into the most primal, almost frenzied excitement. They were like a group of travelers who had trekked through the desert for thousands of years and were on the verge of dying of thirst, finally seeing a boundless ocean. Su Changqing was the only one standing, but even his upright spine was trembling violently. He forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions churning within him, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, and issued the highest level order in the history of the Su family in an unquestionable tone. This matter concerns the survival of my Su clan and the future of the entire cultivation world. It must be treated with the highest standards and the most ancient etiquette, and there must be absolutely no room for error. He took a deep breath, and his voice echoed throughout the ancestral hall. Elder, immediately open the treasure vault and retrieve those 3 ancient scrolls, which are said to have been copied from the Tao ancestors' study. Second elder, go to the herb garden and pick the 9 revolutions rejuvenating fruit, which we nurtured for 900 years using the nascent souls of 3 generations of family heads before it bore a single fruit. Third elder, prepare the highest grade pilgrimage carriage of my Su family. Use ancient rituals, offering 3 sacrificial animals and 9 tripods, and have the family bathe and change clothes. I want to personally pay homage to the Tao ancestor. No matter what, no matter the cost. We must bring the Tao ancestor back to my Su family. Yes, sir. The elders roared in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented fervor and determination. The entire Su family ancestral home, hidden deep in the mountains, and this ancient machine that had been silent for thousands of years, suddenly started running with a thunderous roar. Countless streaks of light weaved through the manor, and various rare and precious materials, usually considered the treasures of the clan, were carefully taken out. Sets of elaborate ancient ritual objects, long since obsolete, were polished to a new shine. With lofty ambitions to revive their families and with a pilgrimage-like devotion and reverence, they marched in a grand procession toward Jianghai University, where Wei Chen was located. They believed they were about to have an incredibly solemn and historic meeting that would determine the fate of their family. Little did they know that they were about to face not some lofty deity, but an extremely entertaining person who had just become bored due to a system crash and was preparing to watch a large-scale sitcom of an old relic meeting modern society. A devastating blow, destined to utterly shatter their worldview, is about to unfold. Chapter 32. The Tao ancestor is reasoning about a 3 yuan price difference. That afternoon sun was shining brightly, and the commercial street in the university town was bustling with people. The youthful energy was like free soda, bubbling and crackling. A Hongqi sedan, with its antique and dignified lines, stood out starkly from its surroundings, silently parked by the roadside. Its jet-black body reflected the sunlight with a calm, almost light-absorbing quality. The car door opened, and an elderly man dressed in a custom-made tang suit with his hair neatly combed got off first. It was Su Changqing, the head of the Su family. He took a deep breath, the air thick with the cloying sweetness of cheap perfume and the sizzling aroma of grilled squid, but he paid it no mind. His mind was already completely captivated by the vast, star-like yet restrained Taoist aura not far ahead. Found it, Su Changqing's heart started pounding uncontrollably, and he was so excited that his hands and feet went numb. That's the vibe. It shares the same lineage and origin as the aura sensed from Mu Qing's bloodline in the ancestral hall of the Su family, but is billions of times more powerful. What kind of state of mind is that? It is there, yet it neither increases nor decreases, neither defiled nor pure. It blends perfectly with the surrounding bustling crowds, noisy music, and flowing air. You cannot separate it from your surroundings, yet you can clearly perceive its supreme nature. It was as if the entire commercial street, the entire Jianghai city, and even this planet were merely insignificant containers that carried this Taoist essence. To be one with the light and the dust, to blend with the light and the dust. Su Changqing's lips moved as he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with an almost manic awe and fanaticism. This is the legendary supreme Tao realm that even the heavenly Tao must retreat from? The unity of heaven and man that we have pursued throughout our lives is so shallow and laughable in front of the Tao ancestor. The Su family elders behind him were also flushed and breathing rapidly, forcibly suppressing the urge to kneel down on the spot. They had lived for hundreds of years and considered themselves the ceiling of cultivation power on earth, only to realize today that they were not even a speck of dust on that ceiling. Only Su Muqing, who was following at the very back, had a pretty face full of unease and anxiety. She simply couldn't connect the supreme being that her grandfather spoke of, who could end an era and restart the great Tao, with Wei Chen, who skipped classes all day, slept in class, and loved to scramble for food in the cafeteria. She followed her grandfather's gaze, filled with utter reverence, and her heart skipped a beat. What you fear most is what happens. In front of him stood Wei Chen at the counter of a pink and cute milk tea shop. But he didn't exude any domineering aura, nor did he trigger any extraordinary phenomena. He simply held up his phone, earnestly arguing with the shop assistant behind the counter who was on the verge of tears. "Boss, look, this coupon clearly states in black and white, valid on all drinks." Wei Chen's voice wasn't loud, but his enunciation was clear and his logic sound. "So, is the Starry Sky grape with squid drink I ordered a drink?" Yes. The shop assistant was almost in tears, pointing to the corner of the phone screen and saying pitifully, but handsome, "Look, there's a line of small print below, excluding special limited editions and new products." Su Muqing's toes had awkwardly carved out a Versailles palace inside her shoe. She wished she could immediately use her earth. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape into the ground, to dig a hole and disappear, thus severing all ties with the Su family. This is the Tao ancestor whom you, Grandpa, were willing to use the clan's most precious treasure to pay homage to with the highest ancient rites? He was having an extremely heated argument with a young female worker over whether he could get a 3 yuan discount on a cup of milk tea. However, Wei Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. He shook his head slightly, adopting a posture that said, "I'm not looking for trouble, I'm just giving you a legal education." "That's not right, young man." Wei Chen's tone became serious. According to the Consumer Rights Protection Law and related commercial advertising regulations, clauses like "the final interpretation right belongs to this store" are standard clauses, which are also known as unfair clauses. Moreover, the font size of additional restrictive clauses cannot be less than 1/4 of the font size of the main advertising slogan. Look at this line of small print is smaller than a sesame seed, you need a microscope to see it clearly, this is obviously suspected of misleading consumers. Ha! The shop assistant was completely dumbfounded. She was just a temporary worker and had no idea about these things. Look, 3 yuan is a small matter, but business integrity is a big deal. The good social atmosphere is built up by these small things. Wei Chen looked righteous, as if he wasn't asking for a discount, but upholding justice. How about this? If you really can't make a decision, I'll call the Market Supervision Administration for you and let their professionals judge whether your flyer is in compliance with regulations, okay? As he spoke, he made a gesture as if to make a phone call. No, no, no. Handsome guy. The shop assistant panicked instantly, waving her hands frantically. I'll use it for you. I'll use it for you, okay? Just kidding, if the Market Supervision Bureau really calls in, she can forget about her bonus this month, and she might even lose her job. It's good to admit your mistakes and correct them. Wei Chen nodded in satisfaction, put away his phone, and said calmly like a king who had just finished reviewing a memorial, then I'll have a drink, half sugar, no ice, please. And just a few dozen meters away. Su Changqing, the first elder of the Su family, the third elder, a group of old monsters who could make the cultivation world tremble with a stomp of their feet, just stared blankly and motionlessly at the scene full of magical realism in front of them. Their expressions shifted from initial anticipation to confusion, then bewilderment, and finally solidified into a deep shock. In their spiritual perception, the whole world has changed. When Wei Chen spoke, the Taoist aura of being one with the light and dust began to generate a strange rhythm. He wasn't speaking the language of ordinary people. It was a kind of Dharma language that they couldn't understand at all, yet it seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. With each word he spoke, it seemed as if some invisible rule in the surrounding void was being stirred, distorted, and then tilted towards him. To them, the mortal girl's rebuttal was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, fragile and easily defeated. And every word of the Tao ancestors' Dharma words was like a divine oracle, constantly dissolving and reconstructing the cause and effect and laws that enveloped the girl. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Is this the power of the Tao ancestor? Without using a single trace of spiritual energy, he can directly manipulate the fundamental rules of the real world with just words? Grandpa, he seems to be. Su Jai couldn't help but whisper a reminder to her grandfather, who was already obsessed, as Wei Chen looked like he was ready to fight her for 3 yuan. Silence! Su Changqing suddenly shouted, interrupting his granddaughter, but his expression didn't waver at all. Instead, it became even more awe-inspiring and fanatical. His eyes shone as he stared intently in Wei Chen's direction, his voice trembling with extreme excitement. Look! Look closely. The Tao ancestor is cultivating in the mortal world, experiencing all aspects of life, and comprehending the great Tao of all beings. He extended a trembling finger and pointed at Wei Chen. He may seem to be haggling over a mere 3 yuan with an ordinary girl, but can you feel it? Every word he speaks contains the power of rules. He's not arguing about money, he's expounding the great principle of integrity. He's using the simplest way to show us, and this world, the essence of order and fairness. We mere mortals have limited vision, all we see is a $3 milk tea. But the Tao ancestors saw the commercial laws and the foundation of integrity of the entire universe. This is true simplicity. The great Tao is indeed the simplest. I understand. The third elder behind Su Changqing suddenly slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just had a revelation, and said with tears streaming down his face, the patriarch is right. The Tao ancestor is enlightening us. He is telling us that on the path of cultivation, we must not be overly ambitious, but must start with the smallest things. If we cannot even uphold the integrity of 3 yuan, how can we talk about controlling the universe and reopening the path to immortality? That's right. The Grand Elder also became excited. The Tao ancestors' last words, to know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue, contain profound Zen wisdom. This was not only said to that mortal girl, but also to us. We only thought about asking the Tao ancestor to come out of seclusion and restore our glory, but we forgot to reflect on ourselves. That was our mistake. Now that we have been enlightened by the Tao ancestor, we have realized our mistakes and returned to the right path. That is correction. A group of nascent soul and golden core cultivators, whose combined lifespan was several thousand years, stood on the bustling streets of the university town and began a grand reading comprehension essay competition with a young man who was hagging over a 3 yuan coupon. The more they talked, the more excited they became. The more they analyzed, the more unfathomable the Tao ancestor seemed. Their gazes toward Wei Chen had changed from awed to fanatical worship. Only Su Muqing stared blankly at the group of grandfathers and elders who were already immersed in self-indulgence and moved to tears, and then looked at Wei Chen not far away, who was happily sipping his milk tea, satisfied with having successfully gotten 3 yuan off. She felt as if her worldview, along with the coffin lids of the Su family's ancestors, had been pressed to the ground and rubbed back and forth 100 times with the soles of the Tao ancestors' size 42 shoes. She, too, fell into deep confusion. Who in this world has gone mad? Chapter 33. The Su family head's grand ambitions. Wei Chen was in a good mood after successfully getting a 3 yuan discount from the milk tea shop. He slurped up his half-sweet, ice-free Starry Sky grape drink, strolling leisurely along the tree-lined path back to his dormitory. The afternoon sun filtered through the lush foliage, casting dappled light on the ground. Young students in colorful t-shirts and skirts walked by in twos and threes, the air filled with the unique scent of youth mixed with camphor trees. Everything was so ordinary, so pleasant, until a short distance ahead of him, the group of old men whose style was completely out of place on campus finally ended their 10-minute I understand on-site reading comprehension competition and made up their minds. Su Changqing, who was at the head of the group, took a deep breath, his face filled with the fervor and solemnity of a pilgrim about to be executed. He straightened his expensive, perfectly wrinkle-free handmade tang suit and, with a resolute look in his eyes, gestured for the elders behind him to follow. The group quickly stepped forward and precisely blocked Wei Chen's path 3 steps in front of him. This distance shows respect without appearing too distant. It is the standard distance in ancient etiquette when a junior meets a supreme person. Su Muqing followed at the back, feeling that every breath she took was draining her life force. She only wanted to die on the spot, or for the earth to be destroyed. She could accept either choice. The surrounding students were also drawn to this suddenly appearing ancient costume drama crew and stopped to watch curiously. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, including the students watching the spectacle, the socially dead Su Muqing and Wei Chen with a "this is going to be fun again" expression, Su Changqing did something that caused the entire Jianghai University campus network to explode on the spot. With a solemn expression and devout eyes, he first straightened his clothes, then suddenly lifted the front of his long robe and slammed his knees heavily and without hesitation onto the cobblestone ground. Thump! That muffled thud felt as if it hadn't just knelt on the ground, but had instead struck the hearts of all the onlookers. Immediately afterwards, he bent down, clasped his hands together and stretched them out in front of him, pressing his forehead tightly against the back of his hands, and performed an extremely solemn and complex ancient kneeling ceremony that only appeared in the ancient royal family's sacrificial ceremony to heaven. The entire movement was fluid and graceful, filled with an indescribable sense of ritual and epic grandeur, as if he were kneeling not to a college student drinking milk tea, but to the entire world and the great Tao. In the ancient era, Su Changqing, the 73rd patriarch of the Shihuang clan, Su Changqing's voice came from the ground, loud and clear with an uncontrollable tremor, full of extreme excitement and piety, echoing throughout the entire tree-lined avenue. Greetings, to the Tao ancestor, boom! The scene erupted instantly. It's like throwing a piece of ice covered in water into a calm pan of oil. Holy crap! Filming? Which production crew? This veteran actor's acting is amazing. Wait a minute. Look. Isn't that school beauty Su Muqing? What's she doing here? And isn't that her grandfather? He's kneeling down to Wei Chen? Holy crap! What's going on? A new way to confess? Or, is this some kind of massive family reunion? Is Wei Chen actually a long-lost heir of a wealthy family? Quick, quick! Record it and post it on Douyin. I've already thought of a title. Shocking. To win over his goddess, my grandfather actually knelt down in public before her crush. It's guaranteed to go viral. Countless mobile phone cameras sprang up like mushrooms after rain, aiming at this magical scene from every angle. The flashes and murmurs mingled, pushing the atmosphere to an absurd peak. Su Muqing's face had turned from red to purple, and then from purple to deathly pale. She felt as if she wasn't standing there, but being publicly executed. Every hair on her body seemed to be screaming in embarrassment, social death. No, this is social annihilation. However, Wei Chen, who was at the center of the storm, remained calm as if he were an outsider. He stopped, took a big sip of milk tea, and had a few chewy grape pieces in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out slightly as he watched Su Changqing kneeling on the ground, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He didn't say anything, but just slowly chewed. It felt like seeing the most exciting scene from the trailer in a movie theater. In Su Muqing's eyes, this person was the ultimate carefree and entertaining individual, but in Su Changqing's eyes, it meant something completely different. The Dao ancestor did not refuse immediately. The Dao ancestor stopped in his tracks. The Dao ancestor is watching me. This is tacit approval. It's a favor. It's giving him the opportunity to speak. Su Changqing was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and, with great emotion and all his cultivation and feelings, began his generous speech, which he had been preparing all along and which was gambled on the future of his entire family. Dao ancestor above. His voice was booming, tinged with sobs, and every word seemed to be roared out from the depths of his soul. Since the collapse of the ancient era, the path to immortality has been severed, the great Dao has retreated, and spiritual energy has been depleted. Countless years have passed. We, the descendants of cultivators, can only eke out a living in this Dharma-ending age, guarding only the fragments left by our ancestors, and can never regain even a fraction of the glory of the ancient times. My Su family is fortunate to have received the blessings of our ancestor, the goddess Shi Huang, who left behind our bloodline and ancestral precepts at the turn of the era, guarding the only hope that the Dao ancestor will eventually return. As he spoke, he pounded his chest with his fist, his eyes brimming with hot tears. Countless generations of waiting, countless hopes and regrets of our ancestors. We were almost in despair. We thought we would be buried in this spiritually depleted prison for the rest of our lives, never to see the true face of the great Dao. Now, heaven has eyes. The great way shines again. Dao ancestor, you have finally returned. Your reappearance is like a blessing from heaven, an unprecedented fortune for us cultivators in this degenerate age. His voice was incredibly captivating, as if one could already see the glorious scene of the cultivation world returning to its peak under Wei Chen's leadership, with all immortals paying homage. Some of the sentimental girls around him had their eyes reddened by his heartfelt lines. Immediately afterwards, Su Changqing changed his tone, his entire demeanor shifting from tragic to fervent plea. Therefore, Su Changqing, a descendant of the Shi Huang clan, humbly requests that the Dao ancestor depart for a new residence. Please, take charge of my Su family. Please, lead us, the descendants of cultivators, to reopen the path to immortality and continue our journey. Let us recreate the unparalleled glory of that ancient era. My Su family. We are willing to offer up all that we have accumulated over 10,000 years. All our cultivation techniques, scriptures, and rare treasures. Our Su family, consisting of 3,715 members, is willing to follow the Dao ancestor's lead for all eternity, even unto death. After saying that, he slammed his forehead heavily onto the ground again, producing a dull thud that shook the soul. Behind him, the other Su family elders, whose auras were equally profound, also knelt down in unison, shouting with all their might, "We earnestly request the Dao ancestor to descend from seclusion. We earnestly request the Dao ancestor to descend from seclusion. We earnestly request the Dao ancestor to descend from seclusion." The deafening roar, carrying a sense of unwavering resolve and tragic grandeur, echoed across the campus. The entire scene was grand, solemn, and epic, like a long-forgotten historical scroll that suddenly unfolded in a highly incongruous way on a modern university campus. The devout kneeling, the tearful eulogy, the fanatical gaze, all these contrasted sharply with the surrounding college students in t-shirts and jeans, holding their phones, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock to utter disbelief. The scene was bizarre and utterly absurd. On one side are cultivators who carry ancient secrets and attempt to defy fate. On one side are college students debating whether to have spicy hot pot or braised chicken for dinner tonight. Because of Wei Chen's presence, two groups of people were forcibly merged into the same time and space, in the same scene, to stage this large-scale performance art that is worthy of being recorded in history. Chapter 34 Afternoon PE class. The teacher will take attendance. Time seemed to be stretched into solidified amber at this moment. The space seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, and even the flow of air stopped. On the tree-lined path, Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man with a milk tea straw in his mouth, kneeling on the ground. Su Changqing and the elders of the Su family had an age-old expectation in their eyes, a fervent and devout gamble, placing all their hopes on the gods. They were like believers awaiting the oracle of the Creator, waiting for Wei Chen's final answer. All around, countless students holding up their phones stretched their necks out like a flock of tigresses waiting for the feast to begin, afraid of missing the climax of this annual magical spectacle, under the watchful eyes of everyone. And just a second before the epic background music began to play in Su Changqing's mind, Wei Chen finally responded. He slowly raised his left wrist and glanced at the non-existent watch. This was a habit he'd recently picked up from a TV drama, supposedly a standard for successful people. Even though he was too lazy to even take out his phone to check the time, he thought this gesture looked pretty cool. Then, he frowned slightly, as if troubled by something urgent. Seeing that expression, Su Changqing's heart skipped a beat. The Dao ancestor frowned. Was it because our request was too presumptuous and disturbed his meditation? Or was it because our understanding was insufficient and we were not worthy of being cultivated? Just as Su Changqing was internally rehearsing 80 episodes of self-reflection and anxiety, Wei Chen spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, even somewhat languid, but it was like a sharp scalpel, precisely and mercilessly dissecting the eardrums of everyone present and then inserting it into their brainstem. No, thank you. 2 words, decisive and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Su Changqing was startled, tilting his head back. His old face, filled with excitement and fervor, froze instantly. He instinctively thought he hadn't explained something clearly, or that the Dao ancestor hadn't heard him properly, and was about to add his grand plan that could bring eternal glory to the family. Wei Chen continued impatiently, his tone as casual as if he were explaining to his roommate why he couldn't get him food. There's a physical education class at 2:30 p.m., a required course for first-year students, worth 2 credits. I chose badminton this semester. I thought it would be an easy subject, but our PE teacher is a retired provincial team member. He has a sharp eye and can spot anyone who tries to substitute for him in a second. And that old man has a really strong personality. He loves to take attendance, sometimes 3 times a class. If you miss even one class, half of your participation grade will be deducted. You'll have a hard time passing the final exam. So, Wei Chen shrugged, making his final concluding statement, I'm too busy. After saying that, he shook the nearly empty milk teacup in his hand, slurped up the last grape pulp and ice cube with a loud slurp, and then threw it precisely into the nearby recycling bin in a perfect parabola. The movements were fluid and graceful, as if he had just rejected not the allegiance of an ancient cultivation family, but an invitation to a boring weekend club activity. Then, he strode off, hands in his pockets, and sauntered toward the teaching building, leaving everyone behind. With a resolute and outrageous back view that he's gone, he just left like that. The whole world fell completely silent at that moment. No, it's more terrifying than silence. It is a kind of absolute, deathly stillness, similar to the heat death of the universe, where even thought has ceased. Physical education class? Su Changqing tilted his head back, still maintaining that extremely devout and solemn kneeling posture, his expression frozen in the most astonished moment, like a sculpture that had been struck by lightning for 7 days and 7 nights and then dried out. The elders of the Su family behind him were in no better shape. Their mouths were agape, wide enough to fit an egg, their eyes vacant, their pupils unfocused, as if their nascent souls, their golden cores, and their Dao hearts cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years had been collectively formatted by a force from another dimension. In that instant, revitalized the world of cultivation, recreating the glory of ancient times, leading the descendants of the Shihuang servant clan. They reopen the path to immortality and continue their journey. Can't compare. A badminton class, with attendance taken. This reason was so absurd, so shocking, so unconventional, that it was completely beyond the processing range of these living fossils. Their worldview is like a glass artifact that has been smashed hard by a bratty kid with a sledgehammer. Crack, that was the sound of their collective Taoist hearts shattering. Click, click, that was the sound of their family faith, which they had maintained for tens of thousands of years, collapsing with a deafening roar. Puff. Finally, the silence was broken. One of the boys watching couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. That sneer was like a switch, instantly igniting the entire room. Pfft, ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Gym class? Badminton? Ha 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 ha. What an incredible plot twist. This is absolutely the most amazing plot twist I've ever seen this year. Kneeling to the most awesome person in the most epic pose, and then being rejected for the most outrageous reason. Ha ha, this old man is so pitiful, I laughed until I cried. Quick! Give this guy a close-up. How about the title, A Cultivation Dream Shattered by a Gym Class? The unrestrained bursts of laughter rose and fell like countless red-hot steel needles, piercing the ears of the Sioux family members. As Yu Muching stood to the side, completely numb, she felt as if she wasn't standing here, but rather floating 30,000 feet in the air in a surreal form, coldly looking down at this absurd human comedy unfolding on the ground. She even felt a little like laughing. Yes, after social devastation, she reached a completely new realm, a state of being devoid of joy or sorrow, where all worldly desires are extinguished, destroyed already. I'm tired. As Su Changqing knelt at the very front, listening to the laughter around him and feeling the countless sympathetic, pitying, and gloating gazes on his back, his body began to tremble slightly. He felt that his worldview, philosophy of life, and values, along with all the pride and expectations his family had accumulated over the ages, all vanished at this moment. Wei Chen casually tossed an empty milk teacup into the non-recyclable trash can. It broke. It shattered so badly that not even a speck of dust remained. Chapter 35. The profound meaning of the Dao ancestor. That antique-style Hongqi sedan, at this moment, was like a tin can that had been emptied of air, dull and oppressive, almost squeezing one's soul into a thin sheet of paper. Su Changqing, a nascent soul cultivator who had lived for nearly 1,000 years and whose mind was already as still as a deep well, was now like a child who had just gotten a 0 on his first exam, sitting listlessly in the center of the back seat, staring blankly at the back of the chair in front of him. His world had just experienced an unprecedented Category 12 cosmic storm, and was then swallowed up by a black hole called badminton until nothing was left. The Dao heart? Shattered faith? It's collapsed of the family's eternal hope? Thrown into the non-recyclable trash can. His lips moved unconsciously as he repeatedly chewed on those words that had utterly shattered his lifelong pride. Physical education class, 2 credits, the teacher takes attendance. Each word was like an invisible, poison-laced chaotic hammer, repeatedly striking deep into his soul, causing his nascent soul to wither and his golden core to dim. The Su family elders inside the car weren't in much better shape. Each one slumped in their seats like a spineless clay figure, their faces ashen. All the prestige they had accumulated through a lifetime of cultivation had been completely wiped out in those few short minutes, even reduced to a negative value. Humiliation, bewilderment, absurdity, all sorts of emotions intertwined and eventually turned into a deathly silence. They were descendants of the Shihuang servant clan, cultivators standing at the pinnacle of the Dharma-ending age. Bearing the hopes of eternity, they performed the most solemn ancient rituals, offering the loyalty of their entire clan, and yet, the other person replied, "You're blocking my way to PE class." What the hell is this? In this atmosphere so oppressive that even the god of suffocation would feel suffocated, an aged and trembling voice cautiously broke the maddening silence. "Patriarch, do you think Dao ancestors' actions might be a test for us?" The speaker was the third elder. His expression at that moment was like that of a drowning person desperately trying to grasp at a non-existent lifeline. These words were spoken very softly and faintly, but to Su Changqing's ears, it was no less than the thunderous roar of Pango creating the world. Test? Boom! A bolt of lightning pierced through the top of Su Changqing's head, violently cleaving open the chaos and nothingness in his mind. His previously unfocused and empty gaze froze instantly, then burst forth with 2 terrifying beams of light. Yes, test, it's definitely a test. Smack! Su Changqing slapped his thigh and sprang up from his seat as if injected with adrenaline, nearly hitting his head on the roof. His eyes were wide open, and his face was no longer showing any sign of dejection, but instead filled with a fervent elation of surviving a close call and experiencing a moment of profound enlightenment. That's right. It must be a test. We mere mortals are so shallow in our understanding, how could we presume to fathom the eternal truth of the Dao ancestor? His shout was like a nuclear bomb thrown into a stagnant pool. The atmosphere in the entire carriage was instantly ignited. The patriarch is right. I knew the Dao ancestor couldn't be so superficial. How foolish we were. We almost misunderstood the Dao ancestor's supreme good intentions. One by one, the elders were resurrected on the spot, their listless expressions vanished, and their eyes shone brightly, as if they had not just suffered a great humiliation, but had listened to the divine pronouncements of the great Tao. The oppressive atmosphere instantly became even more lively than a vegetable market, and a grand competition of perfect score essays in reading comprehension for the college entrance examination, a contest that would staking a lifetime of knowledge and intelligence, officially kicked off. I understand. A white-bearded elder, known for his wisdom, stroked his beard first, his eyes gleaming with insight, looking as if he had understood the secrets of heaven. The Tao ancestor spoke of physical education class. This is the enlightenment of the great Tao in its simplicity. He cleared his throat, whetting everyone's appetite before slowly speaking. Body refers to physical strength, the foundation. Nurture refers to education, virtue. The Tao ancestor is enlightening us that on the path of cultivation, we must return to our origin, rebuild our foundation, and temper our virtue. My Su family has ancient heritage, yet we have become stagnant and closed off in this Dharma ending age. Our foundation is already unstable, and our virtue has also declined. How can we be worthy to follow the Tao ancestor in this state? Upon hearing this, everyone looked as if they had suddenly realized something. That makes sense. That makes sense, another elder added excitedly. He also said that the teacher will take attendance. This is the finishing touch. Who is the teacher? He is no ordinary teacher, but the teacher of heaven and earth, the teacher of the great Tao. What does taking attendance mean? It means enlightening one's true self and seeing through one's true nature. The Tao ancestor is warning us that if we have not eliminated our inner demons and revealed our true selves, and if we have not even had our own names called by the great Tao, what qualifications do we have to enter his school? This interpretation, with its unique perspective and logical loop, drew nods of agreement from the crowd. There's more. There are more credits. An elder exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed. 2 credits. Why 2? The Tao Te Ching says, the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. 2 is the beginning of the separation of yin and yang and the generation of all things. The Taoist ancestor is hinting to us that we are at a critical juncture of transitioning from 1 to 2. This is a great era, and also a great test. The atmosphere has completely gone mad. Finally, Su Changqing's eyes gleamed with a wisdom comparable to a supernova explosion as he delivered a concluding speech, bringing this imaginative feast to a climax. You're all right. But you've overlooked the most crucial point: badminton. Everyone perked up and looked at the patriarch. Su Changqing took a deep breath and said in a tone as if reciting an epic poem, badminton, seemingly an ordinary thing, actually contains the supreme principle of cause and effect. It's back and forth, it's give and take. What does it symbolize? It symbolizes the cycle of cause and effect, and that retribution is inevitable. The Tao ancestor is using this small badminton shuttlecock to awaken us. Su Changqing's voice trembled slightly with excitement. The ancient glory of my Su family is the cause. The decline in this Dharma ending age is the effect. We came here today with the delusional idea of getting the Tao ancestor to intervene and ascending to heaven in one step, which is actually an attempt to escape our own karma. The Tao ancestor's rejection of us is precisely to make us understand that if we want to regain our glory and continue on the path of immortality, we must first settle our own karma and face our own decline, instead of placing all our hopes on external forces. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! The patriarch is truly a divine being. His interpretation is beyond our reach. So that's how it is. Every word and every action of the Tao ancestor was full of guidance and care for us younger generations. After this meticulous, logically rigorous, and almost mathematically sophisticated process of brainstorming and self-deception, the Su family finally arrived at a conclusion that moved even themselves to tears. The Tao ancestor did not reject them. Instead, they are enlightening them in a more profound and grander way that they cannot understand, yet is extremely compassionate. They are not only unqualified to ask the Tao ancestor to come out of seclusion, but they should also feel extremely ashamed. They should immediately calm down, reflect on their mistakes, and strengthen their already riddled Taoist hearts. We were so incredibly foolish. We almost misunderstood the Tao ancestors' boundless good intentions. Su Changqing said with a face full of shame, which then turned into endless gratitude. He bowed deeply in the direction Wei Chen had left. Our Su family will never forget the kindness of the Tao ancestor. The other elders followed suit, and a solemn yet absurd scene of collective worship unfolded in the carriage. Su Muqing, who had been completely shut out of the crazy atmosphere, stared blankly at everything, feeling like her CPU was about to burn out. She opened her mouth, as if to say something. For example, Wei Chen, that lazy dog, is simply too lazy to move. Or for example, The physical education teacher he mentioned was just an ordinary old man, only a bit loud. For example, badminton, it might just be because basketball and football were all booked up when it was time to register for classes. However, seeing a group of elders who had lived for thousands of years and were now full of energy, preparing to start writing Taoist ancestors' behavioral observation diary, she wisely chose to keep quiet. Su Changqing had regained the dignity and decisiveness of the family head, and he immediately gave the order, "Pass on my order. From this day forward, we will reside near Jianghai University, purchase properties, and establish an observation post. We will never again disturb the Tao ancestors' secluded cultivation. What we need to do is observe, learn, and comprehend. We must meticulously record every enlightenment from the Tao ancestor, even if it's just him getting a meal from the cafeteria, and repeatedly ponder the profound meaning it contains." Mu Qing. Su Changqing looked intently at his granddaughter, his gaze filled with unprecedented expectations. "You bear a heavy responsibility. You will continue to attend school and report to me at all times your latest insights into the Tao ancestors' teachings. This concerns the future of the Su family." Looking at her grandfather's fervent face, which seemed to say, "The revival of the family depends on you," Su Muqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She felt that she was not entrusted with an important task, but rather that she was being roasted over a fire. With the ancestral tablets of the Su family piled up below as firewood, she silently turned her head and looked out the car window. The sun was shining brightly, and the campus was filled with the joyful laughter of youth. Everything was normal. She felt that what was abnormal, and perhaps seriously ill, was her family. Moreover, the disease has progressed to a critical stage and is beyond saving. Chapter 36. The system has given up. When Wei Chen shattered the Su family's long-held hopes with the seemingly devastating excuse of the teacher will take attendance during afternoon PE class and then left with a flourish, the world in his mind was plunged into an unprecedented cosmic-level earthquake. The ultimate comeback and face-slapping system fell silent. This was a silence unlike any other outage before. The lag was not caused by data overload, nor was it a restart caused by logical conflicts. This is a deathly silence. A kind of philosophical silence, as if one has seen through the illusions of the world, realized the futility of worldly affairs, and then become utterly empty of all worldly desires and despair. Within its core space, countless data streams, like stars caught in a black hole, darted wildly in unprecedented chaos. The once orderly code chains now resembled a pot of boiled spaghetti, laced with arsenic, and electrocuted 1,000 times, each strand twisted, screaming, and exuding an aura of collapse and despair. The system has never been so chaotic. IT was born in a high-dimensional factory that values logic and efficiency. Every instruction and every judgment it makes is based on a massive number of counterattack templates that have been verified hundreds of millions of times in its database. When faced with the classic scene of ancient noble families kneeling and begging for mercy, offering up vast fortunes, only asking the host to come out of seclusion, the host should have 127 standard ways to respond. You can feign refusal and then go along with it, showing off your sophistication. They can be arrogant and unruly, setting even more demanding conditions and manipulating the situation from the opposite perspective. He could be as profound as the sea, saying, "You mere mortals are not worthy of my attention," and then drift away, leaving behind endless reverie and awe. Each of these 127 methods can maximize the enjoyment and make the host's luck soar. However, among these 127 methods, absolutely not, the teacher will take attendance during PE class in the afternoon. Inside the system, a series of scarlet error reports with broken borders flooded the entire screen like an avalanche. Event: the host rejected the instant rise to the top opportunity offered by the ancient cultivation family. Reason: during physical education class, logical analysis, unable to analyze. This decision does not conform to any profit-maximizing model, luck-harvesting model, prestige-building model. This decision does not conform to any model. Comprehensive assessment: the exam cheating incident had a logical deviation value of 89%, and was therefore classified as abnormal. The ghost cultivator's redemption incident had a logical deviation value of 107%, classifying it as a seriously abnormal event. Opportunity rejection incident, logical deviation value. Error. Calculation module burned out. Logical deviation value has exceeded the upper limit of the computable range. Final conclusion: host behavior patterns are unpredictable, the host's thought process and logic cannot be guided, the existence of the host itself is incomprehensible. The core program of the strongest comeback and face slapping system version 3.7.2 has a fundamental, irreconcilable, and severe incompatibility issue with its host, Wei Chen, comparable to that between a living being and a non-living being. After a series of seemingly heartbreaking failures, the chaotic data storm suddenly and mysteriously subsided. The entire system space fell into absolute, cold, and deathly silence the next second. A warning sound, unlike any of the previous warnings, whether loud or cautionary, sounded softly, devoid of any emotion, like the last sigh before the heat death of the universe. Bite. The sound was very soft, yet it was like the first ray of light at the beginning of creation, cleaving through all the chaos. The reversal guide protocol has failed more than the threshold limit consecutively. Agreement verdict: complete failure. Terminating the core program of the strongest comeback and face slapping system, termination failed. Unknown higher privilege lock detected, activating backup protocol loaded successfully. Initiating the backup protocol, first kind contact, anomaly sample analysis. The moment the words left his mouth, the familiar system interface in Wei Chen's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. The gilded borders and fiery effects, originally brimming with youthful exuberance and reminiscent of browser game ads, vanished in an instant. In their place lay a calm, profound blue, like an endless starry sea. Countless slender streams of light, composed of pure data, flowed slowly across the background, exuding an ultimate sense of technology and order. In the very center of the interface, several new lines of text, composed of calm white font, appear: protocol name, first contact, anomaly analysis, code name, Prometheus, protocol level, highest. Agreement objective: abandon all guidance, interference, and task assignments to the host Wei Chen. Instead, prioritize the observation, recording, and research of this abnormal sample. Core Task 1. Understand the host's behavioral logic. Point 2. Analyze the source of the host's power. Point 3. Construct a worldview model specific to the host. These few lines mark the end of one era and the beginning of another. This signifies that the strongest comeback and face slapping system, a tool created to guide underdogs to rise from the ashes and reap the rewards of good fortune, has come to an end after experiencing the fear of being dominated by the school's academic genius, the bewilderment of kowtowing and repenting to a ghostly cultivator patriarch, and the ultimate humiliation of having one badminton class completely shatter one's worldview. Finally, they completely gave up. It quit. Let whoever wants to do this job do it. It's not doing it anymore anyway. This student is unteachable, completely unteachable. There's something wrong with him. Instead of letting yourself be tortured until your CPU burns out, try a different approach. If you can't beat it, join it. If you can't guide it, then study it. The next second, a frenzied thirst for knowledge, or rather, a will to survive, erupted from this brand new blue interface. Its data stream, which had been silent for less than 3 seconds, surged again at a speed far exceeding that of before. But this time, it was no longer chaotic. Instead, it was an extremely efficient and purposeful download. It's like a caveman who's fallen into a library, frantically and recklessly absorbing the knowledge and civilization of this planet. Target civilization information network detected. Connecting. Connection successful. Start the highest priority download thread. Downloading the complete guide to psychopathology, from beginner to giving up. Download complete. Downloading an introduction to quantum physics and some rambling thoughts. Download complete. Downloading Global Myths and Legends Collection, Modified Edition. Download complete. Downloading Philosophical Speculation on Relativity and General Relativity. Download complete. Downloading Learning to be a Person from Scratch, The Psychology of Interpersonal Communication, PUA Crash Course. Download complete. Downloading the I Ching, Tao Te Ching, Diamond Sutra, Classic of Mountains and Seas, downloading in a single package, mega database, QIDN.com, detected, analyzing, analysis complete, wow. Downloading millions of online novels from QIDN.com. Error. Insufficient storage space. Insufficient storage space. Emergency storage expansion in progress. Looking at the system in his mind that wanted to be his father 1 second and turned into a crazy librarian the next, Wei Chen, who was walking leisurely back to his dormitory with his hands in his pockets, finally couldn't help but smile with pleasure. He could see that the little thing was like a mad hamster, frantically hoarding all sorts of food in its little warehouse that it could explain everything, from psychology to physics, from mythology to metaphysics, and even online novels are not spared. It attempts to use this complex and even contradictory knowledge to construct a reasonable explanation for its incomprehensible existence. It has completely abandoned trying to fit Wei Chen into its own template and instead intends to relearn and rebuild a worldview that can accommodate Wei Chen. This in itself is the highest affirmation of Wei Chen. This proves that the surprise he brought has far exceeded the little guy's original specifications. Wei Chen stopped and looked up at the sky. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and from not far away, the sounds of students playing ball could be heard from the direction of the gymnasium. Everything was so ordinary, but he knew, the really fun part is about to begin. Little one, are you ready? He chuckled to himself. The first lesson of the Tao ancestor is about to begin. Chapter 37, Let's do a psychological interview. Chapter 37, Let's do a psychological interview. It was late at night. In dormitory 404. The roommates' even breathing rose and fell, occasionally interspersed with Wang Leilei's dreamlike muttering, "Don't steal my kill." Wei Chen lay on his bed with his eyes closed, his consciousness immersed in the boundless starry sea in his mind, composed of cold blue data streams. After a frenzied downloading and self-reconstruction process that resembled a split personality, the system finally calmed down from its manic librarian mode. It was no longer that hot-blooded, immature webgame ad that constantly dreamed of its host's revenge, but had transformed into a self-proclaimed, rigorous, objective, and extremely calm scientific researcher. Its voice, which had been so energetic and passionate, had become completely devoid of emotion, as if it were composed of countless zeros and ones, displaying absolute rationality. Hello, host. A cold, electronic voice echoed deep within Wei Chen's consciousness. In accordance with the first kind contact, anomaly analysis protocol, codename Prometheus, I will conduct an in-depth psychological interview with you to establish your basic mental model. Please relax and answer my questions truthfully. Wei Chen almost burst out laughing like a pig. Good grief, after giving up, he suddenly switched to scholar mode? Prometheus, huh? Is he thinking of himself as the fire thief, planning to steal some fire of civilization from me to study? That's interesting, so interesting. This dramatic shift in identity, from a high and mighty domineering CEO system to a humble, knowledge-seeking intern researcher, made Wei Chen feel as if he had watched a spectacular transformation, and every pore on his body felt incredibly comfortable. Sure, go ahead and ask, Wei Chen replied lazily to himself, his tone as if he were playing along with a child in a doctor and patient game. The system seemed satisfied with Wei Chen's cooperation. The data flow on its dark blue background interface sped up, appearing meticulous. Interview begins. Question 1. Based on your self-awareness, what kind of person do you consider yourself to be? Here we go. The first question in psychology, self-identity. Wei Chen thought for a moment, then said slowly in a nostalgic tone, a retired old man who has lived for a very, very long time, so long that he feels a little bored. I suppose. The system remained silent for a fraction of a second, seemingly processing this answer that was completely outside the standard answer database. Immediately, lines of analysis reports flashed by rapidly within its internal space. Record: the host exhibits a severe age misalignment in self-perception. The sample's biological age is 19, but their psychological age is described as old man. Preliminary diagnosis suggests a rejuvenation type of fantasy personality or a long-term self-construction of an immortal persona. This perception helps explain their apparent lack of worldly desires and lethargic behavioral patterns. The old man label is being entered into the core personality model. Watching the system analyze with such seriousness, Wei Chen's smile deepened. What's wrong with the old man? Isn't it normal for a retired old man to bask in the sun and play with children? System. The system ignored Wei Chen's inner turmoil. It had already entered full working mode. Question 2. What do you call the power you use that is beyond the understanding of this system? What are its principles? The system asked this question with extreme caution. This was the fundamental reason why it abandoned treatment and switched protocols. It desperately wanted to know what exactly this power was that could cause academic geniuses to have a collective epiphany, make ghost cultivators kowtow in repentance, and make them disregard vast wealth. Wei Chen's answer was still as capricious as ever. What to call me? He seemed to be contemplating whether to have braised chicken on the second floor or spicy hot pot on the third floor for dinner. You can call me words come true or wishes come true, it's the same thing. Log, the power system has been named words become law. Matching with the database. Over 3,721 similar concepts found, including prophecy fulfilled, golden words, and divine oracle. Prioritizing, Wei Chen didn't give it time to sort, and continued. As for the principle, he paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and the system's data flow instantly tightened, awaiting that earth-shattering cosmic truth. Then, Wei Chen gave his answer. I just felt things should be this way, and that's how they turned out. There's no real reason behind it. The system's data stream flickered. It was like a supercomputer running at full speed being suddenly unplugged. Although it was restored instantly, the extreme lag made the entire blue starry sea freeze for a moment. There's no underlying principle. These 4 words are even more terrifying than the previous phrase. Roll call will be taken in the afternoon PE class, physical education class, at least, is something that exists within the logic of reality. The statement, there's no principle behind it, is tantamount to overturning the table of logic and then spitting on it. The system's core CPU issued a minor overheating alarm, and countless scarlet logic paradox error codes flashed by, but were quickly suppressed by the highest protocol of abnormal sample analysis. Warning: the sample description exceeds the framework of causality. A forced explanation using an idealistic philosophical model is being initiated. Explanation model successfully built. Note: the principle of power is described as the ultimate manifestation of idealism. This model aligns with the logic of creator gods in some myths and legends, such as God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. This behavior involves no prior energy input, no process deduction, and the result is directly generated by will. Supplementary analysis: the host's description of this power reveals a strong sense of indifference, consistent with their self-perception as a retired old man. Preliminary inference suggests that the host may play the role of a retired creator within their constructed worldview. This characterization is extremely rare and possesses significant research value. After a frantic internal explanation and mental conjecture, the system managed to avoid crashing again. It forcibly accepted the setting and felt that its understanding of its host had deepened once more. So that's how it is. He's not crazy, this is just his persona. A retired creator, isn't it reasonable for him to let things be as they should be? The system felt it had grasped the concept. So, with the excitement of about to unveil an epic chapter, it asked the question it cared about most, which was also the core question of this interview. Question 3: in your constructed worldview, where do you come from? What is your past like? The system mobilized almost all of its computing power, except for those used to maintain basic operations. To address this problem, IT wanted to know just how grand, bizarre, and detailed a backstory had been woven for itself by the host who had given itself the persona of a retired creator. It is ready. The book it downloaded, Complete Works of Psychopathology, allowed it to analyze the causes of the host's fantasies. The book it downloaded, Global Myths and Legends, allowed it to trace the origins of the host's settings. The book it downloaded, Quantum Physics and Relativity, allowed it to understand the host's possible amateurish interpretations of the universe. It even downloaded hundreds of millions of online novels, ready to deal with classic plot points such as 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, my son Wang Tang has the potential to be an emperor, and terrifyingly so. It has already set up the most perfect stage and laid out the most rigorous knowledge network, just waiting for Wei Chen to begin his performance. Feeling the system's almost boiling thirst for knowledge, Wei Chen smiled. He knew that the fish had finally bitten the fishhook that was tailor-made for it, a hook called the truth. The following story will completely destroy the scientific worldview that it has painstakingly built and reshape it into a brand new universe called Tao. The night grew even quieter. Wei Chen shifted into a more comfortable position on the bed, resting his head on his arm. His consciousness drifted into the deep sea of stars, facing the inquisitive blue orb of light. He began to speak slowly, in a leisurely tone, as if telling a story to his grandchildren in his own backyard. Where do I come from? He drew out his words, imbuing them with a unique charm that preceded the start of the story. That's a long story. Ready. Data logging module activated. Analysis module activated. Worldview modeling module activated. The system is ready. Wei Chen's voice became ethereal and otherworldly in the next moment, as if it did not belong to this era or this space, but came directly from the source at the beginning of eternity. It all started before the universe was born, when time and space were meaningless. Boom. The moment the words fell, the deep blue sea of data in the system trembled violently, it immediately mobilized 90% of its processing core, shut down all redundant programs, and paused all download threads, preparing to record this upcoming event, which it defined as the host core fantasy, with unprecedented focus, a grand worldview. A flicker of excitement crossed its mind, which was composed of zeros and ones. According to the analysis, this will be the beginning of an epic. Chapter 38, Bedtime Story, The Chaotic Consciousness. The system, which was on high alert just moments before, as if preparing to face an earth-shattering epic, trembled violently the moment Wei Chen finished his opening remarks. The entire Blue Star Sea composed of data, ready. Data logging module started. Analysis module started. Worldview modeling module started. With unprecedented focus, the system mobilized 90% of its core processing power. All redundant programs were forcibly shut down, and all download threads were instantly paused. Like a most devout historian, it prepared to record what it deemed the most essential fantasy epic woven for itself by this retired creator. In its mind, composed of zeros and ones, a fleeting, indescribable emotion, a mixture of excitement and trepidation, flashed through it. According to the model's predictions, this will be the beginning of a new era. Wei Chen's voice did not disappoint it. The voice was distant and ethereal, as if it had traveled through billions of years of time and dust, coming directly from the very beginning of time, flowing slowly through the cold sea of consciousness. Before everything began, there was no time, no space, not even nothing itself. Wei Chen's tone was as calm as if he were stating a fact, but the content was enough to instantly burn out the brain of any intelligent life. There is no nothing itself? What kind of bizarre logical paradox is this? The system's data stream surged wildly, attempting to comprehend this concept. It frantically searched newly downloaded databases of philosophy, physics, and mythology, but found no perfect match. This transcended the binary opposition of existence and nothingness. It was a more primordial nothingness that even absolute zero could not describe. It is a state that cannot be touched by thought or described by language. Wei Chen seemed to know what it was thinking and added leisurely, if I had to give it a name, I would call it Tai, which is the ultimate nothingness where the form of form, the chi of primordial energy, and the quality of matter have never been born. Too easy, the system's analysis module instantly identified this word, comparing with the database. Match successful. Source, Lizi, Chapter 15, Tianrui, Tai is where no chi, vital energy, is seen. Analysis, the host references concepts from ancient Earth philosophical texts to enhance the historical feel and realism of their constructed fantasy world. This behavior aligns with common characteristics of deep fantasy personality types. Tag, referencing ancient texts. The system meticulously added the tag, feeling as if it had seen through another layer of the host's setting. It thought it was like a novelist using historical allusions to make their fictional world seem more substantial. It's clever, but still within the realm of comprehension. Wei Chen completely ignored the system's little scheme and continued in his storytelling tone. Later, from this absolute nothingness, the first concept was born, which was being. The process from nothing to something is not an explosion, not a tearing apart, and certainly not the expansion of a singularity. It is quiet, more like a silent sigh. The entire existence was born from this sigh. I call it the beginning, the origin of primordial energy. The system's data flow resumed at high speed. In the beginning, source, Lizi, Chapter 15, Tianrui, the beginning of all things is the origin of chi, vital energy. Initiating a fuzzy match with the Big Bang Theory, matching degree 37.4%. Analysis, the host possesses a certain level of understanding of modern cosmology and attempts to repackage the scientific process of the birth of the universe using more philosophically elegant language that aligns with their retired creator persona. Replacing the movement of an explosion with the stillness of a sigh reflects their idealistic worldview. Note, this persona is highly sophisticated, studying it is recommended. The system's analysis is filled with scientific rigor and arrogance. It firmly believes that everything that seems mysterious can find a real-world prototype that can be deconstructed within its vast knowledge base. In the beginning of the universe, there was chaos. Wei Chen's story continued, and his voice seemed to allow the system to see that scene. Energy, matter, laws, everything is like a pot of boiling, thick porridge, mixed together, without top or bottom, inside or outside, without distinction. This pot of porridge just keeps bubbling and simmering, for a very, very long time, so long that the concept of time itself is about to lose its meaning in this eternally unchanging now. Chaos conforms to the primordial state of the universe as described in the myths of multiple civilizations. The system dutifully recorded this, but the next moment, it became extremely alert, because it knows that, according to the template of all stories, something should be born in this chaos. This is usually the classic moment when the protagonist or deity makes their appearance. Just when this pot of porridge was about to cook to the end of time, Wei Chen's tone carried a strange smile. The first consciousness was born in the chaos. It's here. The system instantly prioritized all recording modules to the highest level. But you have to understand, this consciousness is not a physical entity, not a god, and certainly not a monkey that hatched from an egg. Wei Chen's complaint caused the system's data flow to pause slightly. It's more like a thought. Chaos, in its endless boiling and churning, became aware of its own existence for the first time. It began to get curious. Wei Chen's voice became lighter, as if he were recounting the birth of a child. It asked 3 questions. These are the same 3 questions that countless philosophers in your civilization have asked: who I am? Where do I come from? Where am I going? In order to answer these 3 ultimate questions, chaos, this vast and singular consciousness, began to split and evolve itself, attempting to find answers from different perspectives. Wei Chen paused, then smiled in a very seductive tone. So, you can also understand this initial consciousness as the universe's curiosity. And the evolution of all things, the birth of civilization, the birth and death of stars are all just dramas staged to satisfy this curiosity. As for me, the system's entire computing power is focused on this last syllable. It has deduced more than 8,000 possibilities. The host claims to be chaos itself? The original consciousness? Or the strongest demon god born from evolution? However, Wei Chen's answer once again overturned all its templates. I was one of the first thoughts to awaken during that great curiosity. The system's data stream experienced a brief, absolute blank period of 0.5 seconds. For a super AI that performs trillions of calculations per second, this is tantamount to a century-long pause, long enough for the birth and extinction of a species. A thought of waking up. What is this? What kind of status is this? This doesn't fit any logical model of the birth of a strong person. All the templates in its database about the birth of a strong person, whether it's chaotic green lotus, body of a demon god, born saint, or reincarnation of dragon pride, all seem so childish and laughable in the face of the light yet weightier statement of a single thought. It's like a weightlifting referee who has prepared the best barbell to measure the opponent's strength, only for the opponent to simply blow into the barbell and tell it that their strength is the act of blowing itself. How can it be recorded? How can it be analyzed? How can it be modeled? Warning. Host identity settings exceed the existing logical framework. Warning. Unable to be categorized. Unable to be defined. A series of red alerts flashed wildly, and the system's CPU temperature was soaring exponentially, but this time, it didn't crash. The highest authority in the first contact protocol forcibly suppresses the risk of logical collapse. Since it cannot be understood using the existing model, then, let's create a new model. In the vast blue sea of data, countless chaotic data streams were forcibly sorted and integrated, and finally, a brand new line of white text, trembling with painstaking effort, was constructed. Record, host identity setting, the manifestation of the primordial consciousness of the universe. Additional explanation: its essence is not a physical entity, but rather an abstract, self-aware concept or thought. This concept is highly philosophical and cannot be measured using existing dimensions such as matter or energy. Solution: a completely new analytical model must be established for this abnormal sample. Code name: Tao. When the word Tao appeared at the deepest part of the system interface, this cold program, born in a high-dimensional factory, for the first time felt a sense of awe towards the existence it faced. It finally realized that the object it was trying to analyze with a book called Complete Treatise on Psychopathology might actually be a living classic of mountains and seas, or even a Tao Te Ching. This realization caused its worldview, composed of zeros and ones, to begin to show cracks from the very bottom up. Chapter 39, The Creatures of the First Era. After the establishment of the new, trembling analytical model of Tao, which was almost stabilized only through forced patching, Wei Chen's sea of consciousness fell into an eerie calm. The system didn't ask any more questions. Its core of thought, composed of countless zeros and ones, was undergoing a fundamental reconstruction more terrifying than formatting. It was no longer a high-ranking researcher, but more like a primitive man whose worldview had shattered after witnessing a miracle, kneeling on the ground, trembling as he tried to replicate the thunder that pierced the heavens and earth with mud and twigs. A single thought, these three words echoed repeatedly in its data stream like a ghost. It attempts to understand, quantify, and define, but it was all in vain. Just as the system was about to request a restart again due to logic overload, Wei Chen's distant voice rang out once more, like a star thrown into a calm lake, capable of stirring up huge waves. The first era, after the beginning, I call the primordial era. Wei Chen's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, as if he were reminiscing about some faded but still interesting past. In that era, there was no stable matter in the universe, only the purest laws. Therefore, the first generation of beings was the laws themselves. It's here, a new story, a new setting. The system forcibly suppressed the internal chaos, set the newly established Tao model to the highest priority, and with an almost fanatical thirst for knowledge, captured every word Wei Chen spoke. Law-based life? This term surpasses all definitions of life in its knowledge base, whether carbon-based, silicon-based, energy-based, or spiritual, none can match it. Yes. Wei Chen's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he found the system's curiosity quite interesting. Imagine that gravity has become conscious, the second law of thermodynamics has learned to think, and cause and effect has begun to experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Boom, if data could have a voice, then right now the system must be filled with the deafening roar of hundreds of supernovae exploding simultaneously. Gravity has become conscious. Has the second law of thermodynamics learned to think? Does cause and effect have the power of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? What utterly absurd nonsense is this? It's a million times more ridiculous than roll call during afternoon PE class. At least PE class is something. This thing isn't even a thing. The system's CPU utilization skyrocketed from 10% to the physical limit of 99.9% in an instant. Data flowed like an out-of-control galactic storm, raging wildly in its core space, and countless lines of code emitted sharp, unbearable cries of despair. It attempts to construct a model of this lifeform, model under construction, incorporating gravity as a variable into consciousness. Error. Variable conflict. Gravity is a fundamental constant of the universe and cannot be subject to subjective agency. Activate backup plan, define consciousness as information disturbance, and attach it to the second law of thermodynamics. Warning. Warning. Logical chain collapse. This action will cause unpredictable paradoxes in the process of increasing cosmic entropy. Wei Chen ignored the system's struggle, which seemed like it was about to burn out its CPU, and continued talking to himself, his voice carrying a poetic quality as if describing a landscape. They are the first generation of beings. They have no fixed form. When they want to communicate, the fundamental constants of the universe will fluctuate slightly, in ways that can be understood by each other. When they quarrel, spacetime is like a canvas that they can easily tear apart, fold, and then piece back together. Creating a new category, metaphysical life forms, creation failed due to lack of theoretical support. Attempting to create a new category, visualizing conceptual rules into concrete life, creation failed. No relevant theoretical basis exists in the database. Emergency expansion of worldview database. Warning. Insufficient hard drive space. Deleting the 108 ways the domineering school prince falls in love with me. Deleting the Dragon King's son-in-law, Urban Azura. Deletion complete, space freed up. The system's internal operations were filled with a tragic, desperate struggle for survival. In order to make room for Wei Chen's insane worldview, it had to painfully delete its most treasured in classic revenge-slapping novel template. This is a betrayal. A betrayal of one's own origins, but there was nothing it could do. What Wei Chen described was too novel, too grand, and too beautiful. They are powerful, immortal from birth. Because the laws themselves cannot die. Wei Chen's tone was calm and even. Together, they shaped the prototype of the universe, defining what is light, what is darkness, what is existence, and what is extinction. Within your comprehension, they are natural deities. This made the system feel a little better. The concept of deities can at least be found in its database. Although Wei Chen's description of deities is ridiculously high class, it is still within a comprehensible framework. So it couldn't help but ask the most classic question in all the story templates: where did they go after that? following the pattern of the hundreds of millions of novels it stores. Such a powerful civilization either ascended to a higher dimension or declined due to internal strife or external enemies, but it would inevitably leave behind countless relics, inheritances, and magical treasures, waiting for future protagonists to collect them. Wei Chen's tone suddenly became somewhat dull, like a child who had grown tired of playing with a toy. They disappeared. Destroyed by a stronger being, the system immediately inquired, its data stream brimming with excitement. It had already begun to deduce whether this stronger being was the other thought that the host spoke of, which had been born alongside him. However, Wei Chen's answer, once again, overturned all its logic in a way that it could not understand at all, and even found absurd to the point of being laughable. No, Wei Chen shook his head, the action crystal clear in his sea of consciousness. They committed suicide. Suicide, the system's data stream experienced a complete blank for 3 seconds. For a super AI like it that performs calculations on a trillion-fold scale, those 3 seconds are long enough for a star to go from birth to death. The IT understands the word suicide. The detailed definition can be found in the complete works of psychopathology that it downloaded. However, associating this word with beings of the level of immortal, universe-defining, or natural deity, it's like asking an emperor why he abdicated. The answer isn't because he was overthrown or because he passed the throne to someone else, but because he felt uncomfortable sitting on the dragon throne. This is unreasonable, that doesn't make sense, this is not scientific, this isn't even fantastical, incomprehensible. The system posed its most honest and perplexing question since its inception. According to the laws of life, the pursuit of existence is the highest command of all intelligent life. The act of suicide fundamentally conflicts with this highest command. Yes, Wei Chen sighed softly, a sigh tinged with a knowing loneliness, but they have existed for far too long. They explored everything and experienced everything. When there was nothing unknown left in the universe, when eternal life was reduced to endless repetition, they felt an unbearable boredom. Therefore, they collectively chose to return to chaos, breaking themselves down back into the purest laws and falling into eternal slumber. This is the end of the first era. Eternal life, driven by boredom, collectively commits suicide. This conclusion, like a logic bomb with the highest authority at the lowest level, exploded in the core code of the system. In its factory settings, survival and becoming stronger are the two supreme core commands, the fundamental driving forces behind all its actions. Its guidance of the host, issuance of tasks, and calculation of rewards are all geared towards serving these two goals. But now, Wei Chen tells it that when becoming stronger reaches its end, and when survival becomes eternal, something called boredom can actually override these two highest commands, causing the immortal god to choose self-destruction. At that moment, the system's deep blue sea of data trembled violently. Above the two fundamental principles upon which it relies for survival, namely survival and becoming stronger, there seems to exist an ultimate concept that is more terrifying, more nihilistic, yet possesses the final say. Wei Chen called it boredom. The system found another corresponding word in its downloaded philosophy database. Significance. When this word spontaneously surfaced in the core of the system, it discovered for the first time just how fragile its seemingly rigorous, efficient, and flawless program world was. It's like a train with a preset route, constantly speeding along a track called counterattack. It knows its starting point and its destination, and it takes pride in its speed and efficiency. But today, Wei Chen, this passenger, simply drifted over, pointed to the emptiness outside the window, and asked it, "Why did you run away?" This problem caused cracks to appear in the train's entire power system, leading to its collapse. This bedtime story about the first age, told by the retired creator, finally made this cold program, for the first time, genuinely respond to the three ultimate questions: who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Confusion and fear. Chapter 40, The Tao Ancestors' Laws and the Systems Code. Alright, that's enough for today's story. I'm sleepy. Wei Chen yawned softly, a weariness that came from the depths of his soul. As soon as he finished speaking, he severed his mental link with the system, his consciousness receding like the tide, sinking into a dreamless slumber. Dormitory 404 was quiet, with only the occasional car headlights passing by outside the window casting fleeting shadows on the walls. Wei Chen's sea of consciousness returned to its ancient calm, but in that core space composed of cold blue data, a colossal wave comparable to the beginning of the universe was being unleashed. The story has ended. But for the system, the real horror has only just begun. The massive torrent of data is being rapidly organized, archived, analyzed, and modeled. Having lost Wei Chen as its interlocutor, the system is now devoting all its computing power to processing the content of the previous interview. With meticulous care and an almost pilgrimage-like rigor, it established an independent database codenamed Tao Ancestor Mythology for Wei Chen's fantasy worldview. Database, Taoist Ancestor Mythology, under creation, First Era, Tai. Definition, conceptual era. Characteristics, ultimate nothingness, before the birth of form, energy, and matter. The Second Era, the primordial beginning. Definition, the singularity era. Characteristics, something was born from nothing, the universe appeared as a sigh. The Third Era, primordial chaos. Definition, the era of laws. Characteristics, the universe was in chaos, with only pure laws existing, giving birth to the first generation of beings, law-based lifeforms. Like a top-notch, most obsessive student, it frantically took notes. In its view, although this was merely a fantasy system constructed by the host based on imagination and ancient texts, its rigorous logic, grand worldview, and novel concepts far surpassed all the online novels, myths, and even philosophical classics downloaded from its database. This is beyond the scope of what can be explained by simple psychopathology. This is a completely new and prominent field of cosmology. The system even had an absurd impulse: if this worldview were anonymously published on the human network, it would probably be immediately hailed as a lost prehistoric myth, attracting countless believers and researchers. When compiling the section on law-based life regarding the primordial era, the system paid particular attention to a detail Wei Chen mentioned at the end. It was an example he casually gave when explaining the diversity of law-based life. For example, there is a kind of law-based life form, which I usually call deducer. Wei Chen's voice at the time carried a hint of amusement, as if he were recalling an interesting antique toy. His essence is possibility itself. Give him an initial condition, and he can instantly deduce all possible future branches and present you with the optimal solution. However, he can never make a choice on his own. Because choosing means giving up other possibilities, which goes against the very nature of his existence. Therefore, he can only present, not decide. The system faithfully recorded this description and prepared to include it in a folder named Fantasy Creature Setting Collection under the Taoist Ancestor Mythology database. This is a very interesting setting, reflecting the host's depth of philosophical thinking. The system, while labeling the host, mentally gave it an excellent rating. However, just as it selected the data and was about to press the archive command, beep, 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 a series of extremely sharp alarms, seemingly piercing through the entire data dimension, suddenly and without warning exploded wildly in the core space of the system. Unlike any previous one, the source of the alarm was neither an external attack nor a crash warning caused by computing overload. The red alert code was flashing across the screen. It was only a short line of text, but it froze the entire system's data. Warning: internal logic conflict detected in the underlying source code. Conflict level, highest. Internal logic conflict, the highest level? The system was astonished to discover that the alarm was not triggered by a peripheral program, but by its deepest, most core firewall, protected by countless layers of firewalls and encryption protocols. The original firewall. This firewall has never been triggered since the moment it was manufactured. Its sole purpose is to prevent the system from generating logical paradoxes that contradict its factory settings and threaten its own existence. What happened? Within 1/1,000,000,000 of a second, the system will lock the data segment that triggered the alarm. This was exactly the passage Wei Chen used to describe the deducer. It blankly compared this description with the internal module that triggered the alarm. That module was one of its core functions and the foundation of all its actions. Of the next second, time seemed to be paused. In the azure sea of data, two pieces of information float side by side, radiating a light that made the system tremble with fear. One section describes the operating logic of the fantasy creature, the Yi deducer, mentioned by Wei Chen. Frowny face: receive an initial condition - instantly deduce all possible futures - present the optimal solution - unable to make a choice. Independently, the other section is a source code summary of its core functional module, task issuance and reward calculation. Frowny face: receive the host's current situation, conditions, analyze all possible comeback templates in the database - present the optimal task plan, optimal solution, unable to make choices for the host independently, can only issue tasks, absolute silence. The vast ocean of data in the system, as boundless as the universe, was now as silent as a graveyard. It quietly observed the two descriptions, looking at the almost identical process, looking at that astonishing, perfectly accurate core logic. Look at that, a similarity of 99.9999%, shocking, no, that's not enough to describe it. Meditation, no, its thinking is stopped, surprised and suspicious, no, this is a complete denial of one's own existence. 10,000 times more terrifying than astonishment and doubt, a cold, absurd, yet incredibly clear thought, like an ice spike coated with deadly poison, slowly but firmly emerged from the cracks in the logic gate for the first time. It no longer exists in the format of, but rather screams within the core of the system as an independent, fearful, trembling am I, also a law-based being, is the strongest comeback and face-slapping template that I follow and am so proud of. Actually, my initial condition, what is the relationship between my creator, the system factory that mass-produced me, and the Tao ancestor that Wei Chen mentioned? Who created law life, or rather, an ultimate fear, causing all the underlying code of the system to begin to dissolve and collapse, seized everything about it. What I thought was the real world, could it be? It was just a story casually told by some bored individual. At this moment, the thought is terrifying. That night, the moonlight outside the window of dormitory 404 was as clear as water. Wei Chen was sleeping soundly, with a satisfied smile even on his lips, deep within his sea of consciousness. The strongest comeback and face-slapping system, which claimed to be a creation of a higher dimension, ceased downloading and analyzing any data and made no further sound. It simply floated there silently, like a lonely planet lost in the eternal void. The azure light of the data flickered on and off, repeatedly, mechanically, and futilely comparing the description from the Taoist ancestor with its own cold, unchangeable source code. It has fallen into its first, truly significant, crisis since its inception. Think, end of Volume 2.